T.S. Medic's Battlefield Diary. Volume 3. The Winter March. By Mosoki Toma. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 40. The 6 months since I began serving as a medic in the military were undoubtedly during a major turning point in Austin's history. It was a tumultuous 6 months where the balance that had been maintained on the Western Front for over 10 years was broken. Platoon leader Garbach and head medic Gale, who had fought desperately on the Western Front, were lost, and our unconditional surrender was refused. At one point, it seemed like the end of the war was within sight, but ultimately, it continued on. The people of Austin, determined to fight until the last person rather than surrendering and facing extermination, refused to surrender. With their almost certain victory now overturned and their people on the verge of exploding with dissatisfaction, the Sabbath Federation cannot bring themselves to say, "We lost." The East-West War, where neither side could afford to lose, is now descending into a prolonged conflict where the functioning of nations deteriorates to a level where human lives are needlessly sacrificed. This would later be called total war, and would be remembered as one of the forms of war that should be avoided at all costs in future wars. And it's a day that Austinites will never forget. When news spread on national broadcast in the capital, Wynne, that our unconditional surrender was rejected, the city was on the verge of panic. However, for some reason, the enemy forces retreated. Soon after, news of a dramatic victory for the Southern Austin forces reached the capital. In an instant, the despair was replaced by a glimmer of hope, and Rodri and I embraced each other in joy. Drink and sing. The people couldn't help but celebrate in such a situation. In the end, local residents started celebrating starting at noon that day. We ended up getting caught up in it and celebrated with the people of the capital. However, this euphoric atmosphere was short-lived. The next morning, Austin troops began checking their equipment again. The war is still going on. It has been kept going by the Sabbath. You guys fought really well. We were given accommodation at the military academy in the capital to rest in. That day, I spent the night sleeping side by side with my comrades in the school auditorium. If it weren't for our efforts in Marshdale, the capital would surely have been a sea of fire. We are heroes. The soldiers who resolved to return to the battlefield received a detailed explanation of the future plans from Major Renville. But our fight is not over yet. In fact, the real war is just beginning. Our struggle will not end until we drive the hateful Sabatian people out of this country and guarantee the safety of our fellow Austinites. Yes, Major, the nation seems to be supporting us with all its might. To begin with, recruitment has begun in the capital to replenish the lost personnel. Our new comrades will be joining us shortly. I want everyone to be on their toes and guide them properly. The plan that Major Renville explained was, we will leave the capital city of Wynne in a week. We will finally strike back against the demons of the Sabbath. Our plan was to pursue the retreating Sabatian soldiers alongside Austin's Southern Army. According to the Major, we have received a request from the south to deploy. The plan is to create an encirclement and annihilate the enemy from the capital and the south. However, our fighting forces have been completely destroyed. It would be extremely difficult to launch an attack using only the current forces in the capital. Over the next week, they plan to conscript relatively young, physically fit people and incorporate them into our units. The new recruits who are assigned to the unit are expected to be amateurs. There will be very few people who will be of any use. Yes, Major. You who have experienced actual combat should train them into proper fighting forces. Training juniors is also an important part of your duties. Looking back, 6 months ago, I was thoroughly trained by platoon leader Garbach and heard many different stories from Senior Allen and Senior Gray. I've grown little by little. It seems that the role of guiding these new recruits has already come around to me. As soon as the formation is solidified, I will assign you your roles. Today, those of you who have survived here are the core of our newly formed Renville Army. Yes, Major. Formation will likely be complete in 3 days. Take it easy today and tomorrow. Whether visiting your families or hitting the town with comrades, enjoy it to the fullest as it might be your last holiday in life. Make sure there are no regrets. With that, Major Renville placed a large bag of gold coins on the ground. This is a special reward from the government. Rejoice. We've struck it rich. Wow. Since it's a precious vacation in the capital, I won't allow my subordinates to feel ashamed about not having enough money to fully enjoy themselves. Now, line up and take your share. You've earned it with your hard work until now. Don't hold back. Take as much as you need. With tremendous smiles on their faces, they eagerly grabbed handfuls of gold coins in both hands. The reward is half a year's salary, isn't it? That's an incredible amount to receive all at once. We're young and few in number, but this adds up to quite a sum. We ordinary soldiers were told to rest for 2 days. He handed me a bag containing a large amount of gold coins that looked like it would be difficult to spend in just 2 days. Senior Alan, what are you doing on your vacation? I'm thinking of going to see my parents. By some miracle I managed to come back alive, so I have to be a good son to them. Oh, so Senior Alan is from the capital. It seems that all the soldiers from the capital are planning to go and see their families. After all, there's no guarantee that we'll come back alive this time. If my family were still alive, I'd want to see them as much as possible. What are you going to do, Rodri? That's right. I'm thinking of visiting Corporal Verdi first. Oh, I want to go too. It seemed that Rodri was on his way to the capital's central hospital. Our wounded comrades are reportedly being taken to that hospital and receiving treatment. Verdi is always kind to me, so I should probably go and visit him. Then I'll join you. Are you coming too, Senior Alan? Even comrades are important family members. It's better to wake up knowing they're safe. So, that's how it went. What may have been my last holiday of my life began with visiting someone in the hospital. However, I was wondering what I'd do if Verdi was seriously injured and refused to allow visitors. Oh, everyone, are you all safe? I apologize for withdrawing due to injury at such a critical time. I went to the hospital and asked for permission to meet with Verdi and was able to meet him right away. He's almost completely recovered and will be able to leave the hospital tomorrow. I'm glad to see you're doing well, Corporal Verdi. Thank you, Touri. Your quick judgment saved my life. Honestly, when you were brought in so seriously injured, I debated abandoning you. I'm glad you were saved. Oh, it sounds like I was really on the brink then. I still vividly remember the sight of Verdi being carried to the Frontline medical clinic vomiting blood. His whole body was swollen in shock, but it seemed like he could barely be saved with emergency surgery, just enough to pull through. It felt like a gamble to send him to the rear. You really have bad luck, Corporal. How many times have you narrowly escaped death? Corporal, you were a bit careless. If you sense the enemy's gaze on you, you need to duck immediately. Ha ha ha, I have nothing to say to that. I handed him the cake I had bought on the roadside, and Verdi accepted it with a wry smile. In any case, I'm glad that he's safe. I guess I'm just not cut out for the front lines. What's the sudden thing, Corporal? It's just as Private Rodri said. I just wasn't paying enough attention. Ah, well. Rodri looked away, embarrassed that his joke had been called out. Seeing him like that, Verdi just laughed and waved his hand, saying he didn't mind. By order of my uncle, I have been promoted. It is in recognition of my achievements during the Marshdale evacuation, but as you know, I did nothing. I was just a good-for-nothing who got shot and retreated. My uncle must have realized my incompetence. That's why he promoted me somewhat forcibly and removed me from the front lines. Having said this, Verdi frowned in disgrace and then looked down. It seems that I won't have any opportunities to fight alongside you guys anymore. I'm sorry. This was something I had vaguely sensed as well. One could say that it was just bad luck, but Verdi was often unable to act in sudden situations and was injured, so he was not a very good infantryman. Soldiers like Rodri show incredible reactions when they sense danger, but Verdi seems to be the type whose mind goes blank and freezes up. It wouldn't be surprising if he dies at any time if he stays on the front lines any longer. In the first place, Verdi was sent to the front lines to gain experience as part of his process of becoming a staff officer. His true nature is that of someone who sits back and relaxes in the rear. Congratulations on your promotion, Corporal. You have nothing to apologize for. But if the Corporal becomes a great leader, then I have a lot to brag about. I was the one who kicked the ass of that big shot, Verdasama, and gave him guidance. That's definitely true. However, it seems that this was a very painful story for Verdi. He must feel guilty that he was the only one to be promoted after being injured and having to withdraw early on. Also, I think you too will be promoted a little in rank. You'll be a field officer. Oh, is that so? Most of the soldiers who should have been in that rank have been killed or wounded. To fill the gaps, I think Alan will be put in charge of a platoon. Wow, that's amazing. So Alan Platoon is finally being formed. It seems that not only Verdi will be promoted, but we will also be promoted. Well, most of the key military personnel were killed in the Sylph offensive. Even rookies like myself and Rodri are valuable because we've been in actual battles. Well then, that's all. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Well, see you later, Corporal Verdi. If you ever get some real power, make sure you secretly pass some good alcohol to Alan Platoon. That won't be possible. And with that, we shook hands for the last time. Thank you for everything, Corporal Verdi. With Verdi looking a bit lonely, we slowly left the hospital. Ha! Hey, Senior. I heard a voice as we were leaving the hospital. Hey, over here. Hey, can't you hear me? Medic First Class Touri. Out of nowhere, a strange voice called my name. What on earth is going on here? Hey, Touri, they're calling you. I heard. I sighed and turned towards the direction of the voice, and there he was. Oh, it's you after all, Senior. I'm glad to see you again. Did you come to visit me? Yes, that's right. A legless, droopy-eyed man was being held by a woman with long hair and was waving at me. Hey, let me introduce you to my wife, Kusha. You're Touri? It seems you've taken care of my idiot husband. Thank you so much. I was approached by someone who called out to me, and Gamuji greeted me with a big smile. Nearby was a slim, clear-spoken woman and a young child who was staring blankly at me, holding onto the hem of her skirt. Mommy, who's this? She's a friend of Dad's. You really helped me out during the Marshdale incident. You saved my life, and it's thanks to you that I'm able to see my wife and child again. Gamuji's wife was more beautiful than I expected. With her almond-shaped eyes and a kind demeanor, she spoke with a slight dialect. So he really was married. How did a guy like this manage to catch such an attractive woman? Gamuji, there's no need to feel particularly grateful. It's only natural for a soldier to protect their juniors. See, she's very humble. That's how a soldier should be, completely different from those guys who use their power to bully others. Oh my. I've never seen anyone as capable as you. If my son was a little older, I'd kneel down and beg you to marry him. Gamuji was light-spoken and eloquent. He delivered flowery rhetoric with a cheerful air. In Marshdale, he called me a brat and ignored my orders. He's a really shameless guy. Senior, this is it for me. I don't have to fight anymore now that I've retired. Well, I suppose so. So I'm planning to take my wife and evacuate to a safe place. Luckily, I received a decent amount of retirement money. I'm planning to use that money to start a business somewhere. He had apparently left the military. Given his completely cowardly personality and physical condition, it'd be impossible for him to continue as a soldier. That seems like a good decision. Even so, he was truly lucky to be able to receive his retirement benefits even after deserting before the enemy. Platoon leader Garbak's decision to reintegrate Gamuji into the platoon as a lost soldier instead of a deserter likely led to him receiving retirement benefits. So, I'll be leaving Win soon. I'm glad I got to see you again. Likewise. Hey Kusha, you have that ticket, right? Can you give it to Senior? The reason why Gamuji called out to me was that he wanted to give me some kind of present. What on earth is he planning to give me? Ah, yeah, I do. Well, it's true that she saved your life. I guess it can't be helped. Tickets. Oh, they're tickets to the theater my wife was planning to go see. With that, he handed me a ticket that was rather lavishly decorated. Theater. I see. So there is entertainment like that in the capital. This woman was happily booking tickets to the theater while I was dying in Marshdale. Well, it's the capital city. It'd be a waste not to go and have fun. Normally, wouldn't a woman be so worried about her husband that she can't even eat? Why are you sightseeing like it's normal? I gained some extra income. Isn't that my deposit for conscription? Nope, that's the fee for collecting large garbage. Gamuji's wife said this with a smile. She had the audacity to not care that her husband was dying. They might suit each other perfectly. The tickets are for tomorrow's performance, but we are planning to leave today. My wife keeps insisting that she wants to stay and watch the play, but I have no intention of being in a dangerous place for even a second longer. Well, we don't know when the Sabatian army will return. You should evacuate to safety as soon as possible. That's why I was planning to sell these tickets quickly to get some money for my journey. But, you're still staying in the capital, aren't you, Senior? Yeah. Then I'll give it to you. It seems to be a pretty popular theater company. You can use it however you like, whether you want to sell it or go see it yourself. Gamuji said, smiling wryly as he handed me the 2 tickets. An adult ticket and a child ticket. Sorry for the odd combo, Senior. No, thank you Gamuji. I have tomorrow off and don't have any plans. Oh, that's perfect then. Anyone under 15 is considered a child, so go invite someone else and have fun. This is probably Gamuji's way of showing sincerity. Given his personality, it's hard to imagine him giving up something that could be worth money for free. When I made a mistake and lost my leg, I thought for sure that Senior was going to abandon me. I'm truly grateful. I don't think I can repay you with something as small as this. If you're ever in trouble again, I'll always be there to help you, Senior. Despite how I look, I never forget the kindness I've received. With that, the man named Gamuji was carried on his wife's back. I'm praying for your safety from the bottom of my heart, Senior. Saying that, we shook hands. Have you finished talking with Gamuji? Yeah, well, he's as noisy as ever. With 2 theater tickets in hand, I returned to Rodri. Gamuji plans to flee to a city far from the reach of war, in the opposite direction of the Sabbath. We'll probably never see each other again. He gave me a present. Well, good for you. What are those tickets? They're tickets to a popular theater troupe's performance. Though, I wonder if they're even operating theaters in this situation. Who knows, doesn't seem likely, but with all the festivities yesterday, they might have resumed. He remained shady until the end, but even a man like him had a family. His wife and child looked happy as they embraced Gamuji, even though he had lost his legs. My decision protected their happiness. That day, even if I had to be reckless, there was meaning in saving him. Hey, Rodri. These tickets are for 2. Realizing that, just a little bit. If you're interested, would you like to go on a date with me tomorrow? What? I felt a little happy. Chapter 41. If you're interested, would you like to go on a date with me tomorrow? I took the 2 theater tickets I had received from Gamuji and invited Rodri on a date. What do you think? The reason I invited Rodri wasn't because I had any particular feelings for him. There simply weren't many people I can invite. If Alan returns to his hometown, most of my acquaintances aren't available. I have no way of getting in touch with the people at the medical headquarters who worked with me in Marshdale. Since I don't know anyone in the capital, the only people I know now are the members of Garbak platoon. Well, that's fine. The theater. So that's where we're going? Yes, if it's open. Hey you guys. Going on a date during an emergency like this is pretty intense. It seemed that Rodri didn't have any particular plans, so he agreed without hesitation. He didn't seem particularly embarrassed either. He just gave an annoyed look in response to Alan's teasing. Even if you call it a date, Senior Alan, it's Touri after all. Oh, are you dissatisfied? No, well, I guess it's a date. I felt that Rodri was carefully choosing his words with a lot of consideration for me. Apparently he likes older women, according to Senior Alan. In that sense, I'm probably not his type. That's why I can invite him without hesitation. It's nice and easy knowing that there are no strange expectations. Hey, Rodri, that's a rude reaction to a girl asking you out. No, it's just that it's Touri, you know. She reminds me a lot of my sister. Similar to your sister? That's right. She doesn't look much like Touri, but her aura and tone of voice are the same, to the point that they're spitting images. When I talk to her, it feels like I'm talking to my little sister. I see. No wonder I found it so easy to talk to Rodri. He was used to dealing with someone like me, who's a little quiet and not very good at talking. What did your sister call you, Rodri? She used to call me Brother Rod. Well, she's a cute girl. Though, at times, she can be vindictive and picky. I see. Hey, Brother Rod, is your sister like this? Stop it. Seriously, stop it. You really resemble her. This might be a good way to tease Rodri in the future. By the way, how old is your sister? I think she's 12 this year. Then it'll be in 3 years. As I was thinking about such trivial things, Senior Alan suddenly became serious. What do you mean, 3 years? It seems the country is already preparing to conscript and mobilize men and women alike. As expected, the infantry will be made up of only men, but more and more women will be forced to work in arms and ammunition factories. The number of female soldiers being recruited as medics, nurses, and logistics positions will likely increase. Conscription begins at the age of 15. In order to protect your sister, we'll have to end the war within the next 3 years, Rodri. That's right, he said in a murmuring tone. Well then, shall we go shopping today in preparation for our date tomorrow? Prepare? What's there to prepare for? That's obvious. I'm going to buy some practical items to take with me on future long-term missions. I definitely want to get some spare clothes and rain gear. After separating with Senior Alan, I decide to go out to town with Rodri to do some shopping. How does that prepare you for a date? If we go shopping tomorrow, I'll end up with a lot of stuff to carry during our date, right? I want to buy the necessities today so I can walk around light tomorrow. Oh, I see. It's the capital after all. There's a limit to the amount of luggage I can carry, but I still want to obtain whatever I can for now. Doesn't shopping together count as a date? Well, that's just a matter of wording. You don't need to think too deeply about it. Wouldn't it be convenient to say it was a date when your comrades ask what you did on your last day off? Ah, by the way, there's no deeper meaning behind using the word date. Well, the main reason is that it gives both of us something to brag about to our comrades. This will ensure that new troops won't look down on us. By the way, Rodri, have you ever been on a date with a woman? Well, there's no need to put on airs with you. No, I haven't. I see. Make sure you gain some experience. I've taken my sister out to play a few times, and I feel like this might have a similar vibe. Well, I think it will be like that too. It definitely won't turn into anything romantic. Well, whatever. Let's make some fun memories together. That's right. And that's perfectly fine. There's no guarantee that I'll return alive from my next mission either. So at the very least, I want to create as many happy moments as I can before I die. That is probably my main goal for this date. Oh, this. Isn't this the liquor platoon leader Garbak liked? That's right. Yesterday only a few stores were open, but today some stores were opening again. No one knows where the rumor came from, but there seems to be a rumor going around that a very wealthy military man is spending lavishly in town. Merchants began opening shops to make a little money. Can you drink, Rodri? I don't know, but it might be a good charm, right? In a pinch, I can dump out the contents to pee in it. That true. It seemed that Rodri purchased the strong liquor in order to emulate platoon leader Garbak. During the retreat to Marshdale, infantrymen who didn't have bottles collected urine in unsanitary iron helmets to drink from. For that reason, it's worth having a bottle. Although I think it's better if it was filled with water. Shop owner, how much is this? Sorry, that'll be a bit expensive. It's wartime, so I'm charging double retail price. Wow, that's expensive. You have a strong business sense. The price quoted at the store was far beyond what most people are willing to afford. Taking into account the fact that the brand platoon leader Garbak favored is already expensive, it's a huge amount. There were many stores that charged such exorbitant prices. Seems they thought that since the soldiers received a lot of money, they might as well rip us off. On the other hand, hey, soldiers over there, if you're going to buy alcohol, Why don't you buy it from me? I'm selling everything half off. What? How could we do something so unscrupulous to the soldiers who are fighting for us? Come on, come on. Hey, this is interference of business. I'll expose you at the merchants' meeting. Shut up, I'm free to sell it for whatever price I want. What the hell are you doing to a soldier risking his life for us? Perhaps as a token of their appreciation, some stores even offered us larger discounts than usual. This is probably a matter of differences in thinking. This is the same liquor, right? I'll give you some water to dilute it as a bonus. It's quite strong, so don't drink it straight until you're used to it, okay? Oh, thank you. I'm grateful. The shop owner even gave us a small bottle of water for free. It's at times like these that humanity shines. I'm very grateful that he's selling his valuable product at a low price even at a loss. You've been acting like this for a while now. It's bad manners to steal a customer. It's bad manners to rip off a soldier. You're just clearing out your inventory because you're leaving the city. You're just trying to look good. We bowed to the store owner and left. Little by little, the city is coming back to life. Maybe we can look forward to tomorrow's theater performance. Since we managed to get tickets, I hope they don't cancel the event. We continued shopping after that. I think I've bought pretty much everything I need. Getting those hardtack biscuits was a relief. They're canned, so they'll keep well. Even if we end up in a situation like before, at least we'll have the calories. Hey, Shorty, you bought a strangely large amount of clothes. Are you really going to need all that? Yes, there are times during missions when it can't be helped. Like when my underwear gets stained with blood and I have to dispose of it. Oh, sorry about that. We spent the whole day gathering supplies. It was almost evening before we knew it. In the shopping district, stores are starting to close. It's about time to call it a day. Hey, that toy store is open. Let's make that our last stop. Sounds good. Finally, Rodri suggested going to the toy store. Apparently, let's take this opportunity to send my siblings something good from the capital. Rodri seems to be buying gifts for his family. He's planning on sending them to his family alongside any leftover funds. If the orphanage hadn't burned down, I myself might have bought something to send over. When I entered the store, I saw a wide array of toys that would delight any child. The store seemed to be a general goods store with a fairly wide range of items on display, including musical instruments and art supplies. How about this one? My little brother might like it. Even if it's just a toy, you're giving a gun as a gift. Isn't it bad luck? Well, I guess so. Picking up one of the toy rifles, Rodri looks troubled. It's true that boys might be happy with it, but I personally don't want children to be happy with things like guns. How about a doll for your sister? A doll? To be honest, I don't know anything about dolls. Then let me choose one for her. Oh, I'll leave it to you then. I knew Rodri has a younger sister, so I recommended a doll. Since there's little entertainment in this world, a little girl can play with a single doll endlessly. I'm sure she would be very happy if he gave her a well-made doll from the capital. If she's around 12 years old, this might be good. Recalling my memories at the orphanage, I searched for the doll that was often fought over. As expected, animal dolls were popular at the orphanage. They were always missing from the doll box. Where are the teddy bears and other stuffed animals? It was soft, fluffy, and pleasant to touch. If I were to give a doll as a gift, I would choose something like that. What's wrong, Shorty? I happened to pick up one of the dolls that caught my eye. It was a smiling fox doll with a slightly mischievous face. Do you like that one? Its face looks kind of creepy. Yes. This doll is probably not a popular item. Hey. Then why did you pick up something like that? They weren't very popular, so there were always extra ones left over at the orphanage. This fox is a doll that I used to practice my tricks. I was very familiar with this fox doll. In that peaceful orphanage, whenever I wanted to play with dolls, I always choose this fox. I didn't choose any other dolls because I'd be looked down on if I monopolized a popular doll. Once I got used to it, I found it quite charming. Before I went to war, I kept it by my side as my favorite doll. I never thought I would meet this fox doll again in a place like this. I see. Hey, Shopkeeper, how much for that fox? Herr Rodri, will this be enough? Pleasure doing business. Perhaps noticing my sentimentality, Rodri immediately purchased the doll. I didn't even have time to say anything. Here you go, shorty. Take it. Thanks. If you have such strong feelings for it, it'll make for a good luck charm. Having it will calm your mind, so take good care of it. Then he threw the fox doll he bought into my shopping bag. I was thinking of buying it myself. I never expected to receive it as a gift. Thank you, Rodri. Don't worry about it. Senior Grey definitely would have done the same thing. You're right. Lately, it seems like Rodri has been following Senior Grey's footsteps. I'm sure Rodri's idea of the ideal, cool man is based on Senior Grey. Every time someone tells him that he's starting to look like Senior Grey, he acts cold, but looks quite happy. I'll treasure it. I picked up the doll Rodri bought me. I looked him straight in the eye and thanked him. The fox doll that Rodri bought for me at that time. I still keep this doll as a precious treasure. Although it was only 2 days, this peaceful and enjoyable vacation with Rodri has become a treasured memory I'll remember for the rest of my life. It is one of the few happy memories I have from the war, and I haven't forgotten it to this day. Rodri, have you decided on a gift? Yeah, I'll send that fox doll to my sister. Looking back, it was a very, very short period of time. Well, let's go home now. It's getting late. It was an irreplaceable holiday where Rodri and I were able to have fun and play in a way that was appropriate for our age. If there were no war and I became friends with Rodri in a peaceful world, would we have taken such a peace for granted? Touri? Sorry, but I have something to take care of. Rodri, are you going to? No, it's just. Senior Grey would definitely do this too. By the way, after we finished shopping, Rodri and I parted ways halfway. I guess you're a boy, after all. Well, I mean, with all the money we got. It seems he went to a questionable shop alone afterward. Well, it's a precious vacation. I guess it can't be helped. Chapter 42. This is the first time I'm seeing play in theatre, past life or present. Luckily, the theatre reopened the day after I went shopping with Rodri. We were able to get seats without any problem with our tickets. Well, thus the great mage Igel succeeded in defeating the Demon King all by himself. He returned in triumph to his hometown village for the first time in 10 years. However, what awaited Igel was a tragic reality. The play was about a hero. The storyteller sat near the stage, raising his voice to narrate the story. At his signal, the lights changed, illuminating a different stage. It was a wonderfully crafted performance that kept the audience engaged without boring them. Oh, what in the world is this? On the newly lit stage, a large man in glamorous clothing was kneeling in despair. With a look of despair on his face, he knelt before a motionless village girl. That's right. As you can see, the hometown of the hero Igel, who saved the world, has been frozen and destroyed with no survivors. The village remained devastated, frozen in the scenery of the day Igel left on his journey. What exactly happened? Let's go back to the day after Igel set out on his journey to defeat the Demon King. The Ice Witch, a loyal subordinate of the Demon King, attacked the village in an attempt to diminish the hero Igel's resolve. As the storyteller narrated, a long-haired woman with a truly wicked expression gracefully stepped onto the stage. The Ice Witch scattered a mysterious powder, causing everyone on stage to freeze motionless. She attacked, and in the blink of an eye, she destroyed Igel's village by encasing it in ice. Yes, the homeland that Igel held dear, and the woman to whom he had pledged his lifelong love, were lost while he was gone. Oh, Maya, Maya. Igel wept as he clung to her, the girl with blue-black skin frozen in ice. It was the body of his fiancé, who had died carrying a bucket as part of her daily routine to fetch water. Why things end up like this? Igel became crazed and smashed the ice. Then, her body crumbled and fell to the ground. The actress playing the hero's fiancé skillfully adjusted her posture to match Igel's gesture of breaking the ice. Wow, what a great performance. Maya, I defeated that evil Demon King so we could have a happy future together. Igel lifted the girl who had fallen to the ground and cried out. Oh Maya, was your promise to wait for me until I returned a lie? He then hugs the blue-skinned corpse and breaks down in tears. If that's how it is, I shouldn't have become a hero and defeated the Demon King. I should have just stayed by your side as a powerless villager. And then, he slowly approached the lips of his fiancée, who had now become a silent corpse. What did you think, Rodri? The ending was a bit. My first theater experience was much more fun and interesting than I had expected. What the hell is that? If I kiss my fiancée, she'll come back to life. Dead people are called dead because they can't come back to life. Well, it's a story. The story of the play was a standard one, with a man named Igel becoming a hero and defeating the Demon Lord after an adventure. Since the story didn't have any strange plot twists, I was able to enjoy it without thinking too hard. That play is based on a true story, right? It's okay to embellish a little. Wouldn't it leave a bad taste in your mouth if the hero defeated the Demon King and then his fiancée died? Well, I guess that's true. By the way, the genre of this play is historical. It is said that in an era long ago, demon kings and heroes actually existed. I sometimes forget, but this really is a fantasy world of swords and magic. Perhaps, in reality, by the time the hero Igel returned, his hometown was probably already destroyed. It was just altered to have a happy ending because it was a play. He must have been heartbroken. All things considered, Rodri seemed to enjoy the play quite a bit. He gazed on the stage with shining eyes during the scene where the Demon King and the hero fight one-on-one. For some reason, I thought he looked like a boy his age. Not necessarily, my little visitors. Ho! As the group got excited about the play, we heard a voice talking to us. You are. Hello. I'm an actor at this theater. My name is Aranoma. Hello. It was the same actor that was playing the hero Igel, who had been standing in the theater just a moment ago. I was surprised to see a stage actor coming out at the exit, but apparently it's common for actors to greet the audience at this theater. Looking around, I noticed that in addition to the actor playing the hero, there were other stage actors chatting with the audience. Now, here's a treat for you all. I'll share some of my favorite foods with you. He smiled at us and handed himself and Rodri some small candies. Looking at Aranoma closely, he is a very handsome man. As for his age, probably older than platoon leader Garbak. He looked to be in his 30s. What did you think of the play, little guest? I thought it was fantastic. I had a great time. That's great to hear. How about you over there? Well, it was good. Yes. Rodri answered with an embarrassed look on his face. Perhaps he didn't want to complain in front of the actor who asked him his thoughts. He did not have the courage to say anything about the ending. Oh, you don't like the ending, right? Yeah. Well, it seems Aranoma heard what he said earlier. Actually, that came directly from the legend. It said that Igel's lover really did come back to life, and they lived together happily ever after. Really? The true nature of that resurrection is said to be the effect of a healing magic via kissing that existed in Igel's time. It seems kissing enhances the potency of healing magic. If he had the magical power of a hero, it's no surprise that he could revive his frozen lover with a kiss. What? Oh, really? Rodri looked at me with eyes that said that. At least, I've never heard of such a story. If the effectiveness of healing magic could really be increased by just a kiss, the hygiene department would be full of kisses. At the very least, the senior medics at the field hospital would have had no hesitation in kissing both men and women. So, do you believe in the legend? Aranoma, my medic is giving me a dubious look. Medic. Well, in the world of fiction, it's probably a classic setting for a kiss to have a sacred effect. It does feel romantic. I don't feel like actually trying it though. It seems too unsanitary, considering the risk of infection. Oh, no way. Are you soldiers? At your age? Yeah, we're defeated soldiers returning from the Western Front. Today is our last day off. I see. So that's why kids your age were able to buy tickets to our theater. It seems that Aranoma didn't know we were soldiers. Well, we weren't wearing military uniforms. It's not surprising for him not to know. Rodri was dressed casually in a tank top and military trousers, while I was wearing a dress that I had bought at a street stall yesterday. I bought it because I thought it'd have been nice to have at least one piece of clothing that I could have used to disguise myself as a civilian when the Marshdale withdrawal occurred. The fabric of the dress is surprisingly light, and once folded it doesn't take up much storage space, which is a plus. Why do you guys try to fight? Aren't you afraid of dying? Of course I'm afraid. Then why don't you run away? Why? Well, I hate those Sabbath guys. And also, maybe it's because I've inherited so many things from so many different people, Rodri said with a difficult look on his face. A while ago, when I asked him why he fought, he simply said, because I hate my enemy. I can't leave my comrades behind now. That feeling compels me to fight. It seems his reasons for fighting are slowly changing. I'm sure it's a sign of Rodri's growth. I volunteered to join the army to help the orphanage where I was born and raised. But now that my hometown has been burned down, I feel the same was as Rodri. I can't just leave my comrades behind and run away. Because I'm in a position to save people's lives, I won't go to places as dangerous as Rodri. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could save someone's life by being there? The reason I don't run away is simpler. First of all, even if I run away from the military, I have nowhere to go. Even if I quit being a soldier and became an ordinary citizen, given the current state of the war, it wouldn't be surprising to be massacred by Sabatian forces at any time. In that case, it'd be better for me to continue healing people in a place where I can help my comrades even a little. Besides, Rodri is quick to do reckless things. It'd be better if we had as many medics as possible. What? I wouldn't make such a huge mistake. Also, the people I want to protect more than anything in this world right now are the people I met in the military, like Rodri, Senior Alan, and Corporal Verdi. I don't know any place that's worth fleeing to and leaving people like that behind. I see. Thank you, brave guest, for sharing your valuable story with me. Oh, did that help you in some way? Yes. That was very informative. Aranoma had an indescribable look on his face as he looked at us. Maybe he's worried about something. See you, Aranoma. If I come to see this play again, I'll come and talk to you again. I'm sure that will be a long way off, but I hope you'll give us another entertaining performance next time. Yeah. When that time comes, I'll make sure to prepare the best show ever. It seems like his worries were resolved after listening to our story. Aranoma had a somewhat radiant smile on his face. Well then, see you later. With the casual promise to meet again, Rodri and I left Aranoma's side. By the time we finished watching the play, the sky had already turned red. We ended up spending about half a day at the theatre from noon onwards. That took up quite a bit of your time. Thank you for spending your precious vacation with me. No, it was a good break, Shorty. It'll give me something to talk about with my comrades while I'm stuck on the front lines. That's good. It's all thanks to Gamuji. I don't really want to thank that guy. Looking up at the setting sky, I realized that this happy time was finally coming to an end. Yesterday and today were really fun. I feel like it was the first time I had a chance to play properly since I entered the war. Military duty starts again tomorrow. Is there anything you still need to do? No. This marks the end of our brief rest. Starting tomorrow, we will be soldiers again. Not in this city at least. What? I will pursue the demons of the Sabbath and avenge my comrades. That is what I have left to do now. I'm sure there will be many more hardships and difficulties ahead. There may come a day when I think I should never have taken part in the war. I should have just thrown away all my shame and reputation and run away. But platoon leader Garbak is dead. From tomorrow, we'll be in different units. Yes, I suppose so. Don't die, Shorty. There's no one left to protect a weakling like you. As long as there are people like this who worry about me and consider me their comrades, I'm sure I'll never escape this hell. In that case, Rodri, please don't let the enemy attack where I'm located. Leave that to me. It's my job. Because that is my mission now. Alan Platoon, Private Rodri. Oh. The next morning, each soldier's affiliation was posted in the Military Academy auditorium. Each platoon will assemble for roll call by the platoon leader and will be instructed to report back upon completion. It looks like they're reorganizing the unit to keep the original lineup as similar as possible. The old Garbak platoon members are all in my platoon. Oh, that's a relief. It seems that Rodri has been transferred to Alan's platoon. Alan was promoted to sergeant and Rodri was promoted to private first class. Moreover, the rest of the group are 5 newbies I don't even know. Looks like Rodri will be the squad leader. Wow, that's quite a promotion, Rodri. Seriously? It looks like Rodri will be taking on the position of squad leader. Infantrymen returning from the Western Front were now a valuable commodity, and even he, who had only been in the military for a year, was put in a position of command. Is the Austin Army all right? Is my name not on the Allen squad? Of course not. You're not an ace who would get a call sign like that. Naturally, his name was not on the Allen squad. Perhaps this time I'll be finally assigned to the regular health department like head medic Gale. I feel relieved thinking that I no longer have to be a medic in the frontline assault squads. It looks like only the infantry platoon affiliations are posted. I don't think Touri's affiliation has been decided yet. Well, you're probably in the health department, Shorty. If I get hurt, I'll be relying on you. Yes, leave it to me. However, what worries me is that at the moment I'm the only medic in the army. Medics are valuable. It will likely take a considerable amount of time to secure and reorganize a sufficient number of them. It is hard to believe that they could be organized within a week or so. I doubt I'll be told to do it alone, but there's a chance I might be separated from Senior Alan and the others here and sent off to follow up. Touri Noel. Is Touri Noel here? Oh, yes, I'm here. All right, come here. I will inform you of your duty. While this conversation was happening, I was called by Major Renville. Finally, I can find out my new assignment. All right, go ahead, Shorty. Well, see you. Thus, I said goodbye to Senior Alan and the others. Yeah, see you later. And thus, I was about to meet new comrades with whom I would entrust my life and death to in a new unit. Medic First Class Touri Noel. In consideration of your achievements in Marshdale, you are hereby promoted to Chief Medic. Thank you. The rank given to me by Major Renville was Chief Medic. In infantry terms, it's the rank equivalent to Corporal. It's little higher than Rodri. And your assignment is to the medical department, Chief Medic Touri. Yes, sir. The medical department's personnel are not yet finalized. We are gathering healers who experienced the Marshdale retreat around Tokuma. However, it is expected to take several months to start operations. A few months. Yeah. It seems there are too many things to do, like managing supplies, supply routes, and arranging for nurses. Now that the central medical department has been destroyed, it seems it will be difficult to act immediately. Unlike the infantry units, which still retain some of their original form, the medical department has been completely wiped out. It's probably going to take a while to stabilize. The higher-ups have announced that they will be conscripting troops in Wynn and the surrounding villages, with a final total of 10,000 infantrymen to be mobilized within the next 3 months. The medical wing will apparently be reactivated at that time. I see. The medical department will advance in coordination with the infantry units 3 months from now. However, it would be a bit worrying if our Renville army, which will pursue Sabbath in advance, has no medics. Yes, you're right. Therefore, with that, Major Renville handed me a piece of paper. What was written on that paper was, "You are to form a medical unit as a platoon leader in our advance unit." Yes. Rejoice, you are now a platoon leader from today on. To my surprise, I received an order to form a platoon. This means that I will be put in charge of the Touri Medical Platoon, a unit made up of medics and nurses. The platoon members are young and seem to have a lot of stamina. There will be a medical checkup for the platoon members this afternoon. You, as platoon leader, should carry it out yourself. Understood. At that time, I didn't deeply understand the implications, but it was quite an extraordinary personnel decision. Originally, it'd be a joke to appoint someone with as little experience as me to the top of the medical unit. However, it seems that this was a personnel decision pushed through by a certain man with a bad habit of favoring those he likes. Well then, go and show off your skills to the fullest. Thank you, Major Renville. I didn't know at the time, but this decision would cause me a tremendous amount of hardship. Chapter 43. Hey little boss. Glad to see you safe and sound. After being promoted to platoon leader, I headed to an examination room at a hospital in the city per Major Renville's instructions. It was a hospital where medical examinations were carried out for soldiers undergoing conscription examinations. Oh, it's been a while, Kale. Yeah. Good to see you. Conscription examination is a physical and mental examination to determine whether an individual is fit for military service. Even those who pass the conscription examination will be examined by the medical department as a final check before enlisting. Before joining the military, I also underwent a full medical examination to check for any infectious diseases or chronic illnesses. However, due to manpower constraints, this time only a general health check at the local hospital will be performed, which will be treated as a pre-enlistment examination. Haven't seen you since Marshdale. I'm sorry I ran away earlier. No, Kale was a civilian, so it's only natural. However, there is a high risk of infectious diseases when it comes to the medical platoon. Since we work in hospitals and have more opportunities to be exposed to sources of infection, we must be tested more thoroughly than the average person. It seems that, as a way of introducing myself, I will be conducting the pre-enlistment examinations for the members of the platoon. That was really frustrating. The first person to enter the examination room was a familiar-looking young doctor. I've always regretted abandoning you and running away back then. As an adult, I felt so pathetic. That is, I won't leave you alone again. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Thank you very much. Hearing that is very reassuring. His name is Kale, and he is a kind-hearted, young, and excellent doctor. He and I were good friends at the Frontline medical clinic in Marshdale. We both took elixirs and worked around the clock for nearly a week. So, you were assigned to the advance force. Yeah. It seems that only young, highly motivated volunteers like me are allowed to join the advance force. Kale said that, and then he added with a cheerful laugh, besides, a forced march would be impossible for the esteemed older doctors, wouldn't it? At Marshdale too, he worked all night long without collapsing. Apparently he's an athlete who often plays football. His physical fitness scores are very good compared to the other conscripted infantry soldiers. With Kale's vitality, he could certainly be drafted into a medical unit right away. And because of my achievements at Marshdale, I'll be assigned as a first-class medic. That's encouraging. I still have a lot to learn, so please help me where I'm lacking. Sure, whenever you want. I've only been working as a medic for less than a year. As a medical professional, I'm no match for Kale. Putting aside my expertise in treating injuries, Kale is far superior in terms of general medical knowledge. I felt relieved to have a reliable ally I could consult in times of need. There doesn't seem to be any health issues. Okay, this will conclude your pre-enlistment medical examination. Yes, thank you. If things go well, I might be able to become a figurehead leader just like in Marshdale. Leading a platoon is still a bit much for me. If there are other medics of Kale's caliber gathered together, then I'm probably the lowest ranking medic in terms of abilities. When I'm not acting or taking on responsibilities as a soldier, I think I'll be learning more. Thinking about it that way makes me feel a little better. Just as I was thinking such sweet things. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Lakia. This is. From now on, I will do my best under platoon leader Touri. I look forward to working with you. The second medic to enter the examination room was a girl around my age wearing a school uniform. She had smooth dark hair and slightly sleepy eyes. Did you study medicine somewhere, Lakia? No, not at all. It seems I have an aptitude for healing magic, and since I would be conscripted anyway, they suggested I volunteer. Ah, that sounds familiar. When I spoke to Lakia in more detail, she told me that she had been deceived by the person in charge of her conscription examination, who told her that she would get paid and that it would be safe in the rear. She immediately agreed to volunteer for the advance unit. I think it's time for the military to stop deceiving honest people like this. I can't do anything yet, but I volunteered because I thought there might be something I could do to help. I'm confident in my physical strength, since I've always looked after my siblings. I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Apparently, Lakia is a complete amateur. I guess it was a bit of a sweet dream to have everyone be medics of Kale's caliber. She'll probably be out of action for a while. How long will it take for Lakia to grow into a valuable fighting force? At least for me, I was able to learn a lot by relying on the senior medics for about a month. If she's more talented than I am, she might be entrusted with responsibilities a bit sooner. Well, let's not have too high expectations. Alright, you seem healthy. I'm counting on you from now on, Lakia. Yes, thank you. Everyone starts out as a novice. I need to guide her in my own way so that she can grow properly. Let's discuss this with Kale and come up with a plan for how to train her. With that in mind, I called in the third person to examine me. Hello, little guest. The last person to enter the examination room was a middle-aged, muscular man. I recognized his deep-set eyes and well-defined features. Oh, it's you. We meet again. There are a total of 4 medics in the Touri medical platoon. One was me. The others include Kale and Lakia. Ah, well, nice you see you again. The one playing the hero Igel. It's Aranoma. The handsome man in his 30s in front of me was Aranoma. I'm surprised you can use healing magic too. Ah, sorry. I was just told that I had the aptitude for it, and that I'd learn more about it after joining the military. Aranoma is a star actor who's currently performing in the theatre company that has rented out the Wynn Theatre for its performances. Because he is not from Austin, he's not required to serve in the military. For some reason, he felt a strong desire to join the medical department. I was always told that I had an aptitude for healing magic, but my dream was to become an actor, so I never studied to be a healer. Then why did you volunteer? In the invasion, my friends and the village where the children I promised to go see again was burned to the ground by the Sabatian army. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. There was a lovely child with a beautiful smile. Her missing teeth were growing in, making for a cute, blooming smile. She was so moved by my performance that she cried, and said she wanted to see me perform again. I promised her that I would give her another great performance. So before I left the country, I planned to go to the village and fulfill that promise. Aranoma continued his story with an intense expression on his face. It seems there are no survivors in the village. I sensed a deep sense of regret when he told that story. However, I'm not from Austin. I was born in Flamel in the East and grew up as a traveling performer. There wasn't a reason for me to risk my life just because I hate the Sabbath. Well then, why? Yesterday, I changed my mind after hearing your story. Aranoma smiled brightly, his deep-set face flashing a smile. What's the meaning of refusing Austin's surrender? Do they want to see more bloodshed? But truthfully, I'm not eager to risk my life fighting for a country that isn't even my homeland. But if all I need to do is use healing magic to help people, and if it means extending a hand to my friends in the neighboring country who are suffering, then I wanted to help where I can. Thank you very much for that. No need to thank me. Injustice always meets its reckoning. We must absolutely repay the Sabbath for their barbarity. By the blood and pride of the Flamer people, I will be the light that heals your wound. Yes, he declared loudly, using gestures and voice as if he were on stage. Of the medics assigned to my platoon, 2 were amateurs. Both Aranoma and Lakia physically capable, but they will have to train their medical skills from scratch. I'll have to instruct them during the forced marches in pursuit of the Sabatian forces. This was a pretty tough responsibility to bear. It's a relief Kale was transferred to the platoon. Although Kale is inexperienced as a soldier, he is a skilled healer. For the time being, it's up to the 2 of us to lead them. Would a mentorship duo approach work? The mentorship approach pairs medics to teach and guide each other, absorbing respective strengths and ensuring consistent educational direction. Fortunately, there's one newcomer of each gender. Lakia, being a young woman, may find it difficult to consult an older man. I think the safest option would be for me to pair up with Lakia, and for Kale to guide Aranoma. That said, compatibility matters in relationships. I need to be able to adjust the combination flexibly. Chief Medic Touri. Next, please examine the new nurses. I got it. While I was thinking about this, the next patients started lining up outside. It seems that in addition to healers, a fair number of nurses will also be assigned to my platoon. The total number of people is just over 10, roughly the same size as the forward medical unit in Marshdale. Relationships with the nurses are also directly related to work efficiency, so I need to make sure we can communicate without issue. Well then, please come in. And so, I have been put in charge of a platoon. Wow, you've really grown up, haven't you, Touri? Later that evening, after returning to the military academy auditorium we had been staying at, I went to discuss my concerns with Senior Alan and the others. The purpose of the training is not only to learn the content, but also to learn how to command a platoon. What exactly is the role of a platoon leader? Basically, I'm the middleman. My role is to listen to orders from the higher-ups and issue instructions to the lower-ranking soldiers to carry them out. I see. Senior Alan is a veteran soldier, so he was the perfect person to consult about these matters. The only platoon leader I knew was that guy who was famously crazy, so it was a little difficult to use him as a reference. Platoon leader Garbak was violent, but he was an excellent platoon leader. The most important thing required of a platoon leader is the ability to lead and not let their subordinates disobey orders. Indeed, I never felt like disobeying him. Well, on top of that, he was just too outstanding in physical ability, judgment, and various other aspects. The title of ace was well deserved. I have no doubt at all about his excellence. At times, I felt reassured that as long as he was there, things would somehow work out. However, more often than not, I felt a chilling fear in my heart. But just imitating platoon leader Garbak won't get anyone to follow you. Is that so? Well, even if you're serious and hit your subordinates, you'll just end up hurting your own fist. If a subordinate retaliates and attacks you back, you might just get beaten up. I can't deny that. Using fear to lead subordinates is effective, but fundamentally, you need something that makes them think it'd be bad news to go against this person. In platoon leader Garbak's case, it was his use of violence. Well, that would be tough for a 15-year-old girl like me. Touri, you should aim to be a type of platoon leader who's popular and makes people want to follow your orders. Popular, you say? Your young appearance and age are typically disadvantages for a leader, but if you can command through popularity, it can work in your favor. Especially with medics, they're probably soft when it comes to emotional appeals. That's certainly true. In essence, Senior Alan is saying that I should use appeal to emotion, not fear, to make my subordinates obey me. Certainly, that approach seems more suitable for me. In the battlefield, disobedience can lead straight to death. Ensuring subordinates don't break orders and maintaining complete control over their actions during operations is the most important skill for a squad leader. And also, keep an eye out for foreign nationals. Are you talking about Aranoma? Just being a foreigner raises suspicions of being a spy. In fact, that possibility can't be ruled out. Senior Alan whispered to me in a low voice. You can decide whether you trust this Aranoma guy or not. If you think he's trustworthy, then cover him. If he seems suspicious, then get evidence. Actually, the military is struggling with manpower shortages. It wouldn't be surprising if spies slipped in. That is certainly a plausible scenario. Listening to Aranoma's story, it seemed like he was speaking from his heart, but his real job is as a stage actor. Acting must be a piece of cake for him. Thank you, Senior Alan. This was very helpful. Good to hear. So, what's your plan? With that settled, my course of action was clear. Before we leave, I'm thinking of organizing a social gathering as a form of recreation. I'd like to arrange a meal together so that everyone can get to know each other, to deepen friendship and get to know Aranoma's personality better. A dinner party seems like the best way to kill two birds with one stone. Sounds good, right? My platoon plans to treat the new recruits to a meal too. Are you also trying to be the popular type, Senior Alan? Yeah. I'll use my overflowing charm to lead my subordinates. Alan said with a grin. Let's both do our best as platoon leaders, Touri. Senior Alan isn't the type who's prone to violence. I'm sure he'll become a good, well-liked platoon leader. No way, Senior Alan. That's impossible. Being a villain who deceives newcomers into a den of debauchery, how can you be popular? What's the matter? I treated you to a cute girl after that, didn't I, Rodri? The girls Senior Alan recommends tend to be a bit dumb. Well, that's what's good about them. Could you please talk about this when I'm not around? The two former members of Garbak platoon started getting excited while cracking vulgar jokes, completely ignoring me. Before I knew it, even Rodri had completely fallen into the indecent atmosphere. I'm feeling a little sad. Chapter 44. After enlisting, new soldiers undergo training at the military academy. The lecture begins with an explanation of military regulations, and then goes on to a lengthy speech by a person dressed in formal attire. He gives a long lecture on the importance of the chain of command in military operations, bonuses and allowances, how to handle military regulations and equipment, and so on. Finally, veterans give specific details about their own experiences about what it is like to spend your days on the battlefield. The boring hours continue, unable to move a muscle. If they fall asleep, they'll be beaten with a wooden sword, so they must bear with it and continue listening. This is the first test for the rookie soldiers. This training is conducted by the military academy's faculty, so we aren't directly involved. So basically, recruits, you don't need brains. I'll decide everything you have to do. You're not to do anything until I give you permission. Yes, platoon leader Alan. Active military personnel will be able to tell the new recruits more about their experiences during the war. And now we are fortunate enough to be stationed at the military academy. As part of the training for the new recruits and to introduce themselves to the platoon leaders, a briefing was held in which each platoon leader gathered the soldiers who were to be transferred to their platoons. Hey you, tell me your name and rank. I am Private Second Class Retta, platoon leader Alan. Very well. Why did you volunteer to join this advance force? My brother was killed by Sabatian soldiers. I volunteered to join the advance force in order to avenge him. Well, that's very good. Just follow my instructions and you'll achieve your goal. Thank you. Each platoon leader gave a very thorough training session. Watching the recruits nervously introduce themselves was like seeing myself 6 months ago. I still remember being punched in the face by platoon leader Garbak after explaining to him that I couldn't use healing magic. Now then, it's time for my own. Time to introduce the members of the Touri medical platoon, which is led by a 15-year-old girl. Well, you know, I really regret what I did back then. There's no need to feel regretful. I just didn't want to see your face again, that's all. It seems that Kale and one of the nurses had history. As soon as we gathered, there was already a bad atmosphere. Are you two friends? We're not close. Well, let's leave it at that, Elma. I'll listen to all your complaints later. No thanks. Why should I have a conversation with you? I understand what you're trying to say. What happened back then was entirely my fault. I'm sorry. After all the members gathered and took roll call, a heated argument broke out between Kale and Elma, the nurse in charge of the platoon. To be precise, Kale's face was pale as he apologized profusely, while Elma was giving him an icy look. For now, I would like to give some instructions like the other platoon leaders, but what's up with this mood? Lakia and Aranoma look away uncomfortably. The nurses under Elma's command had a similar reaction. I totally get it. It feels like I have to do something about this. Is it okay for me to speak now? Yeah. That's right, little boss. Look, the platoon leader's words are important, so let's calm down a bit, Elma. I get it. It's fine. I cautiously stepped in to interrupt their argument. I'm not going to press them for details about what happened. That probably won't end well. For now, I will do my best to leave the trouble between the two of you alone. I will be taking command of everyone here. I am platoon leader Touri Noel. Please be aware of this. Oh, when a superior officer says something, you must reply. In this case, please reply loudly. Yes, platoon leader. Yes, platoon leader. Great, just like that. Perhaps because the atmosphere was frosty, no one replied, so I gently warned them. Under no circumstances would I punch them and say, "You bastards, can't you even reply?" My goal is to become a popular platoon leader. I'm sure you all are probably quite surprised by my appearance. You might feel that I'm unreliable, seeing a child like me as your platoon leader. Yes, platoon leader. Looks like they really do think that. Well, I guess it's natural to think I'm not very reliable. However, while I have only been in the military for 6 months longer than you, those 6 months are much heavier than you think. It is said that about 80% of new assault soldiers die within 6 months of taking up their posts. I was lucky to avoid becoming part of that 80%. It was because of this that I, the youngest person here, was appointed as platoon leader. Well, even though I survived for half a year, I hardly engaged in any fighting before the Sylph offensive. If they perceive me as unreliable, there's a chance they won't listen to my orders when the time comes. I need to be somewhat authoritative. Even if I can't truly act authoritative, I at least need my subordinates to follow to my orders. I'm not saying that you need to act bravely and fight the enemy to the death. I just want you to do your best to survive. Members of the medical platoon generally don't participate in combat. However, it would be a big mistake to think that you'll always be in a safe place. Let me be clear. From now on, you will all be facing death many times. There is no such thing as an absolutely safe battlefield in this world. I'm good at surviving. During the Marshdale evacuation, I was the only one left in the middle of the enemy and managed to survive. So, if you find yourself in a crisis like that, please follow my judgment and instructions in order to survive. Yes, platoon leader. Am I instructing them properly? For now, I've told them everything I wanted to say. Now it's time to instill in them the detailed rules of being a soldier. So, guys, do you have any questions? I have one. Platoon leader Touri. In the future, is there a possibility that, for example, one of us here will achieve something great, and the platoon leader will be changed? Oh, are you not satisfied with me? The first question came from Elma. She's asking whether someone else might be promoted to platoon leader in my place. I guess she's unhappy about having to follow a child. No, I have no complaints about you. It's just that, well, there is someone in the unit that I personally don't want to obey. Ah, I see. Is she worried about Kale becoming platoon leader? Well, considering his abilities, it wouldn't be surprising at all for Kale to be a platoon leader. Elma, the military is not a place where personal feelings come to play. To answer your earlier question, of course. It's possible that someone amongst you could be promoted to platoon leader. Is that so? Yes. For example, if I were to die in the line of duty, Kale would become the platoon leader in my place. I hope everyone's paying attention to this. Kale is the platoon's second-in-command, and is expected to provide advice and voice his opinion on decisions he disagrees with. It is important to emphasize that one must always obey orders from superiors. If you are unhappy with having to follow someone, please resign now. In the event of an emergency and the chain of command is disrupted, the entire platoon will be in danger. Orders from those in command are absolute. No one, including myself, should disobey orders from above, regardless of how absurd they seem. If you have any opinions about an order, be sure to tell your superior. If it is rejected, obediently go along with it. Even if the order is clearly wrong. Yes. It is not a subordinate's job to judge whether an order is wrong or not. When I scolded her like this, Elma seemed extremely dissatisfied. Perhaps my words were a little harsh, but it would be a problem if orders are ignored in an emergency. I cannot allow someone to lose their life like Salsa did because of a lack of understanding of orders from a superior officer. If I believe it is the correct opinion, then I intend to be flexible in accepting suggestions from my subordinates. So, please accept it for now, Elma. I got it. Perhaps sensing the mood, Elma didn't say anything more. However, judging from Elma's demeanor, she doesn't seem to be convinced to obey Kale. This isn't something that can easily be dealt with. Any other questions? If there are no more, I'm thinking of holding a dinner party to deepen the friendship between platoon members. I reserved a restaurant in the capital, so would you all be so kind as to accompany me? I managed to put on a smile and decided to head to the restaurant I made a reservation at. The venue we booked was a spacious pub located right next to the military academy. At these prices, I could pay for everyone in my squad. To be honest, I wanted the dinner party to be held in a more harmonious atmosphere. Along the way, no one seemed to be starting any conversations. The nurses were walking tensely, huddled together. Lakia and Aranoma, who were following behind Kale, were silent throughout the entire process. How did things end up like this? I'll have to hear more from Kale later. Hey, little platoon leader. Oh, what is it, Aranoma? Well, I have a small favor to ask you once the dinner party begins. The atmosphere was heavy. Just before I entered the store, a handsome man tapped me on the shoulder. Lara, fortissimo. Aranoma, the renowned stage actor in our Touri platoon. Amazingly, the moment the dinner party began, he volunteered to perform a show. I was well aware that this was how newcomers were treated, but I never thought he'd volunteer himself. Extra me. Oh my, what a singing voice. That's so cool. He really is a great stage actor. He is a pro among pros. Someone who's spent half his life in the entertainment industry and is able to liven up any venue. He noticed that the mood in the platoon and immediately volunteered for this role. Elma, let's give him some cheers. Heh. Yeah. This is supposed to be my role. It is the duty of the superior officer to maintain a good atmosphere in the unit. It was as if Aranoma had taken over the responsibilities that I should have been doing. Soon after I took up my post, I found myself in a great debt to him. That's amazing, as expected from an actor. Is there anyone else who can perform after this? Those who can't do it don't have to force themselves. However, the culture of making new recruits perform tricks like this isn't unique to my unit. It's something that's been adopted by many other units. I've had the experience of being forced to do it myself. That's right. The hospital and the military are the same in that regard. Judging from the way she spoke, it seems like there were similar occurrences at the hospital as well. Aranoma's act was simple, just singing and dancing, but the level of performance was so impressive that I was overwhelmed. Its beauty attracted the attention of the other customers and staff. I guess this is the power of those who make a living through art. Phew. How was my impromptu performance? That was excellent, Aranoma. You are now the most meritorious member of our platoon. I'm overjoyed to hear that. Aranoma responded to my compliment with a smile. Well, cool people look good no matter what they do. It seems that this person is not a spy after all, but rather has enlisted to be on our side. Is there anyone who can follow his lead and perform some tricks? Ahahaha, well, I'm not feeling too well today. Apparently, it was quite tough to be asked to perform after such an amazing act. The newbies sitting at the table shook their heads with nervous looks on their faces. Well, I know I'm being a little selfish. As platoon leader, I'll follow up. Chichamem? Can you do something, little boss? Yes. I just bought a doll the other day. Well, there's nothing I can do about it if that happens. I need to be proactive in getting my platoon members to get along. A doll. It's a fox. See, isn't it cute? Heh. Well, if you say it's cute, I guess I can kinda see it. Despite how I look, before I joined the military I had plans to make a living as a traveling entertainer. My ventriloquist puppet shows often enthralled the younger children at the orphanage. Due to my skill in handling dolls, which was praised as if they were alive, I was once even referred to as the puppet master. Hello there. I'm a fox. Ho! Ak. Wow, you're good at this, little boss. Ak. Meow. Ak. Meow. Ho! They're starting to harmonize. As I performed a fairy tale in a musical style using dolls, everyone looked at me with astonished expressions. Ventriloquist acts are always well received. I was quite satisfied with the considerable praise I received. Foo. I never thought little platoon leader would be this good. What's the matter, Aranoma? I'll admit it, little platoon leader. You're a worthy rival. No, I'm your superior officer. After my performance ended, Aranoma developed a sense of rivalry towards me for some reason. As someone involved in the theater, perhaps he felt something in my performance. If that's the case, it's a great honor. Chapter 45. Requesting permission to enter. Come in. Thanks to Aranoma's quick thinking, I was able to successfully deepen the friendship with my subordinates. The day after, I was called by a certain someone first thing in the morning. "Hello, Chief Medic Touri Noel. It's good to see you again." "Yes, likewise." That person is my direct superior during this expedition. "It's been a while, Lieutenant Arya." "Yeah, it's been a while. By the way, I'm a captain now." "I am very sorry about that, Captain Arya." It was Captain Arya, Major Renville's daughter and the woman who assisted me in treatment in Marshdale. "I've been put in charge of 1 battalion starting from this expedition." "Congratulations, Captain." "Thank you." Arya had risen to the rank of captain and become a battalion commander. When a platoon consists of 5 to 10 units, it becomes a company, and when several companies are grouped together, it is called a battalion. The total number of soldiers is close to 1,000. In this world's population, 1,000 is an enormous number of soldiers. Your medical platoon will also be incorporated into my battalion. From now on, you will be operating under my command. Understood. Apparently, Captain Arya was promoted at an unusually rapid rate in order to make up for the shortage of personnel after almost all the other command-level personnel were killed in the Sylph offensive. Well, I guess it's just my father's usual bias towards his family. I've told him to stop. "No, I think you're the right person for the job." "Ha ha ha, thank you." Captain Arya seemed to have reservations about her current rank. She must be attracting a lot of jealousy. She previously made comments that suggested she was aware of all the gossip regarding her. It seems getting promoted through connections comes with its complications. Major Renville intends to personally lead the battalion on the front lines. We will be following him. That's brave of him. My Arya battalion will be stationed at the very back of this expeditionary force. You will be placed in my battalion because I am the unit with the safest position. I see. My wing will be protecting you. You don't need to worry about your surroundings, just focus on your treatment. Thank you for that. It seems that Captain Arya has been placed in a fairly safe position thanks to Major Renville's arrangement. And my own medical platoon will be escorted by the Arya battalion, which is in that safe location. The medical department is the lifeline of the military. I'm sure they want to take good care of it. Oh, and regarding the guard duties for your platoon, I'm going to leave it to Verdi's company. I figured it'd best to have familiar faces around. Verdi? Yes. I have entrusted 1 infantry company to Lieutenant Verdi. You will be operating together with Verdi's infantry company. I had heard that he would retire from the front lines, but he ended up becoming a company commander instead. It is reassuring to be around someone I'm familiar with. Tomorrow, I will introduce Lieutenant Verdi to your unit. Please assemble your entire unit and present yourself to me at 7 a.m. Understood. After that, your platoon will receive training under Lieutenant Verdi's instructions. That's all. Are there any questions? No, nothing. All right. After listening to Captain Arya's story, I began to understand the position of the Touri medical platoon. Apparently, the job involves setting up frontline medical clinics, like the one in Marshdale, wherever we go. It looks like all we have to do now is concentrate on treatment in the back, as always. Touri. From now on, I will speak to you not as a soldier, but as your acquaintance. I apologize for suddenly making you shoulder such a heavy responsibility. No, not at all. It's insane to assign the role of platoon leader to a soldier of your age. I wish there was at least one more survivor from the frontline medical department. As I was about to leave the room, Captain Arya changed her tone to more casual and apologized to me. It's certainly strange that a child like me was suddenly appointed platoon leader. Once we are able to join up with the Southern Army, I plan to ask if they can provide us with an experienced medic. Although it will only be a short time until then, please do your best as the leader of the platoon. Really? It seems that as long as we can just join up with the Southern Army, I will be relieved of my duties as a platoon leader. I'm so relieved to hear that. You look much more relieved now. To be honest, I felt a bit overwhelmed. Almost everyone in the group is older than me, so I wasn't sure how to lead them. That sounds about right. If a situation like yesterday had arisen in which soldiers were on the verge of fighting, What would have happened if platoon leader Garbak had been in command? Perhaps Elma would have felt too intimidated to bring up such a topic. Even if she had brought it up, she would have been given an equal iron fistful of punishment, with that man saying, "Is that related to the war? Do you really think you can waste time talking this stupid shit?" And she would never bring up the subject again. When I think about it, leading with violence is actually quite easy. It is understandable why so many military personnel try to lead their subordinates using such methods. All you have to do is show that you are trying your best. Then, I'm sure the people around you will lend you their support. Yes. Although I am still inexperienced, I will give it my all and do my best. You can talk to me if you're having issues. However, I have no intention of using violence on my subordinates to subjugate them. Also, I just can't do it physically. Therefore, from now on, I will have to behave with honesty so that my subordinates will trust and follow me when the time comes. If I do that, I'm sure everyone will lend me their support. Yes, that's what I thought. Everyone was supposed to wake up at 6 a.m. and give the orders to assemble at the grounds. Before bedtime, I announced to the platoon members to gather at 6 a.m. since we would be meeting the company commander who will be escorting us. Once you're deployed, you have to wake up before 5 a.m. for the briefing. I scheduled it at this time to warm myself up. Let's take roll call. Kale, Aranoma, Elma, OD, Bucciarati. Of the 11 members of the Touri medical platoon, only 6 showed up. It was an abnormal situation in which half of my platoon was late. What are the others doing? Sorry, but I thought they were awake when I saw you. Elma, please go and check on the late ladies. Kale, could you go and check on the men? Got it, little boss. Is this what it's like for people who have never served in the military? No, the older people, such as Aranoma and Kale, were punctual in arriving. People with some work experience tend to be punctual. However, the members assigned to our Touri platoon, the advance unit, are mostly young people in their teens, including 15-year-old Lakia, and the nurses as well. It seemed that all the young people were late. Also, Mr. Aranoma, What about me? It's not just the delay that's the problem. Why are you wearing makeup? Well, it's to look good, of course. For Aranoma, the stage actor, it was good that he got up early and arrived on time. But for some reason, he showed up wearing heavy makeup, as if he was going to be on stage. Makeup is not necessary for military service, so please refrain from wearing it. Why? There's nothing wrong with it. When treating a patient, I'm sure patients would prefer to be looked after by someone with a beautiful face. Makeup is like a battle costume to me. I'm always on time, so I hope you'll forgive me for this. When I tried to gently reprimand Aranoma, he retorted as if to say, "What's wrong with that? It doesn't seem like he's going to listen to what I have to say. Platoon leader, it's about time you started studying makeup. I'm sure the number of happy patients would increase. Or is it against military regulations? There was nothing about that in the documents I received yesterday. I'm sure there is nothing about makeup in the military regulations. However, powders and other makeup materials can sometimes fall off while treating a patient. It would be terrible if, by any chance, it were to fall into the patient's wound. So, I personally would rather not wear makeup as much as possible. As long as it is not written in the military regulations, he's right in saying that I can't restrict him from wearing makeup. In fact, some military personnel are currently researching the use of makeup for forest camouflage. In order to avoid unnecessary resentment, let's ask him gently later. Sorry, I'm late. Sorry. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the nurses and Lakia who had not shown up appeared at the meeting place. Wow. Lakia was rubbing her sleepy eyes and was still in her pajamas. Apparently she has terrible morning habits. Has the time already passed? Really, sorry. On the other hand, the nurses seemed to be awake and came in their uniforms properly. Why are the nurses also wearing heavy makeup? What? If you have time to put on makeup, make sure you arrive on time for the meeting. No, but Lakia was asleep, so I thought it would be fine. In the first place, we're being called in at 7 o'clock, right? Every single one of them is wearing heavy makeup. Why prioritize makeup over meeting people? Head Nurse Elma. Is it permitted to wear flashy makeup in hospitals in the capital? I'm originally from Marshdale, so I can't say anything about the capital. But the hospital I worked at allowed it as long as it's not unsightly. Is that so? But still, their makeup seems excessive. Because, unlike a hospital, there are no such rules here. The nurses who were late didn't seem to show much remorse. Is it really a good idea to get angry about this? No matter how much I aim to be a popular platoon leader, if I'm not strict towards violations of military regulations, discipline will become lax. I know this might be unpopular, but let's impose penalties on people who are late. To be honest, I would like to ban makeup as well, but since it's not written in the military regulations, I will not enforce it at this time. Hooray! However, the 5 people who were late today will have to skip breakfast and lunch. The military is strict on punctuality. Please be careful not to let something like this happen again in the future. When I announced that they would be denied meals as punishment for being late, some of the recruits looked very unhappy. Their expressions were saying, "You're going to go that far?" Since there was no corporal punishment, the punishment is much lighter than that of a certain other person. It was your fault that you were late, so you should accept this. No food. Seriously? No way, just because of that. No, the meeting time is important. Try not to be late from tomorrow onwards. But it's so early in the morning. So this is how new recruits are. I don't really like saying bad things about others, but their attitude is very different from ours. They don't mind being late, but they won't tolerate even a little punishment from their superiors. These people do not have the common military knowledge that the orders of superiors are absolute. Lakia, please hurry up and get changed. Are you planning on meeting the captain in your pajamas? Yes. How can I change this mindset? Even now, in peacetime, my subordinates don't listen to what I have to say properly. I doubt I'll be able to control them when things get tough. It seems that I lack dignity, charisma, and things like that. I want to join the Southern Army as soon as possible and retire from my duties as a platoon leader. I was feeling a little disheartened, but I sent Lakia off to get changed and waited for her to return. Has Lakia not returned yet? She suddenly had a stomach ache earlier, so she locked herself in the bathroom. Without food, Medic Second Class Lakia was in despair and would not come out of the bathroom. Surely this isn't a silent protest or anything. Lakia. We need to start moving soon, otherwise things will get bad. Sorry, I really have a stomach ache. It was just before 7 o'clock when she came out of the bathroom clutching her stomach. Even if I ran to Captain Arya's room, I would barely make it in time. I'm sorry, Captain Touri. I'm fine now. So this is my current leadership ability. Only half of the unit makes it to the meeting point on time. My request to stop wearing makeup is rejected. When I issue a punishment, my subordinate locks herself in the bathroom and refuses to come out. Being a platoon leader is too heavy a responsibility for me after all. You idiot. In the end, I couldn't make it in time to meet Captain Arya. 7:02, that's the time Touri medical platoon gathered at Captain Arya's office. It was 2 minutes late. Medic Captain Touri, what have you learned during the past 6 months on the Western Front? Yes, Captain Arya. I didn't learn anything. The sound of heavy blows echoes through the captain's room. When Arya saw us entering the room late, she slapped me across the face in anger. Have you never learned what it means for the medical platoon to be late? I am very sorry. 2 minutes is all it takes for a person to die. Someone could have died because of you. Come to think of it, the late platoon commander Garbak once said the following. Major Renville was the type of person who would repeatedly use violent methods of leadership. Lieutenant Arya, Major Renville's daughter, also seems to be quite the violent type. Pull yourself together, Touri. We're not done yet. Yes, Captain. The other members who followed me into the room were shocked to see the violent assault unfolding before their eyes. I'm used to it, but this is what the military is like. So please take a good look at this. First, one of the medics you brought with you. You with the black hair and blank look on your face. Why yes. When Captain Arya suddenly started speaking to her, Lakia replied with tears in her eyes. Perhaps she thought she was going to be hit as well. Her shoulders were hunched and she was trembling violently. When called upon, state your name and rank. Yes, I'm medic 2nd class Lakia. Okay, Lakia, why is the hem of your uniform fluttering? Can't you even put on your clothes properly? Why yes, I'm so sorry. Captain Arya seems to be upset about Lakia's disheveled dress. I guess she was in a hurry coming out of the bathroom and didn't get dressed properly. Grit your teeth. She yelled at Lakia and, without any hesitation, slapped her across the cheek. Ah, so it looks like the discipline is coming. It's because of your lack of leadership. If you're going to be a platoon leader, you should at least give proper instructions on how to dress. Yes, I am sorry. I had no idea that Captain Arya was such a strict person when dealing with her subordinates. Her lover, a soldier, would often try to court her. Maybe he had that sort of hobby. Next, you bastards, what is with all that heavy makeup you're wearing? Why yes. Are you all going to the battlefield to curry favor with men? Are you planning to waste our precious military resources to become sex slaves to the Sabatian soldiers? Apparently bored with slapping my cheeks, Captain Arya switched to punching my stomach. I was hit in the stomach and instinctively crouched down on the spot. Ah, what a nostalgic feeling. After punching my solar plexus, platoon leader Garbak would kick me in the shin the moment I crouched down. Considering that, Captain Arya is a very compassionate person. Touri, have you seen any of the other medics putting on makeup? Can't you even tell your subordinates something like that? Yes, I am sorry. If you can afford to carry a cosmetic case, carry as many bandages as you can. You may only be rookies, but you're still medical soldiers, you useless fools. Captain Arya's discipline continues. Behind me, Aranoma and the nurses were looking down at me as I was being beaten with pale faces. Meanwhile, Verdi. He was watching the situation with a timid look on his face and his mouth closed. Ah, maybe this is. I am extremely sorry. This is all due to my lack of supervision. I will provide thorough guidance to ensure this does not happen again. Mate, do it from the beginning before you're told to. I squeezed out a heavy apology, and then Captain Arya sat down in a chair. Then she turned to Verdi and snorted. Now, to the main topic. Lieutenant Verdi over there is my cousin. He is the commander of the unit that will be working with your medical platoon. Why yeah, nice to meet you all. I will now have Lieutenant Verdi guide you to join the rest of the company. There, the medical platoon will receive various training under Verdi. Why yes. Commander. Then disband, stand down. Captain Arya gave the order with a demonic look on her face. All the members of the medical platoon saluted with tense looks on their faces and noisily exited the room. Next time, don't be late, Touri. Yes. With those final words exchanged, Captain Arya and I parted ways. I didn't sense much anger in Captain Arya's last words. In fact, I think there was a little bit of compassion mixed in. What's with that female soldier? She's scary. That woman is our superior. Come to think of it, she once said that it's the job of those in leadership positions to be feared. Following Captain Arya's threats, all the platoon members were shaking in fear. Perhaps the severe punishment she just gave me was for my own good. She decided that I wasn't capable of scolding my older subordinates sufficiently, so she decided to give me strict discipline. For the kind people of the medical platoon, the sight of a younger girl being brutally beaten must be unbearable to watch. It would be especially true if the punishment comes from something that's their own fault. In other words, it seems that Captain Arya has taken on the role of using fear to make people obey in my place. I've ended up in a crazy place. As was the case with platoon leader Garbak, superiors are generally disliked. For her, who is constantly being talked about behind her back, it must be painful to be looked at with fear. I am so grateful to her for taking on such a role for someone as inexperienced as me. Sorry, little platoon leader. I'll listen to you properly from now on. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, platoon leader. It's because I was late. No, please don't worry about it. With the influence of Captain Arya, my subordinates started to listen to me. The thought of a younger girl being assaulted because of them seemed to be more than they could bear. This was probably all part of Captain Arya's plan. Chapter 46. All right. Touri Medical Platoon, please assemble. After leaving Captain Arya's room, Verdi assembled the troops in a section of the military academy grounds. Yes, Lieutenant. Good answer. On the ground, infantrymen who appeared to be his subordinates had already begun training. The members of the medical platoon saluted Verdi, their faces turning pale as they wondered what they would be made to do and what kind of violence awaited them. Maybe Captain Arya was a bit too threatening. Nice to meet you all. I am your superior officer, Lieutenant Verdi. Compared to my older cousin, I don't intend to be as strict with my instruction, so don't be scared. Yes, Lieutenant. However, I will be strict in the event of any mistakes during training that could be life-threatening. Mistakes that could put not only you but the entire unit in danger. Making an error like what happened earlier, such as not being on time, is completely unacceptable. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Please be more careful from now on. Verdi gently warned them. It's very important, so he made sure they understood. I'm going to have you all do some physical training first. However, please train as if you were actually on the battlefield, not just as a drill. Yes, Lieutenant. I have arranged for you to be taught by an instructor from the military academy. He is a professional in infantry training, so please feel free to ask any questions you may have. Thank you, Lieutenant. I glanced over to see a scary-looking man with a beard holding a baton and an intimidating smile on his face. He has several scars on his face and looks like a military veteran. Then I'll leave it to you, instructor. Understood. After telling the instructor, Verdi gave a wry smile at his subordinates, who were frozen stiff, and busily walked off. I'm sure he has a mountain of things to do now that he's become a lieutenant. Well then, I will begin your training. Yes, instructor. First, let's start with some warm-up exercises. After you've loosened up, put on all your equipment and gather on the ground. The training that the instructor gave us seemed to be standard infantry training. This is because forced marches require the medical platoon to have physical abilities on par with those of infantrymen. We started with a long-distance run in heavy equipment, then had a lot of practical training, such as practice in close combat defenses and landing, and training in how to spot magic traps. Hi, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. This is nothing compared to practicing for a stage show. Actually, it's pretty tough. During the long-distance run, we all had to run again every time the call was off or someone fell. During the trap detection training, every time someone failed, everyone was made to do squats as punishment. It seems the purpose is to instill the idea that one person's mistake is everyone's mistake. Lakia, it's you again, you idiot. Sorry. Because of you, everyone will suffer again. Now, go back to the starting point, full speed. For someone who had been living peacefully in the capital up until now, military training seemed to be too much for her. As time passed, everyone's complexions became paler. The only one who was fine was me. I was used to doing a similar daily routine because of platoon leader Garbak. We have to do this every day. You can't be serious. My legs hurt. You still have a lot of training to do, rookies. The new recruits who joined the infantry underwent this kind of training over several days before being deployed. In our case, it seems we was exempt from it because we're medics. Well then, this concludes your training menu. Thank you very much, instructor. As the sun began to set, the Touri medical platoon was finally told that its training was over. Pant. It's too hard. Although the platoon members were young and strong, they were all exhausted. Even Kale, a former football player, is bent over on the ground drenched in sweat. Seems Kale didn't have the same physical strength as an average soldier. Are the infantry still continuing their training? In fact I'd say the real action begins now. On the ground, the infantrymen are still standing in formation, guns aimed at their targets. It appears that the infantry's training will continue. Now that their fatigue has reached its peak, they can conduct effective combat training. There is no value in infantrymen who can only fight when they are in top condition. I see. It's critical for the infantry to be able to fight while exhausted. So it seems that after basic training is completed, they finally begin practical combat training. But combat training is useless to a medic. That's why we were the only ones who were able to finish early. That was tough. So this is the military. I want to take a shower. However, it would be strange for the medics to take an early break just because we finished training early. Like infantrymen, medics who can only provide medical treatment when they are at full strength and energy are not a significant asset. Even if you've been up all night for a week, you still need the mental strength to continue working calmly. And if the infantry is still training, then we should do something too. Now, to everyone in the medical platoon, we will soon begin a lecture. Please reassemble here after a 30-minute break. With this in mind, I have decided to start studying to become a proper medic. My intention is that, if possible, I might be able to learn from Kale myself. Haven't we trained enough today? Today we have only done physical training. Do you remember your branch of the military, Lakia? Or rather, now is the only time I can find to train as a medic. From tomorrow onwards, I will be required to do physical training during the day. After physical training, they will have practical training, which will surely be useful for the medics as well. What do you mean by classroom learning? First, we plan to have case discussions. After that, we'll practice healing magic. Make sure to have a proper meal during this break. A scream-like cry rose up from my exhausted subordinate. Maybe she thought she could take a break now, but unfortunately, we don't have that kind of time. Especially since there are a lot of people like Lakia and Aranoma who are amateur medics. Alright, dismissed. Regarding the training content for medics, I'd like to consult with Kale as well. I understand, little boss. It is important that they grow even a little before going to war. If possible, I'd like to practice treating the injured people from today's training. If there were no one injured, I'd have to cut my own arm so they could practice healing magic. Maybe I should discuss that with Verdi as well. Lieutenant Verdi, this concludes my report for today. Good job. After finishing medical training with Kale, as platoon leader, I am required to report to Lieutenant Verdi about the day's activities before going to bed. The platoon leader is required to report to their immediate superior the results of the battle, damage situation, equipment loss rate, etc. It is likely that platoon leader Garbak also reported to Major Renville via radio after his subordinates had gone to bed. Touri, you still seem to have some energy left. That's because platoon leader Garbak assigned me a training regimen. In hindsight, that was rather considerate of him. I thought that was a bit much, though. Making medics imitate scouts seemed like too much of a burden. It was certainly a big burden, but I don't think we need to worry about that when we have medics rushing to the front lines. Rather than worrying if it's a burden, I am more grateful to have been given training that helped me survive. That training was extremely useful in helping me survive in Marshdale. I'd love to continue my training as a scout. Scout training? Well, I'm sure Alan could teach you if you asked him. Senior Alan is a veteran scout and my scout mentor. He taught me many things on the Western Front. The fact that the name appears here means, is Senior Alan by any chance a member of Lieutenant Verdi's company? Yes, I gave him the job because I knew him and thought he would be easy to handle. He's a very reliable veteran. That's good news. It seems that Alan Platoon also belongs to Verdi Company. This means that if I have any questions, I can still meet with him after we leave. Perhaps he was among the people training today as well. So, from now on, may I ask the scouts, such as Senior Alan, to train our platoon? There is a lot we need to learn, such as how to be cautious of our surroundings. Yes, but you should be more selective about the scouts you ask to learn from. I had an idiot under my command who begged the medical platoon to let him give them counterinterrogation training. Verdi looked displeased as he mentioned the unfamiliar name of the training. What is this disturbing-sounding training? What is counterinterrogation training? It's training to make you resistant to torture so that you won't reveal secrets if you are captured by the enemy and tortured. It's compulsory for those who want to become senior scouts. I've heard of that kind of training. It's a kind of grueling training where you're tortured by allies to keep them quiet under enemy torture. It is certainly essential training for scouts who may need to infiltrate enemy camps alone. It's a pretty harsh training, and apparently at the beginning they are made to be completely naked, trampling on their human dignity. In short, I think they wanted to do that to the medical platoon, which is mostly women. If the lieutenant deems it necessary, then our platoon will accept it. However, at the moment, I believe there are other skills that should be prioritized over training against interrogation by the enemy. I agree. Besides, there's no way they'd share important military operational secrets with the medical platoon. I see. If you're serious about undergoing training to be a scout, this is the kind of training you will be required to undergo. They want to impose that on us, the majority of whom are women. Why did that person propose this to the medical platoon? For my own safety, I would like to know the name of the soldier who made such a suggestion. His name is Warrant Officer Faris. I'll remember that. Warrant Officer Faris. Let's share that name with the platoon just in case. He's potentially dangerous. Touri, it's great that you have ambition, but please make sure you focus on your basic training first. I understand. After saying that, Verdi gave me a salute. It was a sign that it was time to go back. I immediately returned the salute, bowed, and left the room. Lieutenant Verdi seems busy. It would be a nuisance if I stayed too long. Good night, Touri. Thank you for your hard work. Lieutenant Verdi's desk was piled high with documents. It seemed that he still had a lot of work to do. The higher you get promoted, the busier you'll be. Looking back, when I was in the Garbak platoon, I was in a comfortable position as a low-ranking officer who was allowed to train and sleep as long as my work was done. A promotion is just a losing lottery where the danger to your life remains the same, but the work increases. An incident occurred the next morning. Excuse me, platoon leader Touri. Is something the matter? It's the second day since we gathered as the Touri medical platoon. Today, I reported to Lieutenant Verdi again, and was called in first thing in the morning to be included in basic infantry training. No matter where I look, since this morning, I can't find Lakia anywhere. What? I had asked the head nurse, Elma, to wake up the sleepy Lakia so that we would arrive on time. However, first thing in the morning, Elma reported to me that Lakia had disappeared from her bed and her whereabouts were unknown. Is she in the bathroom or something? No, I already checked around there. Now that I think about it, right after finishing training, Lakia's face turned pale and she collapsed. Last night I woke her up and made her take part in a lecture and practice healing magic while she was in a dazed state. Lakia's luggage has also disappeared. Was the training too tough for her? Lakia, a rookie medic who was 15 years old like me, seemed to be attempting to desert. Chapter 47. The platoon will be on standby for a while. I will report back to Lieutenant Verdi and to receive further instructions. In the end, even when the meeting time came, Lakia still didn't show up. It's almost certain that she escaped. I believe she was originally from the capital, so perhaps she fled to her parents' home. Relay the message to all squad members. You will proceed as scheduled to receive training under Lieutenant Verdi. I will join the search team for Lakia. Yes, platoon leader. This has become a very serious situation. I'm trying to remain as calm as possible in front of my subordinates, but deep down I'm quite anxious. Now, everyone please begin moving. I will be joining the search team. Yes, platoon leader. If a subordinate runs away, it is the boss's responsibility. I will be punished accordingly, but that doesn't matter. All that will happen is that I'll be beaten up and punished. The problem is how they'll treat Lakia. Military regulations clearly state that deserters will be shot. Gamuji got incredibly lucky. He wasn't killed because he returned to the military not as a deserter but as a stray soldier. In that situation, with Austin's surrender imminent, platoon leader Garbak made the most lenient decision of his life, deeming it irrational to needlessly adhere to military regulations and execute him. Unless there are some extremely unusual circumstances, she will likely be shot dead if she's found. This is Verdi. It appears that there are missing people in multiple units other than your platoon. Head Touri will also be joining the search. If Medic 2nd Class Lakia is captured or shot, please head to the scene to confirm his identity. Understood. The fact that Larkia's whereabouts are unknown has already spread to all quarters. As a soldier, I cannot cover up for deserters. If I did, I would be shot for aiding and abetting desertion. Verdi used the word shot in his statement. In other words, she already has authorization for execution by firing squad. Lieutenant Verdi is a kind person, but I'm sure he will still abide by military discipline. Even if she was captured alive, she would face execution. If we don't do this properly, there will be an increase in deserters in the future. Why? Even though Larkia must have attended lectures on military regulations, why did she run? Even risking the danger of being killed, she still wanted to escape from the military. It's strange, though. I can understand wanting to run away after experiencing actual combat, but there shouldn't have been anything so serious that she would risk her life to flee. Would she go as far as risking death by running away just because the training is tough? Please spare me the reason for losing a subordinate for the first time to be due to execution by firing squad. Please have some convincing reason prepared, Larkia. Ah. Damn, don't come. First, I tried to deduce Larkia's escape route. There is always a soldier on guard at the entrance to the military academy. In order to escape, they would have to either get past the guards or climb the approximately 3-meter-high concrete wall that surrounds the military academy. So I left the searching of the outer walls and outside the grounds to the other soldiers, and looked for openings and crevices in the deserted academy building. I considered the possibility that Larkia had not yet been able to escape. Oh, a girl. Whoa. It's platoon leader Touri. No way, this girl is a platoon leader. And so, I found her myself. The place where Larkia and 2 unknown young soldiers were hiding together. Don't come. If you come I'll shoot. I'm sorry. It appears that Larkia conspired with young soldiers to escape. A tall red-haired boy was pointed a gun straight at me, while Larkia and the other boy hid in the shadows, terrified. I felt my blood run cold. Guns are terrifying weapons. If he accidentally pulls the trigger, my face will be blown to bits in an instant. Right now, my life hangs by a thread. Keep your hands up and slowly come towards me with your back turned. As long as you don't do anything stupid, I'll just detain you. The young soldier called out in a trembling voice advising me to surrender. In situations like these, I must remain calm. First, to avoid provoking him, I'll raise my hands to show I don't have any hostile intent. Like this. Yeah. Turn your back to me and step back slowly. At this point, the distance between us was about 10 meters. No matter what I do, it's not at a distance where I can win against someone with a gun. Hey, come quickly. However, they were hiding in the narrow gaps between the school buildings. In other words, if I wait for an opening and run directly to the side, I'll be able to escape his line of fire. It feels like approaching him and being restrained obediently will only increase my chances of dying. Should I try to shake things up a bit? I have a question for the red-haired boy. Yes, you, the one holding the gun. What? You've never actually shot someone, have you? My words visibly unsettled the young soldier. They were probably new soldiers who had been newly conscripted in this city. You're holding the gun all wrong. Do you really think you can hit me from this distance with that stance? Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll shoot. Want to try me? Can you really do it? The young soldier's enraged response caused my heartbeat to intensify. At the moment, he's aiming for my head. If it hits me as intended, I'll die instantly. The moment a gunshot is heard, a large group of people will swarm here to kill you. He aims straight without worrying about recoil. I shot from a much closer distance in Marshdale, anticipating the recoil of the gun, but the bullet landed just a few dozen centimeters away from the target. With the angle of the gun, surely the first shot will miss. Realizing this, I am able to calm down a little. Redhead, do you know what kind of gun you're holding right now? Well, that much I know. It's a mass-produced gun made by Austin, the OST Type 3. That's not what I'm asking. Do you know how much blood has been shed over that gun? After calming down, I fixed my gaze on the boy soldier. I was reminded of many sad memories from the retreat at Marshdale. That gun was transported from Marshdale. It's one of the weapons that the soldiers who retreated from the Western Front risked their lives to protect. Do you get it now? The gun you are trying to take with you on your way out came at the cost of the lives of many brave soldiers. The gun they had was the same model as the one Rodri was issued in Marshdale. It wasn't something to be taken by deserters. Do you understand the weight of aiming that gun, which carries the feelings of soldiers who died for their homeland, towards me? Shut up, you idiot. Shut up. That's none of my concern. I tried to subtly make the male soldier feel guilty, but it seemed to fail. I want to find a way to get them to surrender somehow. Lakia, you know the military rules, don't you? Military regulations? I turn my attention from the young soldier and try to persuade Lakia. If I can find out why she tried to run away, I might be able to do something about it. You know that deserters are generally shot, right? So why would you make such a reckless escape? Really? Lakia's face turned white when she heard that she would be executed. Oh, so she didn't know? Lakia can sleep with her eyes open. I bet you weren't listening. What? If this keeps up, I'm going to be killed. If things continue like this, that's what will happen. Military regulations should have been explained to her clearly when she joined the army, but it seems she missed it. If she is not so determined to run away, there may be room for persuasion. You idiot, if you stay in the army you'll only get killed. But. Oh, come on, that's a lie. Don't try to threaten us like that. I can kill you anytime. The red-haired boy began to calm the anxious Lakia. The other man, trembling, was also protecting Lakia. Could it be the three of them are friends? Do you three by any chance know each other? They're school friends. Last night, they invited me to run away together. Haha, I see. So Lakia didn't desert of her own accord, but was persuaded to become a deserter by these two boys. I thought it was strange, since there is no reason to run away yet. Shut up, stop probing. Come over here and sit with your back turned, or I'll kill you. Why don't you all just surrender quietly? There's still time. If any of the other search parties see this, you'll be shot to death. Shut up, I can't stay in this crazy army. I've had enough. If that's the case, it would mean there was a reason for the two young soldiers to attempt to escape. What exactly were they dissatisfied with? We get punched and kicked for even the slightest retort. We're not just toys for our superiors to relieve stress. There's no way I could do such tough training every day. I was told I'd be working in the rear, but I was deceived. I have no intention of serving my country if I'm sent to a battlefield where my life is at risk and treated like less than garbage. Come to think of it, I've become completely numb to it recently, but I remember being dissatisfied with the brutal violence when I first joined Garbak platoon. These two boys probably received similar treatment from a superior officer like platoon leader Garbak. I mean, you might not have been hit because you're a girl, but the treatment of men is really miserable. No, I've been disciplined so harshly that I ended up with multiple fractures all over my body. The military believes in gender equality, you know, but there's nothing you can do about that. Our superiors are probably also desperate to keep their subordinates in check. It's not something to be praised for, but we have to train soldiers to obey orders even if it means resorting to violence. Now that I think about it, platoon leader Touri was blamed for my lateness and got beaten up until her face was swollen. Hey, how about you come with us and escape? No thanks. I've gotten so used to platoon leader Garbak's brutal beatings that I've developed quite a resistance to them lately. It must be quite painful for the average person. Well then, medic second class Lakia. If you surrender, you may be excused from basic training if you wish. What? You will be exempt from basic infantry training as an exception. However, you will be required to attend medical training. Is that okay? Oh, hey Lakia, as for the two guys, it's out of my control. However, when it comes to Lakia's grievances, I have the power to resolve them myself. Yes, I don't mind. So, would you please surrender? But... Hey idiot, don't be fooled. It's obviously a lie. The two men as well. That kind of treatment is something that most new soldiers go through. I spoke to the three deserters in as gentle a tone as I could. If I can persuade them well here, They may be able to avoid execution by firing squad. It has been a long time since you attempted to escape, but you still haven't been able to leave the military academy, so that must mean you weren't able to secure an escape route. This facility, even with regular soldiers stationed here, has tight security. If you continue like this, you'll likely end up shot and killed. You don't know that. I strongly advise surrendering now. I'll speak on your behalf to your superior officer. How about you give it a little more thought? If possible, I don't want to lose a subordinate of the same age in a place like this. Shut up. How can we trust you? Besides, we're already facing execution, right? It's too late to surrender now. If you're willing to lower your gun here, I can spin it so that you weren't planning to escape at all. There must have been some other serious reason. I'll vouch for that. Wait, what? Of course, if this backfires, I'll face execution too, so make sure our stories align perfectly. I can't help them escape, but I understand how they feel. Since Verdi is also a kind person, if you have a legitimate justification prepared, he probably won't try to kill you no matter what. If you shoot me here and run away, you'd just be found and killed. Please stay calm and return. When I say this, I try to speak as gently as possible. I understand your feelings very well. And so, I managed to persuade them. So they didn't run away, but rather got together with friends, spent the night complaining, and slept through the night. That is what they themselves stated. Afterward, I brought the three of them and met with Verdi, armed with whatever convenient excuse I had thought of on the spot. Touri. Oops. Chief Medic Touri. Yes, what is it? If I were to believe that story, then you have once again failed to keep your subordinates in check and allowed them to be late. Yes. Please punish me as you see fit. Verdi had a very troubled look on his face. Well, it's obvious that it's a lie. In essence, it's a plea to pardon them. Touri, your punishment will be communicated to you at a later date. Thank you. The three in the back. Your punishment will be the same. I will call you back later, so be prepared for that. Now, everyone, reunite with your assigned units immediately and resume training. Verdi readily allowed the deserters to rejoin their units. However, I sense a mysterious pressure on his face that says, there won't be a next time. Well then, I'll be off then. Feeling grateful for Verdi's kindness, I took Larkia's hand and left the room. He now had to go and report what had just happened to some scary people, including Captain Aria and Major Renville. I imagine that from now on, Verdi will be apologizing and making the obvious excuse he has prepared. I feel sorry for taking advantage of his kindness. Can I really skip training? Yes, you don't have to participate. If you certify that you are not feeling well, you will be exempt. Oh, is that so? After we left Verdi's room, Larkia looked anxious, so I reassured her. Well, if you really insist, you don't have to participate in the training. Upon hearing this, Larkia's expression became excited. In the first place, that training itself is being done as a kindness. A kindness? Yes. That training is given to reduce your chances of dying even if just a little. By taking that training properly, the chances of survival will increase drastically when your life is in danger. Normally, such training isn't provided to medical units, but since medical units are now rare, we're being given this opportunity. That's right. Training takes up time and resources. There are some costs involved, such as hiring instructors and having to do more laundry. Despite the trouble, this is done to increase the survival rate of soldiers. Those training exercises were for your own good, Medic Second Class Larkia. However, if training was the cause of your desertion, I will turn a blind eye to your slacking. The only one who will lose out is you, Larkia. Of course, you should keep in mind that if you are unable to keep up due to lack of training during actual combat, you may be abandoned. Unlike operations, training doesn't benefit the army, it benefits the soldier. When the time comes and death is right before your eyes, it will be too late to regret skipping training. If you understand that and still refuse to participate in the training, then there is nothing else I can say. If she refuses this valuable training, then I'll just treat her as the kind of soldier she is. I'm sorry, I'll participate after all. I'm glad to hear that. Did she realize that if she didn't take part in the training seriously, I would seriously abandon her? Lakia replied dejectedly with her head hung. Chapter 48. After bringing Lakia back and finishing training. In the evening, we were called by Verdi again, and our only punishment was to write a 10-page letter of apology. I was then instructed to give thorough training to Lakia as her superior officer. Well, actually, it's quite common. Apparently, it's an annual occurrence at the military academy for new recruits to run away because they can't endure the intense training. Therefore, Major Renville had predicted that there would probably be some deserters, and had strengthened security at the military academy. Of course, if the deserter has a firearm, permission to shoot is granted to ensure the safety of the pursuers. However, it seems that the general policy was not to execute those who were persuaded and returned of their own accord. You've humiliated me. Besides myself and Lakia, another man who appeared before Verdi was a stern-looking soldier who seemed to be the superior officer of the 2 male soldiers. He saluted Lieutenant Verdi and exited the room, then began kicking the 2 men in a sulky mood down the hallway. Because of you guys, my reputation is completely ruined. This morning, Lakia's fellow soldiers, who had been persuaded to surrender, had faces covered in bruises. Apparently, the 2 of them had been subjected to a great deal of punishment. Ha! What are you guys looking at? Hi! The soldier seemed to be in a bad mood and threatened Lakia, who was panicking as she tried to call out to her friends. He looked to be around 40 years old. He was a muscular soldier with curly permed hair and a beard. Perhaps the boy soldiers were afraid of this man and tried to run away. Excuse me, sir. Ha! What's up with you? I was a little scared as I approached this tough-looking guy. Though I was scared too, I had promised to put in a good word for them, so I had no choice but to speak up. I am Chief Medic Touri, the head of our army's medical platoon. I apologize for the inconvenience my subordinate caused to the members of your platoon. Really? What on earth? You're a platoon leader with that appearance. Yes. Now, what type of person is he? From the looks of it, he looks similar to platoon leader Garbak. I heard that the head of the medical platoon was young. So it was true. Although I am still young, I am prepared to carry out my duties wholeheartedly. Really now, I feel like this guy's attitude is a bit arrogant or haughty. Platoon leader Garbak seemed more purely violent. He only acted bossy, occasionally. I'm Warrant Officer Faris. I can't really say anything about others, but we need to keep a firm grip on our subordinates. Yes, Warrant Officer. The name he gave sounded familiar. Warrant Officer Faris. That was the name of the dangerous person I heard from Verdi just yesterday. By the way, Warrant Officer Faris, I have something to discuss with you. Do you have time? Oh, with me? Yes. Should I now ask such a dangerous person to ease up on his punishment? I hope he doesn't get angry and end up beating me up too. What do you want? It's nothing important, but I'd like to make a request in light of the current state of the medical platoon. Well, there's nothing I can do about what I've promised. Just have to make up a plausible reason and convince him. From what I can see, the 2 members of your platoon appear to be quite seriously injured. What about it? Well, in terms of the current situation, if we continue to use corporal punishment as we have been doing, it's highly likely that we won't be able to get the job done, given the medical platoon's current ability. I bowed to Warrant Officer Faris with an apologetic look on my face. Including Lakia over there, there are only 4 healing mages in the medical platoon. 2 of them are amateurs. Oh my, is that the situation? Yes. Therefore, if the platoon leaders of each infantry unit continue to punish their subordinates as they have done up until now, there will likely be an overflow of wounded soldiers, and we will not be able to carry out proper military operations. Warrant Officer Faris grimaced at my words. Well, I'm not lying. So, if I come across a soldier who appears to be undergoing severe corporal punishment like before, I will speak up at my own discretion. When will the medical corps replenishment arrive? In this state, I don't think the medical department can function properly. Yes, Warrant Officer. Once our advance force can join forces with the forces on the southern front, I believe we will be able to organize a proper medical department. Alternatively, A similarly sized medical department will be set up in the main force that will follow behind. Until then, we will have no choice but to operate the army with only this weak medical platoon. I knew it. Austin's army is in quite a difficult position. Warrant Officer Farris didn't look amused by my attempts to persuade him, but then he looked convinced. Hopefully this will make the punishment less harsh. Well, then I'll switch to more mental punishment rather than physical. I've accepted the request from the medical platoon, and I look forward to working with you in the future. I am glad you understand. Warrant Officer Farris flashed me a nasty smile, still looking convinced. Switching to mental punishment, right? I thought corporal punishment would be better, but if that's what the medical platoon leader wants, I guess I have no choice. Good. Please keep it moderate. Don't be stupid. These guys are the ones who will lose their lives if they're not given proper instruction. I'll just give them the best education I can without any reservations. The two soldiers' faces went white after hearing Warrant Officer Farris' words. Maybe I said too much. The body can be cured with treatment. It's hard to mend a broken spirit. Don't let it break, little brats. However, in reality, repeated corporal punishment can cause major disruption to work. I don't know what kind of mental punishment this is, but I can only hope it's something they endure. There's nothing you can do about that, Touri. That night, I went to talk to Senior Allen about the whole story about the deserters. I wanted some advice on whether this was the right thing to do or what else I should have done. What Warrant Officer Farris is doing is standard military training. I see. Even if you lighten the corporal punishment and give them a lenient attitude to prevent them from running away, once the rookies experience the harshness of real combat, they end up running away. Senior Allen looked serious as he gave me advice. I myself have had the experience of being unfairly scolded by my superiors and hating them to the point of death. However, the battlefield is far more unfair than any superior officer can ever be. There are times when a good-natured, earnest guy sticks to the wall as per the theory, carefully scouts, and unfortunately gets blown up by a rolling grenade. There are also times when a vulgar, careless guy forgets his superior's orders and oversleeps, and as a result, he's the only one in the unit to survive. It seemed like Senior Allen was talking about something he had actually experienced. Even if it means they get treated badly, leave them alone and don't get involved. If Warrant Officer Farris does a good job, he should be able to produce 2 obedient soldiers within a month. I see. There are several types of recruits in Austin. First, there are elite recruits who have graduated from military academy and have acquired the mindset and skills of a soldier. Second, there are those who did not attend military academy, but volunteered and were able to receive a reasonable amount of training. Lastly, there are amateurs who were conscripted and sent off without knowing how things work in the military. Even an amateur with a gun can be lethal. During the later stages of the war on the Western Front, the government prioritized replenishment speed over training and continued to send amateurs to the battlefield in large numbers. As a result, numerous amateurs were mobilized here as well. The platoon leaders of each unit are probably working desperately to turn these guys into normal recruits. Thank you for the advice, Senior Allen. No problem. If that's the case, then my job isn't to protect new soldiers from other units from violent discipline. My job is to train the people under me, such as Lakia and Aranoma, to increase their chances of survival. It's a tough situation for these people who were just ordinary citizens until recently, but it will one day save their lives. It would harm them to interfere with that. So, to start with the conclusion. The physical training that we were given was actually not just any training. Every day, for 3 days, we were forced to keep pace and run endlessly while carrying heavy equipment. Even those who were physically fit, such as Lakia, Kale, and Aranoma, began to show signs of fatigue. Look, soldiers. It's a clear blue sky. Finally, the day came when our advance party is to set out. Going out to battle on a clear day has been considered an omen of certain victory since ancient times. This is beautiful weather, proving that an unclouded glow of glory awaits us ahead. Major Renville gave a lively speech, which really boosted the morale of the soldiers. Among the officers lined up behind him is Captain Arya. We must bring down the hammer of justice on the Sebacean demons, to show justice and to protect our precious brethren. May God bless our cause. Many citizens had gathered at the castle gate to see us off. Elderly citizens were waving to the soldiers with tears in their eyes. Now, brave soldiers, advance. Until the day we finish everything and return triumphantly to this capital, we are all of one mind and spirit. With that command from Major Renville, the Renville army set out from the capital, Win. The physical training was set to almost the same distance as the actual travel distance. After leaving the capital and marching for a day, I noticed something. The actual march distance was almost the same as the distance we ran every day during training. Huff, huff. I see. That training wasn't just to build up our physical strength, it was also to test whether we could keep up with a forced march. Our role as the Touri medical platoon is simply to stick to our allies and advance forward from the rear of the army. Ahead, we must send out scouts and keep an eye on our surroundings as we move forward. Compared to the front line, it was a very easy march for us, who just followed along. I can't do it. My legs are already so swollen. Lakia, if you really want to, I'll carry you on my back and run. That will not be permitted. Even you're getting tired, Aranoma. My legs hurt. Unfortunately, our medical platoon is one of the most physically weak units in the military. This unit, which included many women and children, had a hard time just keeping up with the advance of the troops. If it is absolutely necessary, we can ask the transport unit to treat her as an injured person and transport her as military cargo. However, this should be a last resort. If you don't want to be treated like a burden, run with determination. In the rear, the medical platoon and various other non-combat units are stationed. For example, there are military quartermaster units that specialize in transporting supplies and move around pulling carts carrying large loads. Quartermasters are the unsung heroes on the battlefield, involved in the most essential aspect of logistics in war. I was deceived. This was a scam. I was tricked into volunteering for a terrible unit. What a coincidence. Me too. Railroads were used to transport supplies to the Western Front, but in areas without railroads, transportation still mainly took place by pulling carts. Trucks and other automobiles have also been developed, but because they are expensive, they are only used for a few purposes, such as transporting water or magic stones. Also, it seems that trucks cannot be driven properly in the rough terrain. Therefore, currently most logistics are still transported by hand or by horse-drawn carriage. If it's too hard, don't push yourself. You should ask someone from the transport unit for help, Lakia. I'm sure they won't mind carrying a tired girl. But the people in the transport unit are rough and vulgar, so I'm afraid they might do some lewd things to me. Well, they're mainly wounded veteran infantrymen, so it's no wonder they're rough. By the way, since the logistics corps is a battle of physical strength, it is full of muscular men. Many of them are former infantrymen who had been shot in the arm or lost an eye and could no longer serve on the front lines. If a female soldier who is unable to move is thrown into such a place, she will undoubtedly be subjected to a barrage of sexual harassment. Isn't there a transport unit full of women? Yes, but it's really only made up of women. We can't ask them to do heavy lifting. On the other hand, there are also quartermaster corps composed entirely of women. They are people called laundry soldiers who do things like cooking and laundry. The laundry soldier's job is to do the laundry by hand every day and provide the soldiers with clean military uniforms. In fact, I think it's the laundry soldiers who are being transported. They're all newbies, aren't they? I heard that they gathered people who boasted about their physical strength. But it's going to be tough for a unit mainly made up of women. If too many of us drop out, it will slow down our advance. We'll cause trouble for the Southern Army if we're late, so let's do our best to keep up. That's why Major Renville had us undergo infantry training, anticipating what would be a tough march. What? Good luck, Lakia. Perhaps this pace of advance will become the norm from now on. At this time, our daily march distance was just over 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers doesn't seem like a long distance, but walking on unmaintained roads while carrying heavy equipment can be extremely tiring. Now then everyone, there are still things that must be done. It was getting dark, the advance was halted, and permission was given to rest. I had the experience of the withdrawal battle at Marshdale, so I felt confident, but most of the members of the medical platoon were exhausted and collapsed. Ha, ha. Is there anything else you'd like to do, little platoon leader? Yeah. Another lecture? No, it's work. The infantrymen will now be securing their bunks and resting in preparation for tomorrow's march. There were many different types of soldiers around, including some making fires for the night and others digging holes near the platoon leader's tent to make makeshift sleeping arrangements. Almost everyone is in the process of taking some time off. But now that the troops have stopped marching and are preparing to camp, our work begins. We received a call during the day. One infantryman who fell and injured his leg, and one laundry soldier who collapsed and appears to be vomiting, will be brought in for medical attention. Please begin preparing for treatment, everyone. Wow. There was no fighting today, so it's only 2 people. But if we come into contact with the enemy, a lot more wounded will come. If that happens, we'll have to continue treating them all night. We can't afford to be worn out by something like this. Yes. We weren't just assigned to the advance group to run a marathon. We're here to treat the wounded across the army. Alright, let's do our best. Elmer, prepare thee for. Please don't order me around. We're starting work, now? Ahaha, even I am starting to have some regrets. The work of the medical platoon is busy, but in return, we are given many perks, such as being stationed in safe locations. Therefore, we must respond by doing a good job. I understand. It seems that everyone has 2 more patients. A soldier who broke a tooth during harsh corporal punishment during training wishes to be examined. Ha! I will later submit a letter of protest to the superior officer who administered this corporal punishment. Now, I will have Aranoma and Lakia conduct the medical check from the beginning today. Well, it looks like there will be quite a few injured people sent tonight as well. Let's train our 2 new recruits properly while the number of injured is still low. Hey, you touched the 4 needle with your hand. Where did you learn such unsanitary treatment? Sorry, head nurse Elma. The elixir, ha. Kale, let's not use it today. We have limited stock, so we should conserve it. Oh, sorry. It's a habit from last time. Working in the medical platoon is no easy task. In fact, it is probably the toughest working environment in the entire unit, even without any risk to life. It would be helpful if they could build up their strength little by little each day like this. I was really deceived. There's no point in complaining about that now. Let's go, Lakia. Thus, on the first day of the campaign, there were quite a few injured people, probably because it was their first time marching. Most of the injuries were from discipline by superiors, and these unnecessary injuries forced the medical platoon to continue working late into the night. Can't they go easier on them so they don't have to be treated? I can't take this anymore. I want to take a shower and wrap myself in a warm futon. Watching the light in the eyes of the new recruits gradually fade away made me feel warm and fuzzy. It was like looking at myself from 6 months ago. Chapter 49. It's an early morning for the Touri medical platoon. We need to check our supplies 30 minutes before the infantry briefing so that we can start marching in time. The medical department has a lot of items to manage, so we have to get up earlier than the infantry to do inventory. Good morning, it's time to wake up. Let's start by checking the equipment. I only got 3 hours of sleep because a patient came in last night. That's wonderful. You're lucky you got that much sleep. Furthermore, because marching takes up time during the day, our consultation hours are limited to the evenings. Running during the day and working at night is what I'll be doing every day from now on. Unfortunately, we're going to have to endure chronic sleep deprivation. My head is spinning. Lakia. The trick to getting through lack of sleep safely is to stay calm and objective to not get irritated. After 3 straight days, even the mildest of people's personalities will change. In order to avoid trouble in relationships, you need to be aware of your own words and actions. Do you have any ideas on how to make up for lack of sleep? You're a medic, aren't you? You think you have time to sleep. I was lucky to get 3 hours of sleep last night because we hadn't come into contact with the enemy yet. For Lakia, just being woken up in the middle of the night seems to be quite painful. Don't worry. You'll get used to it. If we had more manpower, We could rotate the on-call shifts and ensure days of rest. At the moment, the only decent fighting force we have is myself and Kale. Since there is only one leader and one person in charge of implementation, we will probably only be able to take turns taking rest once Larkia and Aranoma become effective personnel. Well, let's do our best and get moving today. Have you forgotten anything? Yes. There's no need to rush just yet. Recruits just need to develop in the right direction, little by little. And eventually, when the war begins and casualties are brought in by the dozens, these two will need to fight bravely as well. Oh, I can see the fortress. It was the evening of the second day after leaving the capital. A fortress appeared before us, built of moss-covered rocks and constructed to cover the gap between the mountains. This is Fort Musen, the fortress platoon leader Garbak defended with his life during the retreat from Marshdale. Recapturing the fortress is our first tactical objective. What? So there will be a battle happening today? It's possible, but that's pretty unlikely. If Fort Musen is under enemy occupation, the capital would be in danger. The first tactical objective of the expedition was the recapture of Fort Musen. If an enemy leader like platoon leader Garbak remained at Fort Musen, a battle would ensue. I understand. What's wrong, platoon leader Touri? It seems that the advance forces have secured Fort Musen. It seemed that the Sabatian soldiers at Fort Musen have retreated. We were able to easily accomplish our first objective. Although the southern offensive was successful, the enemy still holds the upper hand. There's no need for them to risk their lives to hold such a position in the middle of enemy territory. The advance forces will continue to advance and secure the area around Fort Musen. I see. We, the Aria Battalion, have been ordered to occupy Fort Musen until the defense force dispatched from the capital can take over. Meaning, we will stop our advance here for today. We will spend the night at Fort Musen. The distance between Fort Musen and Wynn can be covered in a day by a fast walker. Even our heavily armed infantry unit managed to reach the destination after only 2 days of forced march. If we communicate now to the capital to request the dispatch of a defense force, we should be able to hand it over by tomorrow morning. So tonight I can sleep somewhere with a roof. Yay. However, it will be bloody. I don't think the Sabatian army, who retreated in a hurry, cleaned up the place or disposed of the bodies. Seriously? The Aria Battalion, which is at the very back of the unit, is made up of many non-combatants, such as laundrymen and nurses. This meant that we were given the right to spend the night in the covered Fort Musen. In short, Fort Musen was in no condition to be used as a sleeping quarters unless it was cleaned up. The fact that it was handed over to the rear forces means that the advance forces that occupied the base did not want to use it as a sleeping quarters. It was none other than platoon leader Garbak who barricaded himself in this fortress and fought off the Sabatian forces. Even if he was outnumbered, I'm sure he would have put up a lion-hearted resistance. It is likely that the bodies of both friends and foes are piled up before being buried. Those who don't have that kind of resistance should prepare themselves and enter the fort. Yes. In other words, in this fortress. Lies the resting place of one of the most powerful aces of the Western Front. Upon entering through the gates of the fortress, I was surprised to find it in better condition than I had initially expected. However, the only part that was clean was the side near the capital city, Wynn, that had not been attacked. The walls of the fortress start to show signs of severe damage the further you go in. Evidence of explosions and dried bloodstains were everywhere. The soldiers' bodies had been bundled together and dumped into a warehouse. The walls had collapsed, dirt and dust were everywhere, and a dull, starry sky could be seen through the cracks in the roof. Was the battle really this intense? They must have been hit by magical bombardment. The enemy knew that our Austin forces were hiding in the fortress, so they chose to launch a pre-bombardment attack. I'm surprised. I heard that the hero Igel used magic to turn a castle into a vacant lot, but looking at the power of this magic, it seems like it could actually be done. In this state, it can be said that Fort Musen has almost lost its defensive function. Repairs will likely be made at a rapid pace from now on. The food storehouse and armory seem to be safe. It's underground, after all. It was probably designed to be resistant to the effects of artillery fire. However, a very small number of facilities survived the fire and appeared to be usable as they were. Our medical platoon was assigned one of these food storage facilities that was still relatively intact. It's not because the medical platoon is given special preferential treatment. We can use this place to sleep. Yes, as long as no patients come. It's simply because we might need it for work. Tonight we have to use it as a temporary clinic to provide overnight emergency care. Well, there was no fighting, so even if there were patients, they would probably just be rookie soldiers who had been subjected to corporal punishment. This storehouse is a food storage facility, isn't it? But there are only leftovers. Is there anything left to eat? Most of the supplies were taken from this food storehouse during the retreat from Marshdale. There is only enough food for the remaining troops to last a day. There is probably very little left. They stayed even though they knew they were going to die. Because food and armory stores were important, they were located deep within the fortress. So I think it was able to maintain its shape relatively well. No good. Most of them are just empty boxes of delicious-looking sweets. It was their last meal. They probably didn't leave anything good behind. There are also bottles of expensive liquor. Maybe they enjoyed a drink before they died. I wonder what they felt while drinking this. Were they crying, after all? Lakia picked up a liquor bottle that had been thrown away in a corner of the food storage room. The liquor in question was a brand favored by someone I knew well. No. I'm sure they were laughing from the bottom of their hearts and having fun. Platoon leader Touri. In the back of my mind, I recall the last image of platoon leader Garbak. This is likely the bottle he was holding when he left. I don't know what the platoon leader who was drinking that alcohol was thinking, though. At that moment, he was in a strange mood, his face flushed. He certainly wouldn't have cried. Little platoon leader, why did you suddenly close your eyes? I was just having a moment of silence to pay my respects to my fallen comrades. Ah, I see. Now that I think about it, there was something I should say right now. I am the platoon leader. I would like to take this opportunity to pray for the repose of the souls of those who died together with my unit. If you don't mind, would you guys join me? Oh, what is it? It's a little ritual. I never would have imagined I'd be doing this 6 months ago. The lives of the 54 men who defended Fort Musen were the foundation of our victory. It is because of their lives that we are able to secure this fortress today. Let us salute our brave comrades. I never thought that as a platoon leader, I would end up having to hold a moment of silence in honor of platoon leader Garbak. With this, the ceremony is over. If I ever get killed in the line of duty, I ask for at least a moment of silence. Hey, that's inauspicious. That's true, too. When you participate in a war, you feel your life becoming lighter and lighter. It wouldn't be surprising if I encountered an enemy tomorrow and accidentally died. Now, let's start cleaning and arranging our belongings in preparation for the medical examination. Thank you, everyone. There were fewer patients today than last night. The new recruits were probably too busy burying the bodies of the soldiers left behind at the fortress and holding a moment of silence to do anything that would incite scolding. I was able to sleep peacefully that night, remembering the striking image of that platoon leader. Later on, I heard a story from Senior Allen. Apparently, platoon leader Garbak's body was never found at Fort Musen. However, what may have been his body, covered in graffiti scribbled with abuse in the language of the Sabbath, was found scattered in front of the outer gate of the fortress. The remains of that body were carefully buried by the infantry. Chapter 50. After retaking Fort Musen, we continued west. It was a reversal of the route we had taken in the retreat from Marshdale. If we carry on like this, it looks like we'll end up entering Marshdale. I wonder if I can stay in the city for a night. As a medical platoon, we have not been told the objective of the operation, but it's likely that our next goal will be to retake Marshdale. Recapturing Marshdale would be of great strategic and spiritual significance. This force is made up of many refugees from Marshdale who have nowhere to go. Recapturing their homeland would be a huge morale boost. What if the enemy is besieged in Marshdale? Does it feel like a real war is about to begin? No. In that case, We won't push ourselves too hard, but we'll wait until we join forces with the Southern Army before we capture them." The platoon members' faces looked tense, as if war was about to begin. However, it would be impossible to defeat the Sabatian forces holed up in Marshdale with just our current military strength. In that case, I think it's best not to overdo it and wait until we can meet up with our allies. Well, the enemy has probably already abandoned Marshdale. Is that so? But I believe the Sabbath is retreating. Marshdale is located near the center of Austin. If they want to maintain occupation, they would have to maintain a long supply line from the Sabbath. With their supply lines threatened by Allied forces in the south, the Sabbath will likely not try to hold out. So maybe we can go and see what's going on around Marshdale? I think that would be tough. I see. However, we do not have the military strength to maintain our hold on Marshdale even if we reoccupy it. We'll probably just make sure there are no enemies around and then pass right by. If the soldiers are allowed to act freely during that time, not only will there be frequent instances of looting, but the magic and traps remaining throughout the town will cause severe damage. Well, I guess I'll be happy just to be able to see the streets of my hometown again. That's true. If we have time, I'd like to go and check on Noel as well. If it turns out to be a passing route, we might be able to have a look around. We're in the middle of a forced march, so it's probably not possible to stop by. Similarly, if I want to go see the town of Noel, my request is unlikely to be granted. After all, the route that stops at Noel is a long detour towards the Western Front. It seems we will have to leave it to the main force following behind to ensure the safety of our birthplaces. Saying that, Kale and I sighed. At that time, I still seemed to have an optimistic view of war. Perhaps I did not fully understand how evil humans can be. FPS games are just games. In games, corpses will disappear if you leave them alone, and even if you are on the verge of death, you can be revived with the push of a button if your teammates are still alive. Both sides carefully buried their dead in the trenches of the Western Front. This was to prevent the spread of disease, and at the same time it was an expression of their wish that, even if I die, I want to be treated with dignity. Therefore, there were very few people who would tamper with the corpses. However, when it comes to invading villages, it's a completely different story. As the invaders advance deeper and deeper, they don't have time to bury them one by one. Moreover, since it was a winning battle, there would have been a sense of security that no matter how they treated the enemy's corpses, it wouldn't come back to haunt them. The invading soldiers had no idea what kind of friction this would cause after the war. How cruel it is to go and see the state of a place that has been invaded by the enemy. How deep was the malice of the Sabbath's low-ranking soldiers? We will be witnessing this from here on out. There were several villages scattered between Fort Musen and Marshdale. These villages served as rest spots for traders traveling between the capital and Marshdale. The villagers lived quietly, earning a self-sufficient living through farming and livestock, and also earning a small income from travelers. My hometown, Noel, is one such small village. A peaceful village with an orphanage and a church. Hey! Most of the villagers did not evacuate to the capital. This is because poor villagers, who had been living from day to day on farmland and pastures rented from landlords, had no way to survive even if they fled to the capital. For farmers who have no way to earn money, their fields are their lifeblood. So many of them stayed in their villages and continued to live, praying that their villages would not be burned down. Trusting that the Austin army will stop the Sabbath's invasion. What is this? 2 days have passed since we left Fort Musen. Along the way we came across a small village. What's the matter, Larkia? I've been to this village before. When marching along country roads, you'll usually come across villages. This is because roads are laid out to connect villages. It was a lively village famous for its sweet potato rice cakes. I went on a trip with my family to see the harvest festival. My mother's friend lives in this village, so she let us stay. We continued our march, passing villages that were deserted. A sticky, pungent wind carried the smell of rotting flesh and feces. Flying insects gathered everywhere, blocking the view and making unpleasant buzzing noises. The deafening cries of animals and wild birds echo all around. This was a peaceful village where many kind people live. At the entrance to the village, we saw the face of a child, half bone exposed, lying there. His body was torn to shreds, as if he had been eaten by a beast. Perhaps as a joke, the child had tree branches stuck in both of his eyes. It's over there. There were a lot of food stalls set up in the square there. Please calm down, Lakia. But what's there now? What's all that stuff piled up haphazardly in that square? Don't look at it directly. Calm down and take a slow, deep breath. Why are there no human voices coming from this village? The massacres perpetrated by the Sabatian soldiers were horrific. There were signs everywhere that people had been oppressed, killed, and toyed with, regardless of whether they were women or children. It seems that Lakia could not bear such a cruel scene. What happened to the people who lived here? Tears began to flow from her eyes, and eventually she crouched down, sobbing. Hi. That corpse is moving. No, those are maggots, crawling under the skin. A naked, eyeless woman was found collapsed in a rice field. Parts of her skin were squirming ominously, exposing flesh and maggots in various places. What is this? Is it a human or a monster? There's a drowned body. When a body absorbs water, it turns blue and swells up. The blue-black body floating in the canal was swollen and filled with gas. The moment the wild bird pecked at the flesh of the drowned body, a foul hissing sound and a foul smell like rotten sewage gushed out. Ah! It seemed the Sabatian soldiers had no intention of sparing the villagers. What appeared to be the bodies of villagers were scattered all over the village. It's because we lost. The scent of iron mixed with the smell of feces and rotting flesh. Many of the infantrymen walked with their mouths covered, unable to bear the suffocating stench. A farmer's body, shot dead, is lying on the side of the road, swarming with crows. The soil is caked with flesh and blood, infested by flying insects. Ha! Among them, what caught my eye was, in the central square where Lakia had pointed out earlier, several naked bodies were hanging from a large tree. Nearby were bags of sweets with Sabatian inscriptions written on them that had been thrown around haphazardly. A dart-like arrow was stuck in one of the bodies. Liquor bottles were rolled near the body, with some torn sheets discarded. How can the Sabatian soldiers do something like this? It seems that humans can sometimes be endlessly cruel. Perhaps it was because they had suffered so much from the hated enemy that the soldiers lost control and thought it was okay to commit atrocities to any extent. Aranoma saw the bodies without uttering a single word. However, his eyes seemed to flare with incredible emotion. Although Kale tries to remain calm, his face is pale, and he looks on the verge of collapsing. Some of the nurses, who should be used to seeing dead bodies, even vomited. Let's go. If we hesitate, we'll be left behind. What was going on in this village? What had happened to the villagers because of our defeat? I was devastated to see this so clearly. Such a sight had never been seen even on the Western Front. There, the bodies of the bravely fallen soldiers, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, were given a minimum of respect and given a proper burial. The atrocities committed by the Sabatian soldiers, who had even lost the most basic human decency. What it created was truly a scene from hell. My platoon was almost silent from midway onwards. No, not only from my own unit, but from the units marching alongside us. We no longer heard any chatter whatsoever. To say that I am at a loss for words is an accurate description. Even though I am used to seeing dead bodies as a medic, that was a shocking sight. For someone like Lakia, who was just a regular civilian until just a week ago, this must have been a heartbreaking sight to see. I don't want to walk. I don't want to continue any further. Such feelings began to well up inside me. Once we pass through Marshdale, the village of Noel is just beyond. Will I be able to remain calm if I saw the bodies of the director, who was like a parent to me, and all my siblings at the orphanage being treated so cruelly? No, that's impossible. There's no way I would be able to keep my cool. I'm sure I would go half crazy and start sobbing. I don't want to see it. I don't want to go through there. Soon, I began to pray that I wouldn't have to pass through Noel. I desperately told myself that it would be okay because we probably wouldn't go through there. I didn't have the courage to face reality right now. There's a village here, too. We had to cross several villages on our way to Marshdale. Every village looked more or less the same. Oh, the body is decomposing. That's what happens as time goes by. It was difficult for some of the younger members, such as Lakia. At night, they had nightmares and woke up drenched in sweat. The sleep-deprived medics were forced to suffer even more from lack of sleep, with some collapsing during the day. Little boss, don't push yourself too hard. It's fine. I'm the platoon leader. Honestly, I'm also having trouble sleeping and wake up frequently throughout the night. Because I was used to staying up all night, I was able to function normally during the day. However, I couldn't hide my fatigue. I think I caused Kale a lot of worry. It's Marshdale. I walked for 3 days, trying to ignore the hellish scenes I came across. Soon we came upon the walled city again, surrounded by numerous ramparts. At last, I'm back. Marshdale, Austin's pride and joy. The impregnable fortress city. The difference in military strength is insurmountable, and this is the spiritual pillar of Austin that they only recently abandoned. The Renville army returned to Marshdale once again. No sign of the enemy in Marshdale. Okay, understood. As expected, Marshdale seemed empty. The advance party completed their reconnaissance in half a day. After confirming that it was safe, we were able to enter Marshdale without any casualties. Little boss, what do the higher-ups say? Apparently, we'll be staying here for the night. Oh, really? It seems that the waterways in Marshdale are still active, so please wash your dirty military uniforms yourself. However, please use a bucket to secure water and do not pour dirty water into the waterways. It seemed that if we advanced any further, supplies from Wynn would not be able to keep up. The soldiers needed rest, so we decided to take the day off. It was true that my platoon was nearing its limit. I was grateful that Lakia and the others were able to take a break. Is there no way for me to visit my house? Sorry, but that's a bit much. Ahaha, that's right. The soldiers set up tents along the road. Entry into private homes is of course prohibited. Even if it's your house, there's no guarantee that the enemy didn't set up a trap there. Please limit your activities to the main roads that the scouts have confirmed to be safe. There may be traps left in other areas. Is it really that dangerous? In fact, we just received information that one soldier stepped on a trap and suffered severe burns. He will be transported here shortly, so let's prepare for treatment. Oh, there are still traps set up all over Marshdale. It looks like our scouts and spies are working hard to disarm the traps, but it will be difficult to remove all of them. This is why urban warfare is hated, because there are many remnants left behind even after the war. But securing Marshdale is a big deal. We can use it as a base to establish a supply route. I agree. We'll leave the proper disarming of the traps to those behind us. If we can resecure Marshdale, it will become a good base. Although some have been damaged, there are still many buildings remaining in the city that could be used as warehouses. The damage is extensive, but it will be sufficient to use it as a transportation relay point. It seems like a lot of houses have been ransacked. I wonder if mine is okay? Those bastards are just doing as they please. Although the people of Marshdale are angry that their homeland has been destroyed, the situation in Marshdale is far better than the villages along the way. All citizens have evacuated at Major Renville's command, so there are no dead bodies lying around. The people also took their most valuable possessions with them, so nothing significant was looted. Flies are swarming on the bodies of our comrades piled up by the roadside, but it's still better than that hell. No, that's just my own opinion. For the people of Marshdale, this tragedy must be heartbreaking. After all, it's their hometown. To me, it would be like if Noel had been ransacked. Little boss, where should we set up the clinic? We are currently negotiating with higher-ups to see if there are any houses available. Surely, many soldiers must be deeply troubled seeing the state of landscape they once knew. That's why we must do everything we can. I've just received word. Safety clearance at Marshdale Central Hospital is complete. We'll be staying there starting today. Oh, that's good. I've worked at the Central Hospital before. If there are any supplies left, let's take them. Having returned to Marshdale, we were able to enjoy a long-awaited rest. Soldiers who had experienced the Western Front probably weren't tired at all, but for new recruits, just marching was extremely hard work. Especially, the mental damage is immense, so being able to rest in a calm place is invaluable. Yes. What is it, little boss? Yes, understood. I'll go right away. However, just when my unit was finally about to settle down, I received a message. It was not a request to accept a patient as a medic, but a personal request to me as chief medic. Sorry, but I have been summoned. I will hand over command to Kale for the time being. Everyone please proceed to the central hospital and set up a clinic. Yeah, got it. As for the person who called me away, this is Warrant Officer Faris. I have a personal request for you and request a meeting. Understood. He is the commander of the unit to which Larkia's friends belong, and is a typical violent soldier. A shady individual who suggested anti-interrogation training for the medical platoon. That is Warrant Officer Faris. Chapter 51. Warrant Officer Faris, this is Chief Medic Touri. I have come in response to your request. When I received a call from Warrant Officer Faris, I headed straight to the location he instructed me to go to. Since this is someone who Larkia had previously caused trouble for, it would be best to deal with him politely. Thank you for coming. No, don't worry about it. An infantry platoon led by Warrant Officer Faris had set up camp on the main road near the main gate. His platoon was a little larger, about 20 people in number. It was like an infantry platoon reinforced with troops. May I ask what you need? What? It's a personal request. There's no need to be so stiff. When I saluted and asked what he wanted, Warrant Officer Faris gave me an ambiguous smile and gestured for me to have a seat. Is it not an urgent matter? What do you think, Chief Medic Touri? These are our unit supplies, so take what you like. No, I am good. Don't be so reserved. As a platoon leader with the rank of Warrant Officer, he was offered me some tea and snacks. It belonged to Warrant Officer Faris' unit, and it was not something I should touch just because he offered. I tried to refuse, but he almost forced the cookie into my hand. Just what does he want from me? Warrant Officer Faris? Well, on to the matter at hand. Yes, what is it? Today, the entire army is on a rest day. In order to deepen the bond between our units, I would like to invite your platoon to a party hosted by our Faris platoon. Warrant Officer Faris then pointed to the infantryman behind him and continued. His subordinates looked at him with confused expressions. Somehow, I began to understand what he was trying to say. A party? Well, I mean, why don't you just take a breather and have some fun, Chief Medic? It seems that this person knew that there were a lot of women in my platoon, so he invited us to a drinking party. I never thought he would call the head of the medical department for something like this. Don't make that face. To be honest, this is for the mental health of these rookies. Well, I get what you're saying. After seeing the devastation in the villages along the way, several of them became useless. Oh, I see. According to Warrant Officer Faris, the rookies in his unit were pretty shocked. In particular, there was a day when some of them cried and said they wanted to go back to their parents' homes. I remember that a medic girl was good friends with those guys. I heard they were best friends. I see. That's why I called you here, hoping to get them to drink and complain, so that they could let off some steam. I'm sure that girl from your place was pretty shocked, too. When I heard that story, I felt a little bit convinced. Come to think of it, Larkia's friends were in Faris' platoon. So, his intention is to get them friends to talk and relieve stress? Indeed. Larkia from my platoon was also quite distraught. Then it's settled. How about we start now? But I'm sorry, our platoon is currently on duty. We have already received information that several wounded soldiers have been brought in, and we will be busy dealing with that for a while. We probably won't have time for a drinking party. Really? If that's the case, then it's certainly something worth considering. Unfortunately, with the holidays approaching, we can expect to be inundated with requests to examine patients for minor injuries. We'll probably be busy with treatment well into the night. As for those with minor injuries, I'm thinking of handing them over to Larkia or Aranoma, so it would be difficult for them to leave. Can't we do something in the evening? That will be tough. I think I'll have some free time if it gets late at night, but I'm sure my subordinates will want to get some sleep. Warrant Officer Faris looks disappointed. It seems he grossly underestimated the workload of the medical platoon. I should have told him this before we set out. I did say there were too few medics when I asked him to refrain from violent discipline. Well, I wanted to cheer those little brats up by giving them a woman. Volunteers are welcome to help out with the medical platoon. There's a ton of work to do, like organizing queues, carrying supplies, and helping with cleaning. Chimph, why do we have to work even on rest days? Unlike you guys who aren't fighting, fatigue directly affects our survival rate. As a platoon leader, I can't allow that. I see. Perhaps realizing that I had no intention of attending the banquet, Warrant Officer Faris turned away. And after a sigh of displeasure, "Sorry to take up your time. Get back to work, Chief Medic Touri. I'm sorry I couldn't meet your expectations. I'll give you these cookies, so stuff them in your stomach on the way." I then excused myself. Warrant Officer Faris is well known for being a womanizer. You were right to turn down that invitation. Is that so? After that, I headed to Marshdale Central Hospital as originally planned. Marshdale Central Hospital is one of the flagship hospitals in the city. It was a large hospital, with 3 floors of beds for patients. I'm sure you'll get a mountain of invitations like that in the future, but you don't have to accept them. There's no way I'd enjoy a party that I'm forced to attend by order of my platoon leader. I'll keep that in mind. If you want your subordinates to take a break, give them time off. It's better to let them go out drinking on their own. All right, thanks for the advice. Captain Aria was there to inspect the Marshdale Central Hospital. She probably came to check on me. It seems she was quite concerned about not having the chance to follow up after scolding me before. Or rather, Faris just wanted to make an excuse so he could become friendly with a girl from the medical unit. When the soldiers saw the seriously wounded being abandoned at Marshdale, they thought if they could befriend a medic, they'd be given special treatment. I try to triage patients based on the severity of their condition without letting personal feelings get in the way. Well, we're human, so we may be swayed by our emotions. At least, that's what the soldiers believe. I see. I can certainly understand that thought process. If you find yourself in a life-threatening situation, being in a romantic relationship with a medic might increase your chances of survival. Certainly, it's a story that seems realistic. Well, medics are already popular and are called angels of the battlefield. Be careful not to get fooled by bad men. Yes, Captain. But at least when it's my turn to triage, I intend to remain calm. I tried to remain as calm as possible when Rodri and Alan were brought in. Also, to prevent personal feelings from getting in the way, don't triage acquaintances as much as possible. You won't be able to help from feeling sentimental. I see. If someone you know is brought in, ask another person to triage them. That way they can make a calmer decision. Indeed, that may be the correct answer. If there is even the slightest chance that Rodri can be saved, I feel like I would treat him even if he had a serious injury that I would normally abandon. If members of the old Garbak platoon are brought in, I'll leave the decision to Kale. Also, here comes the main point. As I was thinking about this, Captain Aria suddenly came close to me and whispered in my ear. Apparently, that was just a prelude. What is it? We found evidence that the Sabatian army is still fairly close by. After saying that, Captain Aria quietly lowered her eyes. They are likely the Sabatian forces in retreat. We may come into contact with them soon, so be prepared. I thought the enemy had already abandoned Marshdale and retreated further away. To my surprise, the enemy was lurking nearby. The matter is confidential. Do not speak of this to any of your subordinates. Understood. The reason we're resting in Marshdale is so we can scout the surrounding area. What was the enemy's purpose in still hiding near Marshdale? Perhaps they're scouting for our pursuit force. Father is on guard against a surprise attack. Be sure to take into consideration the possibility of a battle starting. Yes, Captain Aria. Or is there a possibility of a surprise attack, as Major Renville warns? We will proceed behind the advance group once they have ensured it's safe. Even if fighting were to break out, the flames of war probably wouldn't reach us. However, if mountains of wounded soldiers arrive, the medical platoon may become overwhelmed with fatigue. I need to give Kale and the rookies some good rest before then. Well then, Touri, do your best. Thank you, Captain. In that case, should I try to introduce a shift system during times when there are fewer patients? This will slow down the speed at which patients are seen, but the resting party can get a few hours of sleep. If there's a possibility of coming into contact with the enemy in the future, we need to conserve our strength. This was the Touri medical platoon's first encounter with the enemy. At that time, I had not yet acquired any command skills, and my understanding of the role of platoon leader was simply someone who brings the unit together. Even now, I regret not having conducted simulations of getting caught in combat beforehand and training to give precise instructions. In the first real battle, it is rare for anyone to do everything perfectly from the start. Most people have areas where they fall short, reflect on and regret their actions, and gradually grow from those experiences. This was true when I was a rookie, and it remained true when I was a platoon leader. Therefore, at the very least, I should have prepared in advance through training. It was my first time as a platoon leader and my first time commanding others. I was in a position where I should have taken responsibility, but I lacked that awareness. I believed that as long as I provided treatment from the rear, that would be enough. I thought that I just needed to keep treating patients for hours, heal those in front of me, and send them back to the front lines. At the time, I honestly believed that was the extent of my duty. That is the thinking of a low-level soldier. It is the naivete of those who can't think for themselves. A commander is the person responsible for the lives of all members of a unit. I learned this lesson during my first battle. At the same time, it was also the first battle for another person. Most of the Austin army at this time was filled with platoon leaders with little command experience. Similarly, there was one person in the Sebastian army who was commanding at the front lines for the first time. I've never heard of such a strategy. Good, then the enemy won't expect it either. That person, at the young age of 15, brought an unprecedented victory for the Sebastian army. She was another genius, hastily appointed as a commander when the Sebastian army was struggling against the young rising star of the Austin army, Byrne, who led the Southern army. As a preliminary skirmish against the Southern army, let's first take the head of the old fool, Renville. It was also the first battle of Sylphnova, who would later be ridiculed as the most foolish commander in history. At this time, she was ordered to intercept us, the remnants of the Austin Central Army. Thus, during this week as temperatures dropped and winter approached, we faced off against the enemy Sebastian soldiers for the first time in a while. And so, although we had no way of knowing at the time, this would be the first encounter between me and Sylphnova. It was also the start of our bitter relationship as fated enemies. Chapter 52. We are going to scale back our medical treatment system. After receiving the information whispered to me by Captain Aria, I immediately took action. In order to maintain my subordinates' physical strength, I decided to set aside rest periods. Given the current number of injured soldiers, I believe that a medical system at half the current scale will be sufficient. Well, there's a lot of free time. Considering the state of the platoon, if we continue treating without sleep or rest, some will likely drop out. To be honest, I would like the 2 new recruits to continue working so that they can get used to working all night and gain some experience. However, if a battle breaks out while they're fatigued and a large number of patients came in, it would be hellish. So, what does that mean? We will have shifts and time off. Yay. When the nurses heard that they would be taking a rest, they let out cheers of joy. Recently, we have been forced to work until late at night to deal with the influx of patients coming in every day. This has caused a lot of sleep deprivation for everyone, so it's good timing. Then, starting this evening, we will have 2 periods of rest, the first half and the second half, each 5 hours long. Drinking alcohol or going out will not be permitted, but you will be allowed to use the beds in the duty room to sleep. Yes. Now, Head Nurse Elmer, I'd like you to assign the nurses to the first and second halves. I'll assign the medical soldiers myself. Regarding the specific break method, we divided the time into 2 shifts. Based on past trends, it is expected that there will be slightly more patients during the day shift in the first half of the day. Therefore, to avoid any unfairness, I plan to alternate between the first and second halves on different days. I'll assign the medics to myself and Arnoma, and then Kale and Lakia. Oh, the other day, didn't we talk about having the men and women work together? If we were to split up the shifts, it would be a different story. If Lakia and I were paired together, we would have to wake one of you up when we needed male help. Oh, I see. There wasn't much need to worry about team division. The work can't get done without either myself or Kale, so we've decided to split up. The next decision was how to allocate Lakia and Aranoma, but we simply chose a combination that would provide enough male help. It is absolutely necessary for when a soldier becomes unable to bear the pain of the procedure and gets violent. Well then, how about myself and Arnoma for the first half today, and Kale and the Lakia for the second half? Got it, little boss. If we get too many patients to handle, we may need to ask for help. Please understand that. Yeah, of course. Thus, our medical platoon had its first rest day. Proper rest will increase the unit's work efficiency. I'm sure this rest will serve the entire medical platoon well. Little boss. Do you have time right now? Yes, there are currently no patients. Is something wrong? Well, this was my first break. Patients continued to show up as usual, but by evening their numbers had stopped. So, while I was chatting with Aranoma and eating bread for dinner until it was time for my shift to change, Kale and Lakia showed up in the examination room. Sniff, sniff. The truth is, Lakia has been crying for a while now. When the two of them entered the room, Lakia's eyes were swollen and she was hiccuping. Kale gazes at Lakia with a troubled expression, and the nurse looks worried. It seems like they are having a hard time dealing with a crying child. It would be a shame to leave her alone like this. Could you please let Lakia rest here? All right. Apparently, Lakia was very shocked by the sight of the village. Even on the way, I often heard Lakia crying out due to nightmares in the middle of the night. It was tough even for medical staff who are used to seeing dead bodies. For a civilian like Lakia, it must have been a traumatic experience. It's no good, platoon leader Touri. Whenever I get in bed, all I can think about are scary and unpleasant things. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I had heard it was going to be a more fun and rewarding job. After she said this, she lowered her head and began to cry again. Both Kale and Aranoma looked conflicted, unsure of what to say to them. Neither of them had children, so they probably don't know how to treat adolescent girls. Platoon leader Touri is amazing. You're so much calmer and stronger than me. I can't stay calm and do my job like you. I didn't hear anything about this. I'm scared, I don't want to die. Lakia seems to be troubled by the gap between what she had been told and reality. When I was taking my conscription examination, I remember the soldiers telling me only convenient stories. Certainly. I had heard stories like, because you're at the back of the line, it's a safe workplace and everyone will teach you kindly, or you'll be adored like an angel by soldiers on the front lines and maybe even fall in love with a beautiful man. Who came up with such a ridiculous story? I was told something similar to that as well. That is nothing but a scam. I honestly don't know what to do. The soldiers are scary. I run marathons during the day, and I'm up almost all night treating victims of corporal punishment. I haven't been able to sleep well for 3 days because I've been having nightmares about the villages. Oh, calm down, Lakia. All of that was a lie. This is a scam. I want to go home. Let me go back to Win. Eventually, Lakia broke down into tears. Kale desperately tried to calm her down, but she showed no signs of stopping. I've seen this symptom before. This is a common occurrence among rookie soldiers who are becoming desperate and begin yelling abusive language at those around them. This will only get worse unless I take action quickly. As this progresses, the person will become depressed, silent, and start muttering to themselves. In the end, they may commit suicide or flee. If they're a man, they may break military discipline and commit rape. Please stay calm, Lakia. We are very grateful to the wounded soldiers. I had no idea the working conditions were so harsh. When I tried to calm her down, Lakia started crying and throwing a tantrum. To be honest, it's not that harsh at all. But if I say that, Lakia will probably get heated up. I'll just keep quiet about that. Yes, I think it must be very difficult. For someone like you who was just a civilian until recently, it must be too much for you to bear. Yes, that's right. I myself had a very hard time getting used to the job. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have applied. That's right. Adults are really such liars. In these cases, first empathize with the person's frustration and let them vent their feelings. Outright denial usually makes the situation worse. After empathizing, state your opinion in the form of "but." However, we are not the only ones being forced into such a harsh environment. The infantry on the front lines are risking their lives to patrol the surrounding area. Their environment is much harsher than ours, and they don't know when they will lose their lives. The ones suffering the most are the ordinary citizens who have been invaded by Sabatian forces. You must have seen the devastation, Lakia. Even Wynne was on the brink of being burned. There is no safe place left for us Austinites. Right now, we are surrounded by many infantrymen who are protecting us. We are very grateful for that. That is why we too must work hard for the soldiers of this army. I tried my best to explain the current situation to Lakia without provoking her. Of course, it would be wonderful if everyone could continue to live peaceful lives at Wynne as they have been until now. I often find myself daydreaming about how great it would have been if I had been able to live a peaceful life as a traveling entertainer after leaving the orphanage. But the reality is that the Sabbath is attacking. If we don't fight, even our capital will be burned. I need to make Lakia realize that even if she runs away, she will not be able to go back to her previous life. I know that without you telling me, but even so, there are too many lies in the advertising slogan. There's still a chance you might meet someone wonderful. Look, even Kale and Aranoma are quite good looking, aren't they? But they're way too old for me. I tried to smile as much as possible and promoted the two handsome men in my squad. When I brought them up, they struck cool poses. They're good sports. Kale isn't that much older, is he? He's in his early 20s, right? That's still quite a difference, isn't it? Hey, I still consider myself young. Lakia's expression softened a little. Let's continue talking about love. With girls of this age, if you bring up the topic of love, the conversation will naturally flow. I learned this when I was surrounded by girls my age at an orphanage. It's not just limited to this unit. If you look around other units, there are men close to your age. I had a date with someone in another unit, too. Really? Technically I'm not lying. Lakia really took an interest in the word date. Let's just change the topic and distract her. That's a very interesting topic. Wait, platoon leader Touri, you have a boyfriend? Unfortunately, we're not in a romantic relationship yet. We're just close friends. May I ask what kind of person he is? He's a boy close to my age that I met in the army. He's very kind and reliable. As expected, girls around this age seem very interested in love talk. Rodri and I aren't like that, but I'll take advantage of this. It seems that even Lakia had two men with whom she is quite close with. What? No, it's not like that. Those two stepped forward to protect Lakia. Surely they have feelings for you. It's really not like that. Whether it was a topic of interest or the possibility of having a boyfriend, Lakia gradually began to return to normal. Really, they're just friends. Then, Lakia, could you tell us about these two? I'm interested too. The romantic stories of young girls. I'd like to hear about little platoon leader's story as well. The two adults seemed to read the mood and joined in the conversation. Lakia's face is red with embarrassment, a far cry from a moment ago. It's difficult for anyone to perfectly control their emotions. So talk to someone, let out all your complaints, and protect your heart. Why me? Let platoon leader Touri go first. Well, I don't mind. But mine isn't that interesting. While male soldiers tell vulgar jokes to relax, female soldiers seem to relieve stress by talking about love. Come to think of it, even at the field hospital, female medics were excited about stories of affairs and marriage hunting. It seems that Lakia has taken a step towards becoming an excellent female medic. I have some interesting stories to tell. Oh, Elma. Thus, the night in Marshdale quietly passed. Since it was a complete rest day, The number of people who were severely injured from corporal punishment was low. We had a relaxing day for the first time in a while. Elmer, this is the story of a young male doctor. Wait a minute, that story. Using this day off, a large-scale search was conducted on the front line. The result was a miss. There was no sign of enemy troops lurking, and the possibility of a surprise attack was low. It was concluded that the traces of enemies Captain Arya mentioned was probably a reconnaissance unit monitoring us. That's bad, isn't it? Unbelievable, right? That guy really did it. Hey Elmer, can't I defend myself? During this search, the primary focus was on the forest in our direction of advance. We planned to head west across the plains and join the Southern Army. From Marshdale to the Western Front, plains and forests spread out. It's the forest where I have vivid memories of retreating under platoon leader Garbak's leadership. The plains are wide open and visible, so searching is unnecessary. So, Major Renville focused on searching the forest. At that time, I was still, in a very lively phase. But still. Excuses aren't manly. However, if there was one thing to reflect on, I don't think our allies' reconnaissance was inadequate, but we should have at least checked the terrain of the surrounding plains. We were in a forced march with no time. It was also unfortunate that almost all the local residents were massacred, making it impossible to gather information. Although the plains seemed open, there were blind spots along the route. Don't worry, Kale. I personally like guys who are a bit frivolous. Thus, shortly after leaving Marshdale, we were ambushed by Sebastian forces. I don't understand your taste, Platoon Leader Touri. I don't like guys who are only superficial, okay? At that time, unaware of this future, the medical platoon was enjoying peaceful girl talk. Well, it's just youthful indiscretion, Kale. I was quite the troublemaker in my youth too. You understand, Aranoma? I've never cheated, though. When it was discovered that Kale had once dated 3 women at the same time, he was nicknamed Third-Class Lecher Kale. Perhaps because I was a man in my previous life, I was more impressed than anything. But Kale's reputation among the women in the unit significantly dropped. After all, cheating is no good. Chapter 53. After a day's rest at Marshdale, we resumed our march westward. I heard that the Southern Army is destroying the Sebastian supply lines with unstoppable force and is heading north. Their advance was faster than expected. If we continued at this rate, there was a possibility we would not be able to join up with the Southern Army in time. Because the Allies had a greater advantage than expected, Major Renville was probably in a bit of a hurry so as not to miss this opportunity. Let's set up a tent around here tonight. Understood. The day after the rest day, the platoon members were full of energy. Personally, I felt good because I was able to sleep soundly. Feeling full of energy, we set up a makeshift clinic tent on a plain about 10 kilometers west of Marshdale. What's the matter, Platoon Leader Touri? That night, Renville's army chose to camp on the plains to the north of Noel. Austin's troops did not pass through Noel. Noel is not a village established as a relay point connecting larger towns. That's why going through Noel is a detour. No, it's nothing. I see. To be honest, when I found out I wouldn't have to go through Noel, I was really relieved. I wasn't sure if I would be able to keep calm if Noel experienced the same cruel scenes as the villages I had seen so far. I still often have trouble controlling my emotions, but I can't depend on others like I used to. Although I am the youngest, I am now a platoon leader. People already look down on me because of my appearance. I'll be treated like a complete child if I break down here. If that happens, I don't know if my subordinates will follow my orders when the time comes. That's why, as a platoon leader, I have to continue to grow mentally as well. I no longer have platoon leader Garbak here to punch me when I lose my cool. There aren't any patients coming in. Good point, little platoon leader. On this day too, we implemented a shift break system. In the first half of the day, a few soldiers with colds came to see us, but by the time it was my and Aranoma's turn to take care of the second half, the number of patients had stopped. So for now, I let Lakia and Kale take a rest. Aranoma and I were chatting away together. Would you like another cup of coffee? Yes, Aranoma. In order to deepen our ties, I asked Aranoma about his upbringing. Before becoming an actor, Aranoma traveled around the world as a traveler. During his time there he learned about the cultures and traditions of various regions and decided to become an actor in order to share the emotions he felt during his travels with others. After this war is over, I plan to quit being a soldier and go back to acting. My next play will be about a young medic surviving a fierce war. That's wonderful. If I'm still alive by then, I'd love to go and see it. We'll survive. After all, I'm in this unit. Saying this, Aranoma gave me a wink. What does that mean? The characters around the protagonist are protected by God. At first, I thought it was a strange thing to say. It seems that Aranoma thinks that he's the protagonist of this world. That's why he declared that he will protect the people around him, and that they will also protect him. That's just something that happens on stage, right? What's wrong with setting a stage in reality? However, it doesn't seem to me that he's a delusional person with a strong desire to be the main character. It seems that this is more of a warning to himself rather than a wish on his part. Aranoma seems to be someone who sees his life as a play, and as the protagonist, he acts with the idea that he should behave in a way that he will not be ashamed of. I am the main character in my life. You are the main character in your life, right? That's right. So then, how should you act as the protagonist? Are your thoughts distorted towards the easy way, towards self-indulgence, and are you behaving in a way unbecoming of a protagonist? Yes, I think it's important to reflect on this. Since I am the protagonist of my own world, I cannot live a life of compromise. This way of thinking is at the core of Aranoma's character. No matter how difficult the choice may be, he would continue to tell himself, it is the protagonist's decision to make that choice. That's why I always try to be attractive. A play without an attractive protagonist is boring, isn't it? Although his way of life is a little eccentric, I felt there was a lot to admire about him. Aranoma's confidence is backed by the hard work he has put in. Aranoma works hard in whatever he does and is sure to continue to be successful. If only we lived in a peaceful world without war. Aranoma, I admire your noble spirit. Thank you. But I have one thing to say. What is it? Don't make the mistake of thinking that you can do everything. If the time comes, you need to value your own life even if it means abandoning others. When I heard this story, I felt a little uneasy about Aranoma. With those high aspirations and desire to be the protagonist, I know a lot of people who have died protecting others. I somehow had a feeling that he would be like Salsa and do something reckless to save someone. Yeah, I'll be careful. Thank you. So I made sure to emphasize it very carefully. Aranoma is a very dear friend of mine. Please be careful not to take any reckless actions that could cost you your life. It looks like no else is coming today. Shall we take a break for now? All right. It was late at night, and most of the soldiers were wrapped in their sleeping bags and breathing heavily. The only people active at this time were the night shift personnel from our medical platoon and a few soldiers who were on patrol. Well, let's get ready for bed. The place where we medics set up our tents was at the very rear of the Renville army, a safe place surrounded by Verdi's company. Not only ourselves, but many of our non-combatant units were stationed at this rear. The enemy probably anticipated this. It seems like there's some commotion outside. Did something happen? It was 2 a.m. Aside from a few soldiers patrolling with torches, the plain is completely shrouded in darkness with no other light sources. An explosion? Did someone step on a trap? No, this is artillery fire. Everyone wake up. We're under attack. The sound of a magical attack gouging into the earth rang out, a sound that had been heard so many times on the Western Front. I immediately ran outside the tent and saw a rain of fire falling down from the night sky. It was just raining down on where we were. Everyone, evacuate. Move out of range of enemy artillery fire. I immediately raised my voice and woke up the whole squad. This time, the enemy chose the Arya battalion as their target for a surprise attack. Perhaps the Sabatian commander read that the supply and medical units, which were the lifeline of the Renville army, were stationed at the rear of Arya battalion. Is this artillery fire? No. I'm gonna die. This perfectly timed surprise attack threw us into total confusion. Because of the darkness of the night, the soldiers had no idea where to flee and were burned to death one after another. The surrounding area had been thoroughly scouted, so where on earth were the Sabatian forces hiding when they suddenly launched a surprise attack? In fact, at this time, the Sabatian army led by Sylph Nova was openly hiding among the plains. Near Noel, there is a hill. The slopes of this hill were quite steep, allowing a company-sized unit to hide in its shadow. It was a well-known tourist spot familiar to the people of Noel, called Dandelion Hill. This hill was famous for its beautiful view of the fields from the top. Only those who are familiar with the area would know of Dandelion Hill, and would not immediately notice the deep depression behind the hill. Looking at the terrain of Dandelion Hill and our expected route of advance, Sylph Nova proposed hiding the troops there. This location would be immediately discovered if a scout climbed the hill, and conversely, there was a high risk of being shot at from the top of the hill. Therefore, all the other commanders vehemently opposed the idea. However, with Sylph's confident statement, "It's okay, the Orst are all fools anyway," the operation was forcibly carried out. It seems that Sylph had anticipated that we wouldn't pass near Dandelion Hill. "Everyone wake up. We need to get out of here right now," Aranoma shouted as he hurriedly strapped on his gear. I observed the rain of artillery magic falling and determined the direction of the bombardment. Southwest. The enemy is firing from the southwest. Everyone, retreat. Get distance from the enemy. Run north. Before long, Verdi's voice echoed through the darkness. Thanks to the swift order to retreat, we could retreat in an orderly manner. Everyone, retreat towards the northwest. Move quickly. What's happening? What's going on? Those who just woke up can leave their belongings behind. Lakia, hurry. I made sure that everyone in my platoon was awake, then ran off to lead the way. I wanted to ensure no one ran in the wrong direction in their half-awake state. However, what are you doing, OD? Sorry. My knees are weak. Not everyone in the medical platoon managed to start running. It seems that the nurse, OD, panicked, fell on her bottom, and was unable to get up. If this continues, OD will be killed in an explosion. Should I go back and carry her? No, that's suicidal. If I abandon her, OD won't survive. First, I should calm her down. I considered various ways to save OD at that moment. However, no effective method came to mind. Those few seconds of thinking in silence probably worsened the situation. Oh, for crying out loud. Before I could say anything. Before I knew it, Lakia had run back by herself, carrying OD on her back. What are you doing? Come on OD, stand up. Let's run. There was no time to stop her. No, perhaps I could have stopped her, but I was too flustered to give orders. It's okay, we've been forced to run much harder before. Oh, thank you, Lakia. It's fine, let's run. OD expressed her gratitude to Lakia with tears in her eyes. And then, right when Lakia helped the nurse stand up. What? Suddenly, they were engulfed in a torrent of flames, and Lakia and OD were blown away, disappearing into the darkness. The sizzling sound of burning flesh filled the air. Lakia. Run. When I finally recovered, the only instructions I gave were to simply run. If you don't want to end up like that, keep running. Hi. I led the charge and kept running straight ahead. In the darkness of the night, we continued running desperately, terrified by the enemy artillery fire that was still raining down. Just another 100 meters and we'll be out of range. Do your best. Looking back, everyone except for Lakia and OD is following closely behind. Everyone seemed to be running as if they were going to die. Over here, medical platoon, take cover at the bottom of this hill. Lieutenant Verdi. Verdi had already gathered the surrounding soldiers and withdrawn, securing terrain that would be suitable for hiding. I followed his instructions and led the entire medical platoon to safety. Touri medical platoon reporting in. All right, my company will escort the Touri medical platoon. Keep an eye out for enemies in the surrounding area. We successfully retreated to Lieutenant Verdi's location. The damage from the night bombardment seemed to be quite severe. How many have gathered? About 120. I see. In addition to the infantry led by Verdi, The force consisted of 120 people, including many non-combatants such as laundry soldiers and baggage carriers. That was the total number of soldiers who managed to escape safely to Lieutenant Verdi's side from the artillery fire. Of course, no matter how long we waited, Larkia and the others never came running. It looks like we're out of range of enemy artillery fire. It'll be bad if the enemy's mage troops advance, Lieutenant Verdi. The enemy bombardment continued. Ahead of us, explosions were heard and flames were rising, ripping holes into the plain. It will be impossible to return and check on Larkia. What will you do, Lieutenant Verdi? Let me see. Verdi was frozen in place, sweat pouring down his forehead. That's because our current situation is extremely dire. The enemy had launched a bombardment to isolate us from the main force led by Arya. We found ourselves alone, with enemies lurking on all sides. What about communications? Do you not have a communication device? Yes. However, there is a risk of being detected if we use magical power. Currently, Lieutenant Verdi is the highest ranking officer among the 120 present. Everyone here has to act under his command. Lieutenant Verdi, let's meet up with the Arya battalion as soon as possible. Warrant Officer Faris. Among the 120 people present, Alan Platoon was not here. Were they also killed? No, I'll think about that later. Right now, we need to focus all our efforts on solving the immediate problem. The enemy is firing from the southwest, cutting us off from the main force. That's right. So, we should take a large detour to the north and avoid the enemy to regroup. Seeing Verdi freeze up, Warrant Officer Faris offered some advice. Although Verdi is a company commander, he is still inexperienced as a commander. At such times, it was a common sight in the military for a lower-ranking veteran soldier to take actual command. We'll scout ahead. Lieutenant, please follow after we confirm it's safe. Certainly, Warrant Officer Faris' suggestion is reasonable. While keeping distance from enemy artillery fire, we can join up with friendly forces, even if it means taking a slightly longer route. But something inside me screamed that Warrant Officer Faris's proposal was dangerous. At first glance, heading north to escape seems like the right choice, but I have a feeling that such actions will play right into the enemy's hands. That's certainly true. Well then, as Warrant Officer Faris suggested, let's take a detour north and, may I offer my opinion, Lieutenant Verdi? Ho, what's the matter, Touri? At this moment, I was oddly calm. I had just caused the deaths of Larkia and OD through my own indecision. Normally, I would be shocked and in a daze, but going north may seem safe, but there's a risk of total annihilation. What do you mean by that? Yes, I'll explain. My heartbeat quickened, and my mind was completely clear. It was like when I escaped Marshdale with Gamuji, feeling a rush of heightened emotions. Lieutenant Verdi, we should avoid the bombardment and head towards the southwest straight into where the enemy is lurking. Looking back later, in my previous life, I loved this so much that I was engrossed in FPS games. The thrill of not knowing when you might be killed. The excitement of figuring out how to escape and survive. I loved this feeling and kept playing FPS games relentlessly. What? I don't have much time, so I'll keep this brief. This is my only strength. In a desperate situation, I can calmly find the path with the highest chance of survival. It's not a skill of a strong person who can defeat their enemies with ease, but a skill of a weak person who fears death and flees. In this world, I can't defeat enemies. But when asked to think about how to survive in a desperate situation, I was stronger than anyone else in the world in my past life. Chapter 54. Verdi's unit has been split up. It appears we've lost contact due to an enemy surprise attack. At the same time, Captain Arya was woken up by the sound of explosions. She immediately saw the magical light shining in the night sky and realized that there had been an enemy night attack. Don't you even know the general location of Verdi's unit? We are currently attempting communication. But in the end, Captain Arya was unable to take any action. The location of Verdi's troops was unknown, so they were unable to launch a counterattack with artillery or gunfire. If they had simply fired back magic at the enemy, there was a chance that they would have accidentally fired at the friendly Verdi company. Even if they were to abandon them, the value of what Verdi Company was guarding was too great. There were reserves of weapons and ammunition, food, a medical platoon, and a logistics unit. The lifeline of these troops was stationed there. The word from Verdi: report their position. We still can't communicate. They aren't dead, are they? Because it was a night battle, it was difficult to tell whether the soldiers approaching our position were friend or foe. With their forces divided in this situation, Austin was unable to launch a proper counterattack. Wait for a while. Hold on until the reinforcement I requested from my father arrives. Understood. Captain Arya decided to call for reinforcements and then try to make a breakthrough. It is currently dark and the number of enemies is unknown, but Arya Battalion is still being bombarded with heavy gunfire. First, the top priority is to deal with the enemy in front of you. I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how to save the Verdi Company, but without knowing the position of our allies, there's nothing I can do. Thus, Captain Arya could do nothing but grind her teeth and glare at the Sebastian forces as they did whatever they pleased. Meanwhile, in the Verdi Company at the time, I expect the enemy will attempt to encircle us. Encircle us? With Warrant Officer Faris glaring at me, I was explaining the details of my foolish plan to charge to the southwest, where the enemy was likely hiding. Based on the direction and distance of the enemy's artillery fire, I estimate that the enemy is probably hiding behind Dandelion Hill. What kind of terrain is Dandelion Hill? It's a hill that rises in the middle of the plain. It's hard to see from here, but there's a large cliff behind it where 2 to 3 units can hide. I drew a simple map on the ground and explained it to Verdi. The hill is relatively long, stretching from the southwest to the northeast. The cliff at the back has a significant height difference, and there's a gentle slope at the bottom. The director told me that the hill was formed by a big earthquake long before I was born. I believe the enemy is shelling us from the southwest part of this hill. I see. Touri, you're from Noel, aren't you? Are you familiar with the terrain around here? Yes. Noel is a quiet village with not much to do but take walks. I am confident that I am probably the most knowledgeable about the terrain around here out of the 120 members of Verdi Company. I'm probably the only one from Noel. As for how to get up this hill, you can access it by using either the southwest or northeast slope. Anywhere else, the slope is too steep and difficult to climb. So if the enemy is splitting their forces, there's a good chance they're also stationed in the northeast. These are the only 2 places where you can climb Dandelion Hill from the back. I doubt that those cruel Sebastian soldiers will be satisfied with just a surprise bombardment and let us go. It seems likely that they will set up forces in the northeast as well to surround and annihilate us. Let's assume that the enemy continues to surround us. Where do you think the area will be the weakest? Where is a place that, hopefully, the enemy won't surround us? I see. Your plan is to climb Dandelion Hill and evade the enemy's encirclement. I don't think the enemy would station troops all the way up to Dandelion Hill. They wouldn't think that we would flee towards the hill from which the artillery fire came from. In the first place, the back of the hill is a steep cliff, so it doesn't look like there's any way to escape. The enemy will surely ignore the center of the hill and lie in wait in the plain. It's dark out at night. The enemy can't even target us with their artillery. In fact, they're still shelling the same spot even after we've fled. We should advance through an area that is not under enemy fire. With that, I presented my opinion to Verdi. Now all I can do is pray that Verdi will believe in me. It's too dangerous, it's out of the question. A chief medic shouldn't interfere in our operations. Warrant Officer Faris. Medic Captain Touri. What guarantee do we have that the enemy will act according to your prediction? Even after hearing my rationale for my plan, Warrant Officer Faris still seemed opposed. His expression seems to say, "Don't butt in. In the event of an ambush, we should act cautiously and stick to safe actions, Lieutenant." Warrant Officer Faris. When people are confused, they panic and often take irrational actions. Advancing in the direction of an ambush just because we were ambushed is foolish. There's no need to take that girl's words seriously. I merely proposed a strategy. I am confident that this is the best course of action. Your suggestion is full of assumptions and speculations. It sounds like nothing but armchair theory. I suggest you make a more realistic proposal, Chief Medic. Warrant Officer Faris dismissed my opinion. Well, I admit that this is an opinion that is mixed with a lot of speculation. What do you plan to do after climbing the hill? We'll just lose our escape route. Leave that to me. There's a wonderful slide straight down to the bottom of the hill that any local would know about. Isn't that dangerous? It is, so we were told that small children shouldn't use it. But rest assured, none of our soldiers seem to fall within the age limit. If you say so, then that's probably true. But my intuition in these situations has never been wrong. I believe that retreating over the hill is the safest option. Even if the enemy is deployed to the north, my unit can scout and find a safe route. We don't need a fancy plan in real combat. As I said, the north is likely already surrounded by the enemy with no chance of escape. Then we should find a weak spot and break through. If all our soldiers were as strong as you, Warrant Officer, that might be possible. However, unfortunately, my medical platoon lacks the experience and training for an assault operation. That's a problem with the training of your platoon. As soldiers, you shouldn't use lack of training as an excuse. That opinion isn't taking into account the reality of our situation. In real combat, we must consider the readiness of newly assigned soldiers. If I pull back here, it will cause enormous damage. I was convinced of this, so I persistently pressed Warrant Officer Faris. I can't bear to lose any more of my precious comrades. What are we going to do, Lieutenant Verdi? Verdi. Let's see. After hearing my opinion and that of Warrant Officer Faris, Verdi seemed to be caught between a rock and a hard place and looked away. I'm sorry, but I don't want any more people to die. It's up to you to decide the policy, Lieutenant. Please believe in me, Verdi. What should I do? Voices from both sides troubled Verdi. He remained silent for a moment, with a hesitant look on his face. After frowning for a few seconds, he raised his head as if he had made up his mind. All right, I've decided. Oh. He made his decision. The basis for Verdi's decision at that moment was, in order to make the right decisions on the battlefield, information gathering is essential. The more information you have, the better decisions you can make. And Touri, as a resident of Noel, has more information about the terrain than we do. Therefore, there's a good chance that Touri's judgments will be more accurate than mine or Warrant Officer Faris's. Verdi. Chief Medic Touri, I order you to lead us along the retreat route you have envisioned. In this complete darkness and with no information about the terrain, even a veteran soldier like Warrant Officer Faris can only lead by intuition and guesswork. It seemed Verdi judged that our survival rate would be higher if we were guided by a local resident like me. That seemed to be the decision. I will abide by your decision, Lieutenant. In that case, could you at least allow my unit to conduct reconnaissance in advance? Permission granted. I feel reassured with Warrant Officer Ferris' reconnaissance. All right, leave it to me. Warrant Officer Ferris gave me a rather displeased look. Combined with his intimidating appearance, it was pretty scary. Then, let's hurry. From here, we will first move straight south along the forest. But now that my suggestion was accepted, I have to do my best. I'll guide all 120 of us to Dandelion Hill by choosing a path that hasn't been bombarded. Then after reaching the river, we'll move through the forest and hide as we approach Dandelion Hill. Okay, got it. Yes, we should see a small river within 10 minutes if we head south. Please conduct reconnaissance up to that point. However, he is the most reliable scout on the battlefield. Unlike infantry who only need to charge at the enemy, a scout needs various aptitudes such as boundless stamina, broad vision, and vigilance. In a battle like this, searchability contributes more to victory than breakthrough power. Warrant Officer Faris is a veteran with even longer military experience than Senior Allen, so let's make full use of his strengths. It's safe. There's no sign of the enemy. Lieutenant Verdi, have you made contact with your superiors? No, I haven't. If we communicate, there's a possibility of being detected by magic and having our location pinpointed. We'll refrain from communicating for a while. I see. So, are you sure we should follow this medic's instructions? Are you still dissatisfied? Although Warrant Officer Faris is dissatisfied, he's still a soldier. He strictly followed the orders of his superior, Lieutenant Verdi. What's next, Chief Medic? We're a little too far south. If we keep going like this, we'll crash into the enemy's artillery position. Let's adjust our course a little to the north. Then, this way. Although Warrant Officer Faris looked dissatisfied, he worked quickly and carefully. He continued to scout the route I indicated accurately. Is this the hill you were talking about, Dandelion Hill? Yes. It is a very beautiful place, with dandelions blooming all over the place. Indeed, there are maids stationed to the south. You were spot on, young lady. Warrant Officer Faris not only has an intimidating appearance, but also seems to be a very capable person. He pinpointed the location of the magic artillery unit without being detected by the enemy. Furthermore, if we advance about 200 meters north, there's an open area. From there, we can aim for the top of the hill. Oh, in the latter half of the operation, Warrant Officer Faris's reconnaissance information proved far more useful than my own memory of the terrain. With such scouting skills, it was no wonder he was so confident in making decisions even in unfamiliar territory. His contributions didn't stop there. This is the slide. If you slide down here, you can move smoothly to the bottom of the hill. It's too dark to see the bottom clearly. There may still be enemies remaining below. Okay, I understand. We the scouts will go ahead. If there are any enemy soldiers, shoot them to death immediately. And if we hear gunfire below, we'll find an alternative route. Understood. Thank you very much. Good luck, Warrant Officer Faris. No, I'm not the one going. Hey, Dapo. You go. What? He kindly accepted the task of scouting what was beyond the slide, a deadly area where there would be no hope of survival if the enemy were hiding there. Well, technically, it was his subordinate who did. No gunshots. All right, next guy, go. What? There's no way a platoon leader would take the lead. Reconnaissance tasks that anyone can do are for expendable soldiers. Fortunately, there were no enemy soldiers at the bottom of the slide. After successfully breaking through the enemy's encirclement, we then made a detour around the battlefield to head towards Captain Aria's position. Despite the damage from the enemy artillery, we did not suffer any casualties after regrouping with Lieutenant Verdi. Well, one of Larkia's friends nervously glanced around at my medical squad and made a fuss, only to be knocked out by Warrant Officer Faris. But that was the only incident. Thus, all 120 of us, covered in dust, safely and swiftly succeeded in joining our allies. Later, Sylph complained about that day's events, saying, I received a report that the divided unit vanished like smoke. It's the infantry's negligence. Again, my achievements were ruined by others. To the Sabatian forces, our retreat appeared as if we had vanished like a magic trick. Captain Aria, we finally made contact with Verdi's unit. Really? Where are they now? How many survivors? Well, even Captain Aria couldn't have imagined that Lieutenant Verdi would return so easily. There have been almost no casualties, and they will be returning to our current base soon. What? Verdi returned to Captain Aria, looking unperturbed, much to the captain's shock. Thus, by maintaining communication silence until the retreat was complete, Verdi's unit achieved an unexpected escape, earning significant acclaim for his performance. This battle made the name of the young and talented commander resound on both sides. Chapter 55. You did it, Verdi. I've always thought you had potential. Split off and surrounded by the enemy, Verdi Company managed to retreat on its own without any assistance. The results of the battle greatly surprised and pleased Captain Aria. Ah, thank you, I'm honored. What's wrong? Speak up with more pride. The unit that Verdi successfully led to retreat with included many non-combatants, such as medics. A retreat is extremely challenging. Even for an experienced commander, in a situation like the one last night where the encirclement was nearly complete, annihilation would have been inevitable. Captain Aria must have been especially happy that such an extremely difficult retreat had been accomplished by her cousin Verdi, who had only just been promoted to second lieutenant. As reported, I simply escaped by following Touri's directions. The credit for this belongs to her. Don't be silly. It was a great achievement on your part. Initially, Verdi seemed intent on giving me the credit. During that retreat, I was the one who directed the route, and it was Warrant Officer Faris who ensured our safety. Verdi apparently felt guilty, wondering, am I really allowed to receive all the credit when I left it all to my subordinates and did nothing? However, a commander's duty is not just to plan operations. It's also important to examine your subordinates' proposals and adopt them appropriately. You took the responsibility to adopt a suggestion from an unproven medic and achieved great results. Last night's successful retreat is undoubtedly your achievement for adopting Touri's plan. Captain Arya dismissed the idea of transferring the credit to me. She affirmed that the achievement was indeed Lieutenant Verdi's and jokingly added, "What would we do if we promoted Touri any further?" This judgment from Captain Arya was a great relief to me. At that time, I was already overwhelmed with my role as a platoon leader. Moreover, at that time I was devastated by the incident Lakia and was not in the mental state to accept an award. Let's think of a reward for Touri that isn't rank. You take the credit for this, Verdi. Understood, cousin. In the end, most of the credit for this retreat goes to Verdi. As a result, Verdi was promoted to first lieutenant and awarded a medal. Verdi reportedly made a bitter face, saying, "Do I have to learn new duties again?" Indeed, Verdi's achievement in this operation was significant. The successful retreat without the enemy's awareness forced the Sebastian army to search for us throughout the night in the darkness. And as dawn broke and the sunlight began to shine upon the plain, we've located the enemy. Mages, fire back. Yes. The mage troops led by Captain Arya and the reinforcement troops provided by Major Renville fired artillery fire in return towards the Sebastian forces. The Sabbath, having used up all their magic stones in the previous night's attack, were unable to fight back and were forced to retreat. Both sides then took cover in the forests and undulating terrain, staring each other down. We sustained considerable damage from the Sabbath surprise artillery attack, but the enemy likely suffered comparable losses. Even if we're hit by a surprise attack, if the damage is equal, then it can only be called a success. Enemy spotted. Dig trenches. Digging trenches is infantry work. After the enemy's surprise attack, we retreated to the vicinity of Marshdale and began constructing trenches. Upon spotting the enemy, the first step is to dig trenches. This is a fundamental tactic of warfare. Let's pin the enemy down here until the Southern Army cuts their supply lines. No, the enemy will likely flee soon. Don't miss the opportunity to pursue them. Scouts, keep a close watch. Marshdale is a stronghold fairly close to the capital. If we can establish a front there, we'll have a significant advantage. Because the lengths of our supply lines are different, we can easily receive supplies, but the same is not true for the Sabbath. When we pursue them, we'll show the Sabbath hell. And when pursuing a fleeing enemy, the pursuer generally has the advantage. Morale is different, and shooting someone in the back is obviously easier than shooting each other face to face. The troublesome scenario is when the enemy constructs trenches, hides, and sets traps while retreating. In such cases, the assault units will need to put in extra effort. His whole body is swollen. This person is beyond saving. Please bring the next person. Got it, platoon leader Touri. And so, as the war resumed, us medics returned to hell. Little boss, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. More importantly, go assist Aranoma. Our Touri medical platoon was exposed to life-threatening situations, losing 2 comrades and suffering significant psychological and personnel casualties. The members who were close to OD and Lakia were deeply shocked, leading to more noticeable errors than usual. But the patients can't wait. One after the other, wounded soldiers are being brought to us. Little boss, you've been working too hard since last night. You've been staggering around all this time. I'm used to this kind of thing. Why don't you at least drink an elixir? It looks dangerous. And it seems that I too am not able to maintain my usual condition. Even though it's only the first day of staying up all night, I feel dizzy, nauseous, and my head is pounding. This must be a psychological problem. The guilt of leaving Lakia and the others to die is haunting me. Then I'll drink some elixir. But now is not the time to take a break due to mental issues. Kale is doing his best, but there just aren't enough medics. In the past, at the Frontline clinic in Marshdale, I could simply send critically injured patients to the rear if needed. But this time, we have to prioritize patients who are likely to survive and benefit from treatment here, or we won't make it. Please assign the next patient to Aranoma. All right. I'll try my best. I'll be right back. If it's too tough, don't hesitate to ask for help. Saying that, I walked unsteadily towards the makeshift warehouse in Marshdale where the transport supplies are kept. There's no time to rest. I have to work harder for the two who died. It was pitch black inside the warehouse. There are still plenty of elixir bottles laid out on a sheet on the ground. I picked up a bottle, opened it, and drank it all in one go. Ah, I feel lighter already. This medicine has a stimulating effect. It helps you temporarily forget about pain, suffering, and unpleasant feelings. How wonderful is that? Oh. The headache stopped once I finished the elixir. In a slightly intoxicated state, I met the gaze of someone inside the warehouse. You're here again. A girl stood in the center of the warehouse with a blank expression on her face. She was covered in burns all over her body, her military uniform torn to shreds. Her skin is a lifeless white color, and her eyes, with fully dilated pupils, are directed towards me. Lakia. Yes. Since that day, I occasionally see her figure in the darkness. That was your own fault, Lakia. You ignored my orders. This Lakia is an illusion. The 15-year-old girl, who was deceived into joining the military without knowing anything, was caught in a blast and killed in battle. So there's no way she'd be in a place like this. I gave the order to retreat properly. It was Lakia who ignored that order and went back for OD. I've explained the importance of following orders multiple times. Please don't look at me like that. This is just an illusion created by my mind. I understand that, but... Lakia continues to stare at me with accusing eyes, expressionless. It's understandable to try to justify myself. That incident was Lakia's responsibility, not mine. If only she had followed orders and abandoned OD. OD would have died in the line of duty, but at least Lakia would have survived. Yes, it's because she didn't listen to what I said that. Is that really the case? Did Lakia really disobey orders? No, she definitely ignored the orders, but did she realize it? Lakia is a rookie. She is an ordinary person who doesn't understand how the military works, so much so that she can't even keep up with meeting times. Could it be, Lakia? What was I like when I first joined the war? When Salsa and I were running after platoon leader Garbak? When countless bombardments came from the sky and Salsa was injured by a magical trap, what did I do? Who was it that ran over to Salsa to help him, without even realizing that they were ignoring orders? Could it be that you thought it was common sense to help an injured comrade and never even considered that you were disobeying orders? That's right. When I helped Salsa, I wasn't aware that I was disobeying platoon leader Garbak's orders. Someone is stuck in a dangerous place, so let's help them. With that feeling of common sense that any ordinary person would have, I took action. Ah, I see now. Lakia is a kind-hearted girl. It is because of her kind heart that her talent for healing magic manifested. I've made that mistake myself. Without even realizing I was disobeying orders, I've acted in a way completely contrary to what my superior expected. I see, so this is why so many rookies lose their lives. I should have really drilled into Lakia the importance of following orders. I knew that a rookie soldier could make such a mistake. After all, for that mistake, platoon leader Garbak beat me up so badly he nearly broke some bones to teach me a lesson. Ah, platoon leader Garbak's severe violence at that time was correct. When I went to save Salsa, I would have died if I had made just one wrong move. At the time, I felt dissatisfied with platoon leader Garbak's brutal punishment, but it was only when I became a platoon leader that I understand the meaning behind why that battlefield ace had inflicted corporal punishment on me with such force that it left me traumatized. If so, why didn't I tell Lakia about platoon leader Garbak? Why didn't I share this story of the guidance I had received with Lakia, who was also a rookie. If Lakia had heard about this beforehand, perhaps she wouldn't have gone and carried OD. I see. So, the reason Lakia died. Lakia's pale, lifeless eyes are piercing through me. She's dead. Engulfed by an explosion, she vanished into the night's darkness like a kicked can. Perhaps, for a moment, she could still breathe. Suffering from the burning pain all over her body, she might have realized that none of us were coming back to help her. She might have died in despair. You're saying it was my negligence that caused it. Is that what you want to say, Lakia? My heart beats faster and faster. Silently, Lakia, with eyes full of resentment, continues to stare at me in the warehouse. Under her gaze, my breath starts to falter slightly, and headache and dizziness assail me. Her anger is entirely justified. Yes, that's right. Feeling like I was going to vomit, I bent down in front of Lakia. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was too inexperienced as a superior officer. Hey, little boss, are you okay? Ha! The next moment, the door to the warehouse opened. Kale appeared before me with a worried look on his face. You didn't come back for a long time, so I came to find you. Oh, sorry. I was spacing out for a bit. Little boss, what were you muttering to yourself? It's nothing. I hurriedly stood up as Kale called out to me. I can't afford to show my subordinate this side of me, even if he's older than me. I'll head right back. Maybe you should take a break. Little boss, your complexion is really pale. I've really done it. Wasting my already precious time talking to a hallucination. I wonder if Kale is shocked. No, I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm fine now. Really. Patients are still being brought in. Reflecting on Lakia's death can come later. For now, I should forget about Lakia and focus on fighting for the lives we can save. Well then, let's go, Kale. Yeah. I regained my composure and slowly got up. Thanks to the medicine, my dizziness and lightheadedness have improved. Chem. What's wrong? Little boss. In a state of pleasant euphoria, I turned around and, I'll go quickly, Lakia. I call out to Lakia, who remains motionless in that spot. Note, in my opinion, this is the standout chapter of this arc and my personal favorite. I love how Touri reflects on how she was once the same as Lakia and how different she is now from when she first joined the military. Here is another comic by the same artist from the one in chapter 33. Twitter link here. Chapter 56. There's no hope for this person. Please lie him down somewhere where he won't get in the way. 3 days have passed since the enemy's surprise attack. With winter approaching, the two armies were facing off against each other with their backs to the stronghold of Marshdale, and Austin's side was gaining the upper hand. The enemy's plan seemed to be to hit us with surprise attacks, causing confusion and damage before retreating to the western front. By using a hit-and-run strategy to conserve resources, they aimed to devastate our rear units, which are the army's lifeline, and cause our collapse. If that plan had worked, it would have been extremely effective given the limited number of troops we had left. Hey, little boss. What is it, Kale? Why can we say that the enemy's aim was hit and run? It's because their infantry clearly only prepared for short-term battles. The Austin side has been aggressively attacking for these 3 days. However, the return fire from the Sebastian side was not proportional. Faced with our increasing offensives, they kept fighting back from the trenches without turning their backs, slowly retreating. Based on these movements, it's expected that the enemy's current tactical objective is to retreat. When was the last time you took a break, little boss? To be honest, the Sebastian army probably wants to run away immediately. However, doing so would cause too much damage, so it seems they are gradually retreating. It is likely that this is one of the reasons why the medical platoon is able to function with a reduced number of personnel even though full-scale fighting has begun. Doctor's orders, little boss. Please get some rest. Why? I still have plenty of energy. I wouldn't call it willpower that's driving you right now. Even though we are able to get the work done, we are in a tight spot. Even though Lakia was a rookie medic, she could use healing magic and was able to heal those with minor injuries. Now that Lakia has left, we are completely short-staffed. What's driving you right now is obsession. No, delusion. No, it's willpower. Besides, I don't have time to rest. It's fine. It would be troublesome if even you collapsed. I'll hold on, so can you go and take a nap, even if it's just for an hour? Kale repeatedly urged me to take a break. Despite what I may look like, I can work all night long. I once worked for a week straight in a field hospital on the Western Front. I don't think I need any rest yet. That's no good, Kale. Why? But I rejected Kale's suggestion and headed off to see the next patient. My body can still move. If I rest now, Lakia will get angry. She just stares at me. She's always standing there in the dark. If I try to sleep, Lakia comes in my nightmares. There is no way I can be allowed to rest peacefully after letting Lakia die. Please, don't take my work away from me. Little boss. I need to be thinking about something. I need to be doing something. The only time Lakia doesn't say anything is when I'm treating patients. She understands the importance of treating patients. So, as long as I don't slack off, Lakia won't blame me. Come on, let's keep going. Come to think of it, Captain Arya also helped me with my work when her lover died. Maybe because she didn't want to think about anything, she buried herself in work. I think I understand how she felt at that time. I feel much more at ease when I am focusing on the patients in front of me. Next patient, please. At the same time as I called out, 2 soldiers walked towards me. One of them has a broken leg. The other soldier appears to be lending his shoulder to the wounded soldier. Please tell me the nature of your injury. It looks like it's your leg. My leg was crushed by a rock that was blown off by an explosion. I see. Please rest assured, if we fix this, you'll be able to walk again. As usual, I spoke to the patient and washed the wound with the hot water that had been prepared. After removing any dirt or rotten bone fragments, the bones will be set in their original shape. Then cast a light healing spell once I have enough magical energy, and it'll be okay. Please, medic. It will heal all right. Well, I'll do my best as always. Because, as long as I'm working like this, my mind is very calm. Hey. Yes, what is it? What's wrong? Your eyes look empty, Shorty. Just as I bent down to pick up a towel, I heard a very familiar voice speaking to me. When I looked up in surprise, I realized that the person supporting the soldier with the broken leg was, Rodri, is that you? You didn't notice? An old friend from Garbak platoon and one of the most important people to me. I realized it was Rodri. But, why are you here? The rookie said he couldn't walk, so I carried him here. Oh, well. I didn't expect I'd meet Rodri like this, so my mind started to spin. Rodri does not appear to have any serious injuries. I guess he was just there to help the injured. You must be the boy who went to the theater on a date with my little platoon leader. Oh, you're Aranoma. Now that I think about it, you were here. I'm surprised an actor is motivated to do such hard work. I wasn't told it would be this demanding. Let's calm down for now. My job is to treat the injured soldier in front of me. It doesn't matter that Rodri is the one supporting him. First, I need to carefully debris the wound and then clean it. Look, my platoon leader is on her limit no matter how you look at it. Yeah, she's definitely pushing herself too hard again, isn't she? If you're her boyfriend, can you convince her to take a break? Neither I nor first-class medic Kale are getting through to her. What? Boyfriend? Hey, Aranoma. Just as I was about to start treating the wound as usual, Aranoma chimed in with an unnecessary comment. Please don't say weird things. You two went on a date, didn't you? Isn't that right? No, didn't I explain this before? She's more like a little sister than a girlfriend. Well, whatever. Without any embarrassment, Rodri glared at me and sighed. Hey, Shorty. Didn't you say you wanted to become a popular platoon leader? Yeah. If your 2 subordinates are telling you to take a break, then you should take a break. He flicked my forehead with his finger. Ouch. We're still rookies, so we should respect the opinions of our elders, even if they are our subordinates. Repeat after me. Yeah. You're still a rookie, so respect the opinions of your subordinates. Now, repeat it. Why yes. I hastily repeated Rodri's words after being scolded by him. But wait a moment. Why should I have to be ordered by Rodri to repeat the lines? Ha! Rodri, you're a private, right? I'm a higher rank than you, right? I heard about the retreat. Verdi praised your guidance that time. Oh, well, But Verdi was able to achieve great results because he accepted the suggestions of his subordinates. So you should be open to the opinions of others. But just by looking at your face, I can tell how much you're struggling. Patients feel uneasy with that kind of expression during treatment. After grumbling to myself, Rodri said, "Go hug that weird fox doll I bought you and go to sleep. This rookie broke his leg because of his own actions, so you can just leave him alone." Squad leader Rodri? It's because the rookie got too cocky and stepped forward. Next time, follow platoon leader Alan's orders properly. While lecturing the wounded soldier he had brought in, he grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and pulled me up. Rodri. But nothing. I was about to be shooed away. But now, if I'm left alone, I'll be tormented by that hallucination again. What's wrong? If you can't walk, I'll drag you. I'm scared to be alone, so please drag me. Ha! I remember Lakia standing in the darkness and my whole body started trembling. I grabbed Rodri's hand, half pleading with him. So that's why you had such a troubled look on your face, Shorty. Well, it's because it's my fault that Lakia. In the end, I ended up being led by Rodri to the rest area. The wounded soldier he brought with him was to be taken care of by Kale. Don't worry about that stuff. Just forget about it and get some fucking sleep. But there's no way that a first-time platoon leader can do everything. Even Senior Alan made a lot of mistakes. During this time, Rodri asked me what was troubling me so much. I confessed that during the recent surprise attack, my own negligence had caused Lakia's death. During the Western Front, our comrades died all the time. What's the big deal now? But Lakia was my subordinate. Of course rookie subordinates will die. Think back to platoon leader Garbak. I almost cry every time I think about how kind, honest, and cheerful Lakia was. However, Rodri merely gave me a tired look upon hearing my story. Hey Shorty, in what ways are you better than platoon leader Garbak as a platoon leader? What? That guy was strict and annoying as hell, but as a superior officer, he was outstanding. So, how about you? Rodri asked me how I compare to platoon leader Garbak. I don't know how many times since I was appointed medical platoon leader that I have imagined what platoon leader Garbak would do. I don't measure up to him in any way. There's no point in comparing myself to an ace. Yeah, that's true. But even platoon leader Garbak suffered casualties every time he charged, you know? Rodri said incredulously. You have too much of a sense of responsibility. I'm not saying you should neglect the lives of your subordinates, but don't burden yourself so heavily. But if it were platoon leader Garbak, he wouldn't have cared about the death of that dead medic and would have confronted Major Renville, saying, next time, send me better subordinates. Guaranteed. It's true that Captain Garbak didn't seem to care at all about the deaths of his subordinates. But there's no way I can just forget about Lakia and move on. Well, I guess it's impossible for you. Still, it's not good that you're taking on too much and making your other subordinates worry. We had a senior who was very reliable. Remember what he said, and that's the end of it. With that, Rodri waved me off at the door of the warehouse, which served as the resting place. Sorry, but I'm busy too. I'll come see you when I get another rest day. Okay. Don't worry too much. With that, he briskly returned to the medical area. Mourn the deaths of your comrades, but have the strength to move forward. The kind and admirable voice of a senior, who was more gentle than anyone, resonates in my mind. The death of Lakia is a sad thing. That night became an experience where I had many things to reflect on as a platoon leader. But I have to move forward. I can't afford to stop and grieve over her death. Lakia. As expected, Lakia was still standing in the dark warehouse. She stares at me with resentful eyes. I'm sorry. I will never forget you, Lakia. But if I stop now, I may miss out on saving lives that could be saved. That's right. The fox doll. Following Rodri's advice, I hugged the fox doll that I had loved since I was a child to my chest. Sleeping with this doll in my arms was a way I often slept when I was little. When I get into bed holding on to something, I found that I can sleep very peacefully. The method Rodri recommended is extremely effective. The moment I held the doll, Lakia's presence faded away and I no longer noticed her. In the watchful presence of a translucent Lakia, I eventually began to breathe quietly, falling asleep. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Oh, I only intended to take a 1-hour nap, but it was already evening when I woke up. It seems like I slept for quite a while without anyone waking me up. I left Kale and the others to handle things for quite some time, but everything seems to have been fine. Don't worry, there wasn't any fighting today. We managed to get by. Thank you for your hard work. I'll do my best from now on, so please take a break. It feels like it's been a long time since I've had a good night's sleep. All of this is thanks to Rodri. Talking to him lightened my heart considerably. I see. There weren't many patients today. Then, I'll take your word and rest. Yeah, you're looking much better. I should be fine here. You were looking pretty pale until noon. I apologize for causing you worry. Aranoma and Elma also seemed relieved to see my face. Did I really look that bad before I took that break? I regret causing my subordinates to worry. Alright, let's do our best. Yes. With that, I managed to pull myself together mentally. Looking back, I was quite stressed at that time. If I had continued to push myself, I might have ended up mentally broken like a new recruit. If I did that, how much trouble would that have caused my unit? Platoon leader Garbak once said a rookie who has given up is useless. I reflect on that. Even so, that soldier Rodri is quite something. His language is a bit rough, but he seems like a good person at heart. Yes, he's kind, reliable, and a great comrade. Furthermore, Rodri received high praise from my unit. Seeing him being praised somehow put me in a good mood too. But he didn't seem too enthusiastic about it. Well, maybe if you push him, something might come out of it. If she makes a proper effort, I feel there's plenty of potential. What are you talking about? However, if there was one downside to Rodri's intervention, fight on, little platoon leader. Well, do your best. Yeah. I'll put my all into it and do my best. It seems that a misunderstanding had spread among my subordinates that I have a crush on Rodri. I realized this midway and denied it, but Aranoma and Elma just grinned mischievously. It's quite troublesome. If Lakia were still alive, I wonder how much she would have teased me about this. Chapter 57. Hey, the Sabbath guys are retreating again today. Nice. Nearly a week had passed since Austin and the Sabbath army made contact. During this time no violent fighting occurred, and the two sides continued to stare at each other silently. At this time, it is difficult for either side to launch an offensive. Although Austin's army had recruited new soldiers from the capital, it still did not have numerous soldiers. If we launch an offensive and are defeated, we will never be able to recover. On the other hand, although the Sabbath has more troops, they are unable to carry out any major operations because their supply lines are in danger. They were unable to launch an offensive while preserving enough ammunition to counterattack Austin's forces. In the first place, there is no benefit for the Sabbath side in pushing the front line in a place like this. They probably wanted to retreat, but Austin's forces were deployed in front of them. They expected heavy damage if they turned their backs on us. As a result, both armies merely gradually moved westward without any major fighting. At this rate, the Southern Army will soon be able to cut off the enemy's supply lines. We don't need to do anything unnecessary, we just need to hold the enemy back. Given the current battle situation, Major Renville adopted a cautious strategy. He fortified his defenses securely in the trenches and calmly waited for the enemy to grow impatient and flee. The enemy, aware of Major Renville's strategy, couldn't risk bold retreat actions. Thus, the situation began to take on the appearance of a prolonged battle. It was the God in heaven who brought about major change in this rigid battlefront. Snow. Around the end of autumn. Was God on the Sabbath side, or had the enemy been waiting for this all along? Into our standoff in the trenches, pure white snow began to fall. The snow is getting heavier. Damn, winter's still a long way off, right? No matter how long we waited, the snow continued to fall without stopping, gradually accumulating and turning the ground silver. And because of the snow, our visibility steadily worsened. The enemy is preparing to retreat. This is bad. Don't let the enemy escape. The temperature dropped rapidly and the soldiers were freezing. The Sabatian forces took advantage of the poor visibility and began to retreat as if they were waiting for this. Of course, we gave chase, but the Sabbath folks made sure to pack plenty of cold weather gear. We might not catch up. Compared to Austin, the climate in the Sabbath is known to be very cold. Their winter gear had a significant advantage. Lower temperatures impose serious fatigue on soldiers as they need more energy to maintain body heat, resulting in vastly different levels of exhaustion even over the same distance. We let them get away. In this way, the quality of cold weather gear significantly affects marching speed. Of course, we knew winter was approaching, so we prepared our cold weather gear. However, the performance of winter gear made in Austin is significantly inferior to that made by the Sabbath. The cold weather gear here consists of thick gloves, a hat, and a coat made from heavy fabric. This coat was a trench coat designed for use in trenches, ensuring waterproofing to fight even in the rain. On the other hand, Sabbath's winter gear is less waterproof, but is more specialized for withstanding the cold. The fluffy coats, which even contain fur, provide excellent protection for Sabatian soldiers from extreme cold. In exchange, they weren't resilient against rain and would easily deteriorate if exposed to water. The reason for this design is that water freezes during the Sabatian winter. It seems it was designed to withstand the cold. Austin's army has an advantage in winter battles in warm climates, while the Sabatian army has an advantage in cold regions. This time, this advantage was exploited, allowing the Sabatian army to retreat. It's freezing. Thus, we continue our advance, pursuing the Sabatian forces who retreated under the cover of snow. Having lost sight of the enemy, we must again conduct close reconnaissance, keeping an eye out for surprise attacks. Winter gets gradually harsher with each passing day, and as we head west the temperature drops rapidly, making your breath turn cloudy and white. As winter began, our march rate slowed to less than 5 kilometers per day. Although the distance traveled has been reduced, the cold continues to sap the soldiers' stamina, so their fatigue level remains the same. Maybe they're even more tired than before because they're shivering at night from the cold. Why is it only this year? The damage caused by this winter greatly exceeded Austin's expectations. Apparently, this year's weather is abnormal. Winter came more than a month earlier than usual. The arrival of winter put a damper on Austin's golden opportunity for an offensive. For the Sabatian army, who needed time to retreat, the arrival of winter was a blessing. The lack of combat is great for medics, but hell for scouts. They have to run through the freezing snowy landscape, searching for enemy forces that are now harder to spot, and finding a safe route forward. It is simply not possible to continue our forced march as before. Have the heavens given up on Austin? The Major's disappointment as winter arrived was tremendous. This is because the abnormal weather caused all of Major Renville's plans to fall apart. At this time, Austin's leadership was working under a plan called the Northern Showdown Initiative. This was a strategic plan advocated by Major Renville, which was to use all of our forces to defeat the enemy's main force in a short, decisive battle. As a specific method, if the Southern Army destroys the supply lines and pushes forward against the Sabatian army, the enemy army is expected to move north relying on the remaining supply lines. This seems like a somewhat far-fetched plan, as Austin's side would gather their forces to launch an all-out attack as the enemy's main force gathered in the north. Our overall fighting strength is still far inferior to the Sabbath's. Even if all plans went smoothly, it was a difficult plan in which we would have to defeat the Sabatian army, who had nearly twice the military strength, in a decisive battle. However, it was also true that Austin had few other strategies that gave us a chance of winning. With most of our country burned down by the Sabbath, our country no longer has the productive capacity to wage a long-term war. In fact, the most realistic chance of victory is to take advantage of the opportunity given to us by the Southern Army and to defeat them in a short, decisive battle. There are few major cities north of Austin, so even if a large-scale battle were to occur, the damage would be minimal. And since a major battle is expected, it is possible to arrange an evacuation in advance. Furthermore, morale on Austin's side, now in a corner, was higher than ever. It was expected that morale on the Sebastian army, now in a desperate situation, would be low. The only way Austin can survive is to win the decisive battle against the enemy's main force. As a result of Major Renville's speech, the plan for a decisive battle in the north was passed. The final battle will be in 3 months. The plan was to drive the Sebastian forces north before winter arrived, and then join forces with 10,000 mobilized soldiers sent from the capital, Win, 3 months later to engage in a decisive battle. I wanted to at least join up with the Southern Army before winter. That's going to be tough. Unfortunately, this desperate plan was thwarted by winter. Now that our marching speed has slowed significantly, it will be difficult to push the Sebastian forces forward to their intended position. This heavy snowfall will likely halt the advance of the Southern Army. It will be too dangerous for Austin, who is not accustomed to the cold, to launch an operation in this kind of weather. However, if our counterattack stops now, the enemy will be able to maintain a broad front into next year. If we were to continue with long trench warfare again, our defeat would be inevitable due to the difference in production capabilities. Against this backdrop, Major Renville very much lamented the premature onset of winter. I have no idea what the higher-ups are thinking. Our medical platoon was busy with our daily duties. My fingers are frostbitten. This is going to make your fingers swell for a while. Why didn't you use gloves? I lost a bet and as a penalty I had to take off all my winter gear for a day. I caught a cold, achoo. Although there are no battle injuries, the number of patients with frostbite have increased since winter began. Soldiers who had acted without thinking often returned to us with scars and wounds from their own actions. About half of the frostbite patients brought it on themselves. It doesn't snow much in the capital, so I guess that's why the soldiers were so excited. Aranoma, who has been living in the capital for over a year, told me this. After all, the quality of the current Renville Army soldiers cannot be described as high, even as a compliment. It will probably take some time for them to become full-fledged soldiers. I myself am still a rookie medic. Hey, Chief Medic. How are you? Warrant Officer Faris. One thing that changed during the winter was that Warrant Officer Faris began to visit the medical platoon more frequently. Perhaps the slower marching speed gave the infantry more time to move around. And the reason why Warrant Officer Faris is here is, I've always wanted to have a connection with the medical platoon. We worked together during the previous retreat, so we should get along. He came over to visit while bringing tea and snacks. It was easy to see what his intention was. Women are great. Just by being there, they can calm a man's heart. Well, it's the nature of living things. He doesn't seem to want to hide his love of women, as he grins in a good mood as he looks at the young nurses in the medical platoon. For many nurses, including Elma, men who are frivolous with women are landmines. To be honest, it's a nuisance. But since he's my superior, and he brings me lots of gifts, I try my best to deal with him when I have time. Chief Medic Touri, I'm sure you too will become a beautiful woman in a few years. I'm honored. I know that there are soldiers like this who casually engage in sexual harassment whenever they get the chance. The female medics from the field hospital in the Western Front also accepted having their butts touched as part of the job. However, it would be troublesome if such behavior was overlooked and one of my subordinates, who had been a normal nurse until just recently, fell victim. At that time, please drink with me to your heart's content, ahahaha. Well, when it comes to sexual harassment, it rarely happens to me considering how I look. I'll ask Kale and Aranoma to deal with people who seem to be sexual harassing members of the platoon in the future. And as a separate issue, are you treating your arm again, Aranoma? You found out? For some reason, Aranoma has been getting injured a lot recently. Furthermore, the wounds are in places that are hard to see at first glance, such as the abdomen and arms, which are hidden by military uniforms. What happened this time? Since the temperature dropped, I often wake up feeling groggy. Another fall? Aranoma looked embarrassed as he showed us the bruises he sustained. It would be a quick recovery if he used healing magic, but magical power is an important military resource. It was just a bruise that would heal on its own if left alone, so I instructed him to apply light ice and ended the conversation. Please be careful. Well now, how embarrassing. Aranoma is a very handsome man. He has a good reputation among female nurses and is often approached by them. He acts like a gentleman, is an interesting person to talk to, and is handsome. Aranoma. What is it, little platoon leader? I can't help but think. No, I want to believe that such things don't happen in my unit. Have you been troubled by bullying or anything like that lately? I honestly didn't expect to be asked such a question. Bullying caused by male jealousy. I don't think Kale would do such a thing, but I realize there's a possibility that Aranoma might be facing bullying from male nurses or other male soldiers in our unit because of his injuries. It's a very delicate issue that can inevitably arise in groups, especially with someone like Aranoma who is prone to cause jealousy. There's no need to worry. It was really just an accidental injury. Don't keep your troubles to yourself. Please talk to those around you. It might be embarrassing to talk to someone younger like me, but I have the authority to help with that. Ha ha ha. I've heard that bullying in the military is extremely malicious. Fortunately, I have never been bullied yet, but it must be unimaginably painful to fight while facing negative feelings from trusted comrades. Do you have any concerns about interpersonal relationships? There's really nothing like that. You're just imagining things. Really? Yeah. I pressed Aranoma with concern, but he just laughed it off and shook his head. Is that really true? Well, since he said so, I can't exactly pursue it further. Well, if you have any problems in the future, feel free to consult me anytime. Yeah, got it. Thank you, little platoon leader. Reluctantly, I ended the conversation there that day. I still wonder whether Aranoma trusts me as his platoon leader, or if it's just my overthinking. Still feeling a sense of unease, I went back to work. Well, adults probably can't consult with a younger girl about bullying issues. Warrant Officer Faris isn't the only one who comes to visit the medical platoon. Just as they had declared before, Rodri and Senior Alan began to show up more frequently. Besides, Aranoma's quite mature. He should be able to handle it himself. You think so? He was a leading actor on stage in the theater, wasn't he? Just imagine how much jealousy he's had to deal with behind the scenes. Well, that's true. During the retreat led by Verdi, Alan Platoon apparently avoided being separated by fleeing to Captain Aria's main force, which was closer. When he received a report that Verdi Company had been separated, he continued to search for us regardless of the danger. I am truly grateful. Also, when I come here, the nurses seem strangely excited, don't they? They do, don't they? And every time Rodri showed up at the medical platoon, he received curious looks from my subordinates. Needless to say, it was due to that misunderstanding. I guess my relationship with Rodri was a good gossip topic for them. Could it be that I'm actually quite attractive? No, I don't think that's the case. It seems Rodri had the illusion that the nurse's high spirits are because he's handsome. Unfortunately, reality isn't so convenient. It seems they think that I have a crush on Rodri. Huh, do you? What do you think? Since there's no need to hide it, I told Rodri the truth so he wouldn't have any misunderstandings. It's better to communicate this to avoid misunderstandings in the future. You don't feel that way, do you? At least that's what I think. No, I don't. Right. It seems that from my subordinate's point of view, it did look like there was something there. Well, that's a disaster. When Rodri learned the truth, he gave a wry smile, seemingly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, it seems Senior Alan found my discontented expression so amusing that he burst out laughing. What could possibly be so funny about this? Chapter 58. It's been about a month since winter began. Guardianship, you say? Yes. As we continued our slow winter march, the medical platoon's work began to become more relaxed. I was called by Captain Aria and given a proposal. I heard about your achievements from Verdi during the recent retreat. I would like to commend you for your achievements. Thank you. However, you have already received a rank well within your ability, given your experience and age. There is no precedent for a conscripted soldier to receive a higher promotion than this. Yes, I've already received more than enough praise. It seemed that Verdi, who had recently been promoted to lieutenant, was reporting on my achievements during the retreat. Apparently, I was called in today for that evaluation. Well, let's drop the formal tone. No one else is around right now. Yes. I'm sorry, Touri, but could you let Verdi have the medal? He's a serious guy who's good at studying. I'm sure he'll be fine with the extra work. I would be grateful for that as well. It seems Captain Arya had no intention of promoting me further. I was very glad to hear that. So, I was thinking about how to reward your achievements other than with a promotion. Then I remembered the orphan guardianship system and thought that could work. I see. So you want to be my guardian? Yes. As your guardian, I can take care of you if something happens. Captain Arya's proposal was that she would act as my guardian. She's Major Renville's daughter and the commander of this battalion. It's hard to find a better person to back you up. I don't intend to blatantly favor you just because of connections like my father does. But if something troublesome were to happen, I'd be able to intervene as your guardian. Yes, Captain. For example, if Touri is seriously injured and forced to retire, I could provide her with medical treatment and living expenses if I were her guardian. I think that would be beneficial for you. That is certainly a very appreciated suggestion. Why would you go to such lengths for me? The proposal was indeed very attractive to me. I had no relatives to rely on after my hometown was burned down, and I had nothing but myself to depend on. If I were to suffer an irreparable injury and could no longer work as a soldier, with no one to rely on, I would have no means to earn a living and would likely die in the streets. However, if Captain Arya became my guardian, things would change significantly. Her family is a renowned military family, and her father, Major Renville, has a lot of influence. Surely, even if I were injured, they would take good care of me. Touri, you've saved my family twice now. At Marshdale, you saved my father Renville from a critical situation. Recently, you played a significant role in ensuring my cousin Verdi's safe return. In other words, you are a benefactor to my family. No, I was just doing my duty. That alone is reason enough for me to become your guardian. Captain Arya continued with a gentle tone. I've already discussed it with my father. He was very supportive and thought it was a great idea. If you don't mind, would you let me take care of you, Touri? It was an offer I had no reason to refuse. Thank you very much, Captain Arya. Leave it to me. I won't let you down. I accepted Captain Arya's offer without hesitation. Maybe it was because I was starving for a sense of family. I was born an orphan, lost the orphanage that was my pillar of support, and the only people dear to me were comrades who could die at any moment. I think at that time I was looking for someone for emotional support. That's all. Touri, feel free to rely on me more than ever. Thank you. Incidentally, I heard later that it seemed that Captain Arya had made this suggestion out of kindness, but Major Renville, who was behind it, had other motives. There are various factions within the military. For example, most of the commanders in our military were soldiers loyal to Major Renville. Even though there are various military factions, our only goal is total resistance against the Sabbath, so there hasn't been any conflict in terms of policy. There was a certain degree of unity because this was a national emergency. Nevertheless, quietly, beneath the surface, a scramble for the posts that had become vacant amid the large number of war casualties appears to have taken place. Major Renville's faction has always been extremely nepotistic and had a bad habit of trying to promote people who are under his control. When Major Renville learned that I had requested the dispatch of medics from the Southern Army, he grew concerned. The medical department is the backbone of the military. If I were to be influenced by the dispatched medics and join their faction, Major Renville's influence over the medical department would weaken. When he heard the proposal from Captain Arya to become my guardian, he wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "That's a great idea." This would kill two birds with one stone, allowing him to maintain influence in the medical department while also serving as a reward for myself. Thus, I found myself under Captain Arya and was incorporated into Major Renville's faction. At that time, I didn't think much would change. I simply felt I had gained a strong backer. It wasn't until much later that I became aware of the complications of these military factions. Launching a major offensive in winter is inherently risky. As my guardian, I asked Arya about the future battle plans. She prefaced that she couldn't reveal details due to military secrecy, but then proceeded to tell me almost everything. If we were now facing the Sabatian army across the trenches like we were on the Western Front, we might have been able to launch some offensive. Yes. But how can we carry out an attack in a situation like the current one where we don't even know where the enemy is? Unless we can pinpoint the enemy's exact location, we have no choice but to continue advancing slowly towards the rendezvous point. In her opinion, there won't be any fighting for a while. Therefore, she asked me to focus on training my subordinates for the time being. Will the capital be sending reinforcements for the medical platoon? It is currently difficult to fill vacancies in the medical platoon. Please wait for a while. Understood. I asked about any chances of replacing the medical personnel, but the chances seemed slim. Platoon leaders can request replacements if there are vacancies in their unit. However, although supplies are sent regularly from the capital, soldiers are hard to come by. Austin is currently desperately trying to round up soldiers. It seems they don't have the resources to send soldiers to the front lines immediately. Therefore, I must take great care to protect the surviving members of my platoon. Kale is strong and dependable. Aranoma is a confident person and very strict with himself. The nurses, led by Elma, support the medics. With this small number of people, we have to protect the health of the entire military. Therefore, Aranoma, you have a bruise on your side again. Even though Aranoma is an adult, I can't turn a blind eye to bullying. This certainly seems strange. Medic 2nd Class Aranoma, please provide a detailed report on how these bruises formed. Well, you see. You may see me as an unreliable little girl, but as your superior officer, I can't overlook this any longer. I need a precise report. It had been about 2 weeks since I noticed the bruises on Aranoma's body. I had asked him several times about his injuries, but he always evaded the question, making it hard for me to press further. But now, I needed a proper report. Who did this, Aranoma? These are clearly marks of an assault. No, I really don't want you to worry about it. I plan on settling this soon. And how do you plan to settle it in your position? I have connections with fair superiors who will administer proper rewards and punishments. Please consult with me. Well, there was a bit of a fight, but it's really not an issue. I'll handle it smoothly. As usual, Aranoma brushed off my questions with a vague smile. Senior Alan told me to leave him alone, but he's an important member of the medical platoon. It would definitely be better for me, as his superior, to share his concerns rather than leaving it up to him to resolve them alone. My goodness. It's good to see that our little platoon leader is back to normal. But having you there might complicate things. I see. Depending on the situation, I will take care not to act openly. Now, can you report the situation? You mentioned a fight earlier, Aranoma. Any trouble among subordinates is also a responsibility of the superior officer. Aranoma and Kale helped me out when I was in a tight spot. Thinking back, talking to myself and staring into the void are typical signs I saw many times in new recruits about to break down on the Western Front. Despite being in such a state, I had no awareness that I was in serious trouble. When someone carries their troubles alone, their perspective tends to narrow more than they realize. This is an order. Report to me. So I want these things to be reported properly. Phew, if that's an order then I guess there's no other way. Understood, little platoon leader. You understand. However, it might take a while to explain. I'd like to organize my thoughts before explaining. Aranoma, seemingly swayed by my determination, finally agreed with a wry smile. By tonight, I will report the details in writing. It will be easier for you to consult your superiors with a written report. I see, understood. Please prepare the report. Although I couldn't hear the details right away, Aranoma promised to bring a detailed written report by tonight. Okay, I'll start preparing the paperwork. Please wait a moment. Yes, Aranoma. The fact that he puts things in writing rather than just giving a quick verbal report reminds me of Aranoma's work experience. Thinking like that, I decided to wait until the evening for his report. At that time, although I had mentally recovered, there were still many things occupying my mind, such as Arya's offer to be my guardian. As a result, I had forgotten a few important details. First, Aranoma was of foreign nationality. He is from a country of Flamel in the east. Soldiers of other nationalities are often suspected of being military spies. That's why Senior Allen advised me to get evidence if Aranoma seemed like a spy and to protect him if he didn't. However, I simply trusted Aranoma. I had never actually seen a spy before, and Aranoma was an excellent person. Although his skills with healing magic are still lacking, he is kind, reliable, and strict with himself. I found myself trusting him because of his personality. But on the other hand, experienced soldiers who understood the importance of information warfare were well aware that spies could infiltrate the army and continuously send vital information to the enemy. And it was the main reason why Warrant Officer Faris had been approaching the medical platoon all this time. He wanted to interrogate the Flamer medic, who had been assigned to the Renville Army's medical squad. Warrant Officer Faris seemed suspicious of Aranoma from the start. Apparently, he also had some racist beliefs and had a negative impression of the Flamers as a race that was untrustworthy and arrogant. When he heard the information about Aranoma, he immediately concluded that he must be a spy. Thus, while trying to establish a connection with me, he would visit the medical squad and secretly conduct intimidating interrogations on Aranoma. Beatings and kicks were common, and there were times when he even threatened him with firearms. I had no idea that what Warrant Officer Faris and Aranoma were doing behind the scenes. Naively, I thought, Aranoma is handsome, so he must be envied by other men. Aranoma had simply been caught up in a situation that he himself had fully anticipated, being suspected of being a spy based on his background. And so, that night, the incident finally happened. It's urgent, Chief Medic Touri. Please come immediately. What's going on? While waiting for Aranoma to arrive, I was preparing today's work record for the medical platoon for Verdi. Urged by an unknown infantryman who had rushed into the medical department in a panic, I ran off into the chilly winter night. What? I was so engrossed in paperwork that I didn't hear the commotion. It turned out that just a while ago, gunshots had echoed through Verdi Company's campsite. The soldier on guard heard the sound and immediately ran to the source. There, they found a body with a fatal gunshot wound to the back of the head. Is there any chance he can be saved, medic leader? Of course not. His body was still warm, and arterial blood was spurting occasionally from the back of his head where he had been shot. He lay face down, unmistakably dead. Warrant Officer Faris. Do you know him? The deceased was none other than Warrant Officer Faris, the key figure who had conducted perfect reconnaissance in the previous retreat. Chapter 59. Do not touch the body until instructed. Increase patrols and conduct a search within a 500-meter radius of this area. Lieutenant Verdi. As I was identifying Warrant Officer Faris' body, Verdi shortly arrived on the scene. He had a stern expression on his face, which was unusual considering his gentle nature. I ordered Chief Medic Touri to perform an autopsy on this body. Please report back on the identity of the deceased, the estimated time of death, and the cause of death. Understood. The tone of the request left no room for argument, so I agreed without hesitation. However, I wasn't given much information on how to determine the cause of death. These are areas that fall under the realm of forensic medicine, so medics don't learn much about them. May I call my subordinate? Permitted. So, I called Kale and we inspected the body together. I never imagined I'd be asked to do something as complicated as investigating the scene of a murder. Lieutenant Verdi. Based on the appearance of the corpse, the dog tag, and the fact that Warrant Officer Faris is missing, we believe the identity of the corpse is undoubtedly that of Warrant Officer Faris. Continue. Based on body temperature and the transparency of the corneas, the estimated time of death was within an hour. The direct cause of death is likely a gunshot wound, with the bullet piercing the lower right side of the back of the head. There were no other visible wounds that could have caused death other than the wound on the back of the head. A gunshot had only rung out 30 minutes earlier, so there is no inconsistency in assuming the cause of death was a gunshot. However, the problem was that no enemy was visible near the camp. The sound of the gunshot came from inside Austin's camp. Lieutenant Verdi, what do you think? I want the members of Faris Platoon to be gathered in right away for questioning. I also want the members of Gundress Platoon, Allen Platoon, and Kiard Platoon, who are supposed to be off duty tonight, to be called in immediately. I want them to investigate Warrant Officer Faris' death. Understood. In other words, Warrant Officer Faris was probably not killed in the line of duty as a result of enemy fire. There is a possibility that a vicious murderer is among our allies. Please remain vigilant and conduct the investigation thoroughly. Given the circumstances, it is highly likely that he was shot and killed by his own allies. We found bullets near Warrant Officer Faris' body. They were likely 6.2mm caliber bullets used in mass-produced OST models 2 and 3. Those aren't Sebastian, are they? Yes, I think it's made in Austin. The investigation of Warrant Officer Faris' death continued throughout the night. Based on the condition of the body, it appears highly likely that the warrant officer was killed by his own allies. Please check the stock of ammunition against the remaining ammunition of all soldiers. Identify any soldiers who have used ammunition today. Lieutenant Verdi and the other military brass took this incident very seriously. There is no way we can ignore the fact that there are soldiers in the military who are killing their allies. 16 soldiers have used their ammunition today. What are the details? The majority of them have been discarded as defective after inspection. Others have been reported as being consumed for training, accidental discharges, etc. Warrant Officer Faris' case was treated as a murder. Thus, the investigation took the whole day. The medical platoon does not possess firearms and is therefore not subject to investigation. Thank you for your hard work in the autopsy. Please let me know if there's anything I can help you with. No, it's already morning. Return to your duties. If necessary, I'll request for you again. Since we medics were not issued firearms, it was determined that no one in my platoon could have done it. I was ruled out as a suspect and returned to my duties. I see. So it was that warrant officer who often came by. He was a pretty reliable guy. Having helped with the investigation all night, I returned to my tent while stifling a yawn. Now it's time for the usual work. However, it seems we won't be marching today, so we'll just wait in the tent for frostbitten patients. Little platoon leader, why don't you go and get some sleep? All right. If there are fewer patients, I might take the day off. To be honest, I was less shocked by Warrant Officer Faris' death than I thought I would be. It was sad, but it seems that I have developed quite a tolerance to it because of that incident with Lakia. Oh, that's right. Aranoma, I was in a rush yesterday and missed receiving your report. I'd like to read it as well. Ah, no, I guess I don't need it anymore. You're still saying that. Well, yeah, I guess you can read it. When I asked Aranoma to submit the report, he looked very hesitant. I received the report and glanced over the contents. Warrant Officer Faris? Yeah, that's how it is. I learned that Aranoma's injuries were caused by Warrant Officer Faris. The platoon leader seemed to get along well with Warrant Officer Faris, but to me, he was like the devil. I see. It seems Warrant Officer Faris was known for being violent and overbearing to begin with. He had been particularly vicious in his leadership recently, repeatedly making abusive remarks that were persistent and drove the employee to the brink of mental breakdown. When I heard the news of his passing, I was actually not surprised. Not surprised. I knew one day Warrant Officer Faris would be shot by one of his own men. Uncharacteristically, Aranoma spoke out without hiding his disgust. Apparently, the hatred between him and Warrant Officer Faris was quite deep. It's good to have one less thing to worry about. Far from being saddened by Warrant Officer Faris' death, Aranoma seems happy. Despite the day-long investigation, the culprit was never found. Apparently, they were able to narrow down a few possible suspects, but were unable to identify them. This concludes my report, Major. So? Verdi reported the investigation to Major Renville. Since this incident occurred within his company, The responsibility and obligation to report it lies with him. How do you intend to settle this, Verdi? Do as you please. I'm willing to accept any punishment. It's not your punishment I'm concerned about. Punishing you won't change anything. Major Renville sighed as Verdi apologized. What he was concerned about was not how Verdi would take responsibility. I'm asking how to deal with a situation where there may be a killer hiding in the military. Now that such an incident has come to light, soldiers will become suspicious and will have to be wary of even their own allies. If left unchecked, it will have an impact on the morale of the soldiers. That's why Major Renville called for a clear arrest of the culprit. Now, about that report. There's a suspicious soldier, isn't there? A suspicious soldier? His warrant officer Faris' subordinate. This man has been disposing of bullets, citing them as defective. Yes, the bullets he discarded have not been found. Among them was a soldier who looked suspicious. He was one of the soldiers disposing of ammunition that day. Apparently, Warrant Officer Faris had been very strict with him during his training and in the previous escape attempt. Yes, that has also been verified. A sufficient motive, wouldn't you say? The soldier in question was the red-haired recruit I had previously persuaded not to desert, alongside Lakia. Are there any other soldiers who appear to have a clear grudge against Warrant Officer Faris and who have discarded their ammunition? No. However, this soldier has an alibi. Another soldier claims to have been speaking with him at the time of the incident. The soldier who gave that testimony was recorded as a close friend who attended the same school. It's safe to say that the testimony is not reliable. Major Renville was a soldier through and through. Maintaining military discipline took priority over seeking absolute justice. Arrest him as the culprit. Announce that the killer has been identified and captured. We are on the brink of a decisive battle that will determine our nation's fate, ensuring the soldiers' morale is paramount. The evidence is insufficient. Verdi. Which is more important, the life of that rookie or the morale of the soldiers? Thus, one soldier was identified as the culprit and tightly restrained. The man in question is a red-haired rookie soldier, a friend of Lakia's. His name is Private Second Class Rowe, and he just arrived from the capital city. We'll transport him to the capital as a criminal, Verdi suggested. You idiot, how are we going to do that? This is not the same as transporting supplies. Well, perhaps by requesting assistance from a returning supply unit. If killing a superior allows one to be escorted to the capital by a supply unit, soldiers seeking desertion will start killing their superior officers. Is that what you want? Since Verdi was unable to confirm that the captured soldier was the culprit, he intended to leave the decision to the court. However, prisoners transported by supply units could easily escape. There are no cages for transporting prisoners, so the prisoners are restrained and made to walk together. If the prisoner takes them by surprise and run, they'll probably be able to escape easily. If such a decision were made, it could encourage more copycat criminals to try to escape. That was not a realistic option. We cannot tolerate the killing of our allies. In accordance with military regulations, execute him by firing squad immediately. Thus, with just a word from Major Renville, the boy was identified as the culprit. The decision was made to shoot him in accordance with military discipline. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. That evening, the soldier who killed Warrant Officer Faris was set to be executed. Stop it, listen to me, shut up, don't talk anymore. The soldier is gagged and tied to a stake in the ground. The recruits surround him, guns pointed at him. Aim well and don't miss. Shoot him through the head so he suffers as little as possible. Why yes. This time, his execution involved being used as a target for target practice for new soldiers. Since this was a valuable opportunity for the rookies to kill someone, many of the rookies from Verdi Company were gathered together to take part in the execution. I had been summoned to this occasion to examine the body. The red-haired rookie soldier looked straight at me, his eyes pleading for help, appealing for something. Touri, if you're scared you can just look away. No, it's okay. I was called here to confirm his death. If I were to avert my gaze at the moment the red-haired soldier died, it would be dereliction of duty. Moreover, As the one who urged him to return to the military, I have the obligation to watch his final moments. Rather than that, Lieutenant Verdi, could you at least remove his gag? That is. However, I did ask Verdi for permission to allow the rookie soldier to leave a will. This was because he kept giving me a look that seemed to be pleading for something. As he was a friend of Larkia's, I can imagine what he wanted to say to me. He probably wanted to voice his resentment towards me, but I thought it was something that should be listened to and taken seriously. We should listen carefully to his last words. Yes, but, incidentally, I had heard that the circumstances that led to his execution were that he was confirmed to be the murderer. So I was convinced he was the one who killed Faris. However, in reality, the arrest was based solely on circumstantial evidence. Verdi gagged him to avoid any unnecessary testimony he might give. I have some history with him. Please, I beg of you. I pleaded sincerely with Lieutenant Verdi. Normally, Verdi would have rejected my request without hesitation. Maybe he that rejecting my proposal would arouse suspicion. Perhaps Verdi himself was feeling guilty. I understand. Remove the gag for just 1 minute. Understood. Lieutenant Verdi lowered his eyes, seemingly giving up. He gave the red-haired rookie soldier, Ro, 1 minute to speak. Ha, ha, ha. I grant you the right to speak. Leave your last words, murderer. And in that brief 1 minute of reprieve, it greatly changed my destiny. Well, what is it? After the gag was removed, the soldier fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating about something. I thought he was deciding what last words to say, but his next words took an unexpected turn. The first one is a message to my friend. Don't rush things, and don't lose sight of yourself. Chem, who is this friend? Who should I pass this message to? He will surely be here. No need to pass on the message. He began with a message to his friend. His demeanor was surprisingly calm. It's hard to believe he had been making a fuss on the way to the execution site. The second message is for the woman watching over there. The commander of the medical platoon. Me. You saved my life before. Thank you. Oh, well, you're welcome. Surprisingly, he thanked me. To be honest, I never expected to hear him say something like that. His close friend, Larkia, lost her life due to my own incompetence. I even thought he deserved to be able to vent his anger out on me. So, I want to tell you. Don't walk alone at night. Why yes. There are people out there who hate you and want to kill you. Be careful. Having said that, the boy soldier looked up at the sky. Finally, to my family back home, I want to apologize for this unfortunate ending. But please tell them that Ro did not break his oath. He murmured. At that moment, my heart pounded heavily. It was a sensation I had felt many times since joining this war, foreseeing the danger to my life. I felt like someone inside me was screaming at me, telling me to do something, that I would be killed if things continued like this. Is that all for your last words? Yeah. Verdi breathed a sigh of relief since the young soldier didn't say anything unnecessary. The red-haired soldier was gagged again and stood there motionless. Numerous guns aimed at the murderer. Almost instinctively, HKK. Hey, Touri. I threw myself on the ground. Bang. A gunshot rang out across the execution grounds. Verdi had not yet given permission to shoot. What are you doing? TCH. At the same time, an intense gust of wind passed directly over me as I laid on the ground. I looked up and saw one of the boy soldiers surrounding Private Ro pointing his gun at me with bloodshot eyes. You. If only you had brought Larkia and us back. What are the soldiers around here doing? Arrest him. The boy soldier who had aimed at him quickly loaded the next bullet and prepared to shoot again. As the surrounding rookies stood there with wide eyes, he fired a bullet towards me as I lay on the ground. Die. Shield. I won't let myself be killed so easily. My life has been saved and protected by many people. As I rolled on the ground, I deployed the shield that platoon leader Garbak had taught me. Damn it, so tenacious. Thanks to that, the bullet didn't hit me and only kicked up a cloud of dust. And that was the final moment of reprieve granted to him. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Verdi. Given the circumstances, I had to shoot him. Private First Class Rodri. I'll bring you a written report later. A third gunshot rang out at the execution grounds. Rodri, who had attended the execution of the murderer, shot the young soldier without waiting for Verdi's permission. You idiot. I tried so hard to stop you. As for the true story, it turns out that the real culprit who murdered Warrant Officer Faris was the young soldier who had pointed the gun at me earlier. Could you please explain the details? Yes. The boy soldier was also Larkia's close friend. He was another young soldier who, persuaded by me, had returned to the military. He liked Larkia. After her death, he became mentally unstable. He had suddenly found his life in danger, lost his childhood friend and love of his life, and was left mentally weakened. At that moment, Warrant Officer Faris told him about Larkia's death, saying that she had died foolishly after ignoring orders. Hearing those words, he became furious and confronted Warrant Officer Faris. But Warrant Officer Faris just sneered, saying, she brought it upon herself. Driven by hatred after losing his beloved and having her death ridiculed, the young soldier harbored murderous intent. And his resentment extended to, it's because the chief medic stopped us from escaping. That woman abandoned Larkia and ran away. It wasn't just directed at Warrant Officer Faris, it was directed at me as well. Thus, he became obsessed with killing both Warrant Officer Faris and me at all costs. During that time, Private Second Class Rowe tried to persuade the boy many times, but he wouldn't listen. Finally, he committed the crime last night. He may have been a bit clumsy, but he was a kind and generous guy. So I believed that he would wake up one day. I was willing to take the blame for his crime. Private Second Class Rowe knew his ammunition had been stolen. However, he was unable to sell out his friend and lied, claiming that he had discarded the defective ammunition. Even as he was about to be executed, Rowe thought of his friend and remained silent about the true culprit. While continuing to persuade his best friend through his will, he also indirectly warned me of the danger I was in. The reason that clumsy guy targeted Chief Medic Touri in front of all these people was probably to make everyone realize that I wasn't the culprit. He did this at this exact moment so that I wouldn't be executed. He was just twisted by the war. He really was a kind person. Crouching in front of the body of the murderer shot by Rodri, Private Second Class Rowe quietly shed tears. The body, shot through the neck, continued to spit red-black foam into the snowy field. Are there any lies in that report? I swear to the heavens, I'm not lying. Your treatment will now be discussed again. Until then, please remain restrained. Understood, Lieutenant Verdi. That was the truth behind Warrant Officer Faris' death. The soldier's violent actions were driven by a combination of stress from his superiors and the anguish from the loss of a loved one. The soldiers who continued to advance in the cold of winter, trembling and pushed to their limits, seemed to have been more cornered than I had thought. Hey, Shorty. You've really cheated death. Thank you so much, Rodri. You've saved my life once again. If you feel indebted to me, then help me write the report. The gun he pointed at me was retribution towards my own actions. If I had just done my job properly, Larkia wouldn't have died, and he wouldn't have committed such a heinous crime. At least, may he rest in peace after death. Ha! You're even praying for such a person? His death started with me. So, as a small token of my condolences, I placed my hands together over the boy soldier's body and prayed for his soul to rest in peace. Although he looked puzzled, Rodri joined me and prayed over the body. I sincerely hope that in your next life, you're reborn into a world without war. If you truly are a kind person, you should be able to lead a happy life in the next world. Chapter 60. The murder of Warrant Officer Faris caused great turmoil in the Austin military. The incident ended with the perpetrator being shot dead. Major Renville also seemed to have a hard time cleaning up after this incident. After all, Private Second Class Rowe was almost executed on false charges. If this truth came to light, there was a danger of spreading distrust among the soldiers. You made a false report, which led to a false arrest. Yes, Major. So a notice was issued stating that Private Second Class Rowe had been arrested while protecting his friend. The military claimed that the mistaken arrest was the fault of Rowe and that they had conducted a proper investigation. At the same time, Ro had the intention of protecting his friend, but he had no intention of opposing the military. The charge of perjury will be temporarily waived until the end of the war. Major Renville essentially let Ro off the hook. Behind this ruling, there was actually a behind-the-scenes agreement. Major Renville called him. You were thoroughly interrogated and made a false confession on the spot, correct? What? No. I was taken to the execution ground almost without any say. That's just what we're going to go with. If you protected your friend even after undergoing harsh interrogation, I will lighten your sentence in recognition of your friendship. He had a very gentle face and put his arm around the boy's shoulders and whispered to him, "You are a very remarkable person. There are very few people who would be able to protect their friends and accept their execution. Why yes, thank you. I apologize for Lieutenant Verdi's hasty decision to arrest you. I heard about what happened at the execution grounds. I really respect your courage and I would like to help you." After having Verdi apologize, Major Renville kindly offered tea and sweets to Private Second Class Ro and spoke to him. After hearing these words, Private Second Class Ro came to believe Major Renville and testified that he had confessed to the crime in order to protect his friend. "Uncle, it seems like he's just helping us cover up our incompetence. I'm sure that boy is happy that his sentence has been lightened. It's a win-win situation." It is unclear whether Ro truly believed in Major Renville, or whether he decided it was better to follow his orders. Because of this agreement, there was no distrust among the soldiers. As expected, having survived power struggles in the military for many years, Major Renville turns out to be very cunning. After burying the boy soldier who had been shot, Austin's troops immediately resumed their advance. With winter coming early and Warrant Officer Farris' investigation taking up a lot of time, we were quite behind schedule. It's really cold. Even in winter, can't we have some warmer days? Maybe the closer you get to the Sabbath the colder it gets. I can't take this anymore. If there were even a slightly warmer day we would be able to advance quickly, but the snow shows no signs of stopping. Where I lived in Noel, there were occasional warm days even in winter. It was not a climate where snow continued to fall day after day without getting bored. One of the reasons for this cold weather is thought to be abnormal weather, but the climate in this area may also be cold to begin with. Hey, last night, someone finally froze to death. That's not funny at all. The extreme cold of this region can be seen from the fact that the majority of patients each day suffered from frostbite. Last night, a soldier who had been ill with a cold went out on reconnaissance without taking any rest, collapsed, and died in the line of duty. If a person who is not feeling well loses consciousness in extremely cold weather, there is a high risk of easily freezing to death. In response to this, we in the medical platoon requested Major Renville to make sure anyone who is unwell is allowed to take a rest. It seems like more people are catching the cold. Won't the march slow down even more? Major Renville seems to be trying to speed up his advance somehow. People will freeze to death if we speed up our march anymore. At this time, a cold similar to influenza was spreading around in Austin's army. Of course, there was no cure for the flu in Austin at that time. And in the military, where the same sanitary conditions in modern Japan can't be met, the infection is extremely infectious. We are also running low on antibiotics. Don't prescribe them for people with the cold. We have to preserve our antibiotics. Epidemics are a very scary thing. For small children, simply contracting the disease can be life-threatening. Even adults can easily die from it if they're in poor health. It'll be a while before we get a refill of antibiotics. It seems to be highly in demand in the country as well. There seems to be a shortage to begin with. In this world, it was believed that antibiotics are effective against colds. According to modern knowledge in Japan, antibiotics should be useless for a simple cold. Even if I were to say something like that, it wouldn't be convincing at all. They may come to that conclusion eventually, but for now I was prescribing antibiotics in accordance with the medical knowledge of the time. Let's limit the use of antibiotics to those with serious illnesses. I guess that's the only option. Inform the soldiers to keep themselves as clean as possible and to dig holes to bury any snot, blood, or other debris that may have gotten on them. Thus, the medical platoon found itself battling not only trauma but also disease. If pneumonia were to spread among the military, it would cause considerable damage. It is also the duty of the medical platoon to stop these epidemics. From this day onwards, we struggled with soldiers suffering from high fevers, coughs, and runny noses. We continued walking through the snow for a month, advancing at a slow, plodding pace. There are no footprints. It seems there are no enemies around here after all. Hasn't the enemy already fled far away? During this time, the Sabatian army was nowhere to be seen. So, for the medical platoon, our biggest enemies at the moment are the cold and epidemics. If no enemy is in sight, advance. It was the infantry's daily routine to collect dead tree branches to keep warm while on reconnaissance missions. The snow that had fallen on the plains had not melted, and a biting cold wind was blowing. Fortunately, the colds appeared to be mild and no one developed pneumonia. However, although the symptoms were mild, it seemed to be highly contagious. The disease spread to such an extent that almost everyone in the military caught it at some point. "Little boss, your nose is running again." "Oh, excuse me. Like many others, I had a fever for about 3 days. Fortunately, it went away on its own. I still have a cough and runny nose, but it will get better soon. It seems like there's been less snow lately. Will winter end sooner because it started early? No way. It's still too early." A month later, as the epidemic began to subside, we in Austin received some good news. It was, "Oh, Lieutenant Verdi. According to the military meteorological department, there is a high possibility that the weather will be very warm this week." "I see. That's great. So starting today, they say we will be speeding up the advance and making up for the delays we have made so far. In other words, it's like the marathon is starting up again." That's not very good news. Even though it's winter, the weather forecast says it will be relatively warm for the rest of this week. It was like a bolt from the blue. A mild spring arrived in the middle of winter. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, Major Renville gleefully ordered a forced march. It seems that if we can speed things up by just 1 week, it will make a huge difference in the state of the battle. Let's do our best. Got it, little boss. There was still snow on the ground, but with the sun warming it was much easier to run on. For just a week we were able to advance at our usual pace. While the weather is still warm, we want to advance to the Tar River, which was the boundary line on the Western Front. That was the strategic goal at the time. The Tar River was originally the border between the Sabbath and Austin. The East-West War began on the border of the Tar River. I have many memories of the brave soldiers on the Western Front, including platoon leader Garbach, fighting hard every day to secure this river. At present, it is believed that the Sabatian forces have probably retreated to the Tar River. They are likely securing their supply lines there and making plans to engage with our Austin forces. Our initial plan was to surround the Sabatian forces with our own forces and the Southern Army, driving them north. It may be impossible now that winter has arrived, but we would like to at least establish a front line on either side of the Tar River. That was Major Renville's goal. Ha, ha. Run, rookies. By this time, there were fewer rookies who would collapse just from being made to run. About 3 months had passed since we had set out from the capital, and the new recruits were beginning to get a little stronger. We believed that the Southern Army was still advancing northward. We continued marching mindlessly toward the rendezvous point. This winter was the coldest in decades, but the weather has been mild for the past week. It was truly a miraculous moment, as if we had borrowed spring in advance for just a week. Without this miracle, we would never have reached the Tar River in winter. Major Renville did not give up on his Northern Showdown initiative and urged his subordinates to continue the forced march. The people of Austin had no other way to survive, so they marched forward with determination to carry out the decisive battle no matter what losses we suffered. As if in response to Major Renville's wishes as we marched to the death to protect Austin, the fog gradually cleared. The dreaded fog that had obscured our visibility ever since the beginning of winter has vanished like dew for just 1 week. This made the scouts' job easier and increased their march speed even further. If we kept going at this rate, we might be able to reach the confluence of the Tar River. Once we can join up with the Southern Army, we will finally face off in a decisive battle with the Sabatian Army. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Austin, who had once been forced to unconditionally surrender, had obtained through one miracle after another. Not wanting to miss this warm week that could be called a gift from God, Major Renville and his troops kept running. It's the third day since the start of the marathon. We were in despair. The enemy. We could see it clearly in the clear weather. Having crossed a small mountain, we finally reached the plains where the Western Front was established. There, we saw a colossal army advancing towards the Tar River, an army so vast it made counting seem pointless. It was the Sabatian army, at least 10 times the size of our Renville army. Isn't it insane to fight such a number? This was a much larger force than the one that ambushed us last month. Like a swarm of ants crawling on the ground, the Sabatian army moved to block our path. And there was no sign of Austin's southern army near the vicinity. Little boss, how many enemies are there? Sorry, I don't know. I'll need to contact the higher-ups. Were the southern forces already been defeated? Our desperate forced marches had been in vain, and the southern army was already defeated. From now on, do we have no choice but to be trampled by the violent Sabatian soldiers before us? Such negative thoughts popped into my head. Lieutenant Verdi has instructed us to continue marching until new orders are given. Hey, are you saying we have to march straight towards that massive army? If those are our orders, then we must follow them. It seemed even Lieutenant Verdi had no information about the scene unfolding before us. Perhaps the southern army was simply delayed in joining us, and if we moved a bit further, we might spot them. If so, then continuing the march made sense. Well, it's our job as Austin's soldiers to face off against huge numbers of enemy soldiers. Even I'm feeling queasy seeing such a massive enemy force covering the plains. Calm down, Aranoma. Surely, we won't have to fight them. I hope so. Now that the fog had cleared, the terrifying enemy army is clearly visible. The sight of the immense enemy force clearly visible now that the mist had cleared was enough to demoralize us. A vast enemy army, likely numbering in the tens of thousands, blocked our path. Facing such a force with only a few thousand of us seemed futile. Chief Medic Touri, a message. Share this with your unit. Why yes, Lieutenant. Even I, a medic not directly involved in the fighting, was gripped by despair. The next statement that came from Verdi hit me even harder. Listen calmly, everyone. We have received reports of a retreat. A retreat. As expected, Major Renville attempted to communicate with various fronts to grasp the situation before us. It appears we have finally made contact with the Southern Army, which was approaching the rendezvous point. According to the Southern Army's information, the enemy Sabatian army in front of us, easily numbering in the tens of thousands, is retreating northwards after being defeated by the Southern Army's offensive. What? The unbelievable report was that tens of thousands of enemies in front of us were in the midst of fleeing in a panic, heading north as fast as they could. After winter arrived, the Southern Army, as expected, was unable to launch an offensive and was left glaring at the Sabatian forces from across their trenches. However, a genius strategist from the Southern Army, Captain Bernvalou, used this miraculous week to launch a surprise attack, devastating the Sabbath forces. We at the Renville Army have also been requested to join the pursuit. We will not be conducting any reconnaissance from here. We will instead be making a surprise attack on the Sabatian forces. Wait, what are you saying, little boss? I can't believe it either, but it seems. Thus, the Austin Army's last grand strategy, the Northern Showdown Initiative, which was on the verge of failing, began progressing as initially planned. It seems we have been able to join together in the best possible way. And then, in the following spring, the Sabbath and Austin will face off in a final showdown, with their fates on the line. Looking back at this Northern Showdown Initiative after the war, it becomes clear that Austin's participants included an incredible roster of individuals. From the unparalleled strategist Byrne to the hero Renville. It was a gathering of brilliant commanders. Not only did it include top-tier veterans who had been supporting Austin since before the East-West War began, but also the next generation of heroes who would later support Austin. The presence of such esteemed officers in this battle was like an all-star lineup for the Austin Army in the East-West War. The monster who led these miraculously gathered heroes and made his name known across the land was Bernvalou. And unbeknownst to me, I would soon encounter that monster. End of Volume 3.